put the whole system which they represent on trial and talk about alternatives. The film doesn't really talk about alternatives very much, but we are the alternative, you know, people, groups, campaigners, projects that are trying to make a better world, is the contrast between having society controlled by multinational corporations and governments rather than ordinary people ourselves. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, but maybe, you know, we should see what kind of points people want to make. But yeah, over to you. I want to say just one other thing before I hand over, is that obviously the film focuses on me and Helen because we were in the court case, but actually the campaign was huge. We were just the figureheads, but there was a massive defiance campaign worldwide. We visited America a couple of times. There were groups around America distributing leaflets against McDonald's. So leaflets that were given out in thousands when we were sued. By the end of the case, they were being given out in millions, in dozens of languages all over the world. And to us, that was in fact the most important thing, that we weren't going to be suppressed. Campaigners weren't going to be suppressed. And it's true that as far as we know, no corporation has tried to bring in a similar case against campaigners since. You know, yes, they do other kinds of legal repression of campaigners, but certainly in the UK, libel laws have not been used because they're terrified of doing a McLibel. So it was a total victory, even though we didn't win all the legal points. Mm-hmm. It was a slaughter as far as McDonald's was concerned. So,
well, it was very inspiring to watch it. Thank you so much. A number of people have raised their hands. I'm going to go in line. Watch, you're on first. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Thanks. Hey, a great film. I really appreciate you showing this, and good job to Climate Healers for bringing in to speak. And congratulations on your success. I checked out the website for the Spanner films, and there are multiple other films, so people need to check it out. I was just wondering, how many of the people who were involved in making this video, or the crew, are they vegans? And I tried to search on the Spanner films, and there is no mention of veganism on that website.
Okay, so the first film that Franny, who's the director, made was actually for the Vegan Society in the UK, and it was called Truth or Dairy. And so Helen was vegan at the time. I was vegetarian. I'm still vegetarian. Yeah, so there was always a very strong vegan current, although we wanted to get mass public support. So, you know, there's a big focus on all the other key issues that McDonald's kind of encapsulates: exploitation of workers, damage to the environment, you know, brainwashing children, and so on. But I just had a quick look at the original leaflet they were sued over, which is not the one on Wikipedia, which I've got some bizarre poster on Wikipedia, so don't take any notice of that. But this fact sheet, and it ends saying, this is the last paragraph in the fact sheet, says, a vegan Britain would be self-sufficient on only 25% of the agricultural land presently available. I'm not sure 100% how true that is. Why not to get together with your friends and grow your own vegetables? The pleasure of preparing healthy food and sharing good meals has a political importance too. It is a vital part of the process of ordinary people taking control of their lives to create a better society, instead of leaving their futures in the cynical, greedy hands of corporations like McDonald's.
That's awesome.
So veganism was always, from the very beginning, something that was promoted by London Greenpeace and by this campaign against McDonald's.
It'd be wonderful to get a PDF of the actual leaflet, and we'll post it with the Trello card for this event. BJ, you're on next.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dave. That was marvelous. I'm so inspired. And of course, my mind is going like, oh, what strategies can we use now? And the other, and I wonder if you have thought about strategies now and what you're doing now in about McDonald's or any other corporations or the vegan movement. And
so, yes. Well, changing the world is for life, not just for Christmas. And, everyone, we appreciate all the activities that are going on throughout the world where people are trying to get control or more control over their lives collectively together. As I said in the film, my focus was actually has always been on community and workplace self-organization. I think we need that. Every community in the world needs to get organized and support each other and spread positive ideas, mutual aid, solidarity, and challenge the prevailing, top-down, hierarchical, money-obsessed system that we're forced to live under. My actual personal focus after the film was made has been in community self-organization in the UK. Actually, in the film, you could see some shots of us in our local park in where I live and where Helen lived. And we formed a group to improve the park that was really run down. And then we discovered there was lots of these kind of groups. In fact, there's 7,000 Friends of Parks groups across the UK. So we formed a federation, and you may be not surprised to find out who the chair of the National Federation is, which is myself. So it's a really big movement, but it's entirely based on self-organized, independent local groups of people who are passionate about protecting their local green spaces, organizing activities, of all kinds on those spaces. So that's been my main focus since then.
Wonderful. Thank you. Gabrielle?
Hi, Dave. Actually, I had the same question as BJ, so thank you so much for answering that. But I just want to tell you that I cried through so much of the movie because I was just so in awe of your strength and courage and perseverance. I mean, what your son had to sacrifice, what your friends and family had to sacrifice is absolutely amazing and so inspiring. And thank you so much for being what you call the figurehead, but you were out in the front lines. And I really admire you for that. Thank you so much for doing that and being the spearhead for, taking on the corporations throughout the world that are basically not very good to us.
I mean, the way that we were able to do that was because of these huge movements, the huge movements behind. So, for example, in terms of getting witnesses who had tried to form trade unions, workers at McDonald's who tried to form trade union branches, which we discovered was happening all over the world. And McDonald's had exactly the same response. The head of, personnel from Chicago would fly in, and do everything they could to kind of undermine the workers in that area, in that country as well. So we had the backing of the trade union movement. We had the backing of the environmental movement. You saw the chief executive of Friends of the Earth was one of our witnesses, and nutritionists, obviously, and animal welfare organizations. So we were, because the leaflet brought together all of those ideas into one place that really annoyed McDonald's, we were able to go back to those movements, and that's what gave us the strength. That's what gave us the contacts, the evidence, the donations, and most importantly, the strength, the encouragement to go through with the whole thing and come out the other side. And come out the other side.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes. No, but the thanks are due to those movements of which you're part. You know. Yeah.
Thank you, Dave. Sarah? Can you unmute?
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. And I was just amazed by this film, and I really enjoyed the music, actually. It was really good, the music you had on it. And I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of this place? It's called Mr. Charlie's, and it's this Australian guy. He just opened up a location in Sydney, and he has 2 locations in Los Angeles. It's called Mr. Charlie's, and it's the exact plant-based version of McDonald's. He said he's trying to turn get his menu actually into all McDonald's and or replace McDonald's, because from the movie, I thought that one of the best parts about it was when you were saying how right at an early age, the schools and everything is just infiltrated with these, Ronald McDonald coming to the school and all that stuff. And it was just like, how do you get people to change? And he was trying to say that he was doing it through exactly the same menu, but just replacing it with plant-based. So I wanted to find out, maybe you guys should talk, because I think that you're amazing and you should maybe speak to people about this, unless you're already doing that and we just don't know. But yeah, it was just amazing, amazing film.
So I've not heard of Mr. Charlie's, and we weren't actually trying to reform McDonald's itself. We were questioning the whole system based on corporations and money and a hierarchical society telling people what to do. So I think there's many ways in which change can be made, and I'm sure local restaurants of all kinds, independent ones, of which there are millions throughout the world, obviously they're not all vegan, but people can set up food restaurants and other forms of food sharing and distribution, food growing cooperatives, growing sites, and so on. So there are many ways in which to challenge the power of the people who currently have the power in our society. We never asked for any reforms in McDonald's. The only thing I think we ever said was that the one thing they do that we don't object to is provide public toilets. So maybe they should just all be turned into public toilets, which would be a great community benefit.
Thank you. Samudra? Can you unmute?
Am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible.
Dave said that Helen was vegan at the time. Did she have any issues?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did she run into any issues?
Oh, the question is, you said that Helen was vegan at that time. Did she run into any issues? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, she's not vegan now. She's vegetarian. I think she was vegan for about 20 years. I can't speak for her on,
Right.
But it's London Greenpeace. Not everybody in London Greenpeace was vegan. It was an active group. In fact, it was the very first Greenpeace group in Europe. And we were the only group that didn't join Greenpeace International when it was set up in 1977. We said it was the wrong approach. It was the corporate top-down approach, whereas we're encouraging decentralized collectives The group always promoted veganism, but not everybody in the group was vegan. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Liz?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, what a wonderful inspirational piece to know. It's so good to know that there are voices that are making a difference. And back in the 90s, I wasn't aware. I was not vegan yet. And I was actually running around with McDonald's executives. They took me to McDonald's University in Chicago in a limousine where I got to meet the executives. I got to work with some of the people that developed the McRib sandwich, and they were taking me to cattle roundups. And the executive chef that was in charge of the international menu development, I got to go to a party. He'd have an annual party, and guess what? There was a feather on the menu. You want to guess what the feather was for? There was every type of meat you could imagine on the menu. There was a feather on the menu. Anybody want to guess, Silas?
No.
The feather on the menu was the gluttonous act of tickling the back of your throat to vomit so you could eat all that meat again another time. Yes, this was the McDonald's crowd I was running with. And you know what? I want to show you all something. I'm down. I live in Point Loma. This beach right here, it used to have a sandy beach. And this is the new normal. The tide is high. I come down here to walk up the street from here. A couple of years ago is the elementary school. And I saw Ronald McDonald giving an assembly. All of the students were seated in the auditorium. I walked up to the door. They had a big Ronald McDonald car. And it was a presentation on leadership. And I looked at the principal across the room and I did this. And I met with her later and talked to her about the Ronald McDonald show and thought, you know, the dairy industry is getting in. I actually went into schools for the egg industry before I was a vegan. I went to schools everywhere across Southern California, encouraging kids to eat more eggs during the incredible edible egg campaign. And years later, I was watching the film Vegucated. I didn't know where eggs came from or how they were made. I knew how to cook them. I almost dropped to my knees when I found out. I was so beside myself. So I really want to explore the opportunity to get programs into schools, get a dancing block of tofu up on the stage, or get the Bean Commission to come in. We need to reach our kids with education. Thank you all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just say about people, you know, inside McDonald's, as you saw in the film, one of the top Ronald McDonald's, actually there's quite a few Ronald McDonald's actors, and one of the top ones who gave evidence for us, quite important evidence. We won on the issue of McDonald's unethically targeting children. And his name was Jeff Giuliano, and actually he resigned from McDonald's and set up a rescue farm for injured cows. It's worth Googling Jeff Giuliano, and he's recently been an actor in this Squid series. There's some kind of, you know, globally successful, idiotic sort of game show, but so he's still around and active, but yeah, so yeah. I mean, obviously anyone can challenge, you know, what they've been told, even if they're inside the system, and then of course they can reveal a lot of secrets and so on, but it doesn't happen often. I mean, you saw in the film one of the infiltrators in London Greenpeace. She actually she met the sister of by chance, the sister of the filmmaker Franny Armstrong. Her sister was on a nutrition course because she was an active vegan. And she met the infiltrator, and just by chance they discovered that, you know, because they mentioned me and Helen, and she said, "Oh, I infiltrated that group, so she was able to give evidence for us in the trial, saying that she was quite shocked about what she had been told to do. In fact, that she supported what we were doing rather than, the detective agency. So, and McDonald's. So yeah, it's powerful when people reverse the tables from what they've been told and what they've been involved with. So yeah,
Liz, you should start a McDonald's alumni. People who have given up on McDonald's. Anand Joshi.
Hi there. Hi Dave. Yeah, great documentary. Thanks for putting that together. Just on Keir Starmer and I guess the UK government. The UK government spends 1.5 billion subsidizing the livestock farming industry, which is an insane amount of money. With your relationship, I don't know if you still have a relationship with Keir Starmer or if you've been back in touch with him. Do you have any influence over that at all?
I doubt it very much. I mean, I don't think we've spoken to him for about 10 years. And for those that don't know, he's leader of the Labour Party and almost certain to be the next Prime Minister in a few months' time. To climb into the corridors of power, you've got to make a lot of compromises and talk a lot of bullshit. So, which he's doing in order to get into power. So we're not expecting change to come from that source. It really is about us and the movements that we create and the pressure that we can exert, rather than relying on individual personalities, however powerful and however well-meaning. They're highly constrained about what they can do, and if he puts a foot out of line, the press will attack him, and his government will be out.
The meat lobbyists are way too powerful, and they have definitely an in within these governments. But I think that's definitely a space that we need to tackle as an industry trying to battle against this. So I mean, yeah, if you can get back in touch with him and maybe work with some of the other groups, with Sailesh. Also, Sailesh earlier said, if we topple the dairy industry, then the meat industry will follow, obviously. So I think it's something that we should push for 100% if you're able to do that.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I don't give up on people, but yeah, you never know. He could be we were just discussing Downfall before you came on, Dave, and the movie Downfall is about the last days of the Third Reich in the Hitler bunker. And there, Albert Speer, the Minister of Armaments, he defied Hitler. He pretended to do what Hitler wanted, but he was doing the opposite. So we never know. Someone at the top may come to our aid. Before I ask Samudra and BJ, because you've asked questions before, I'm going to read some questions from the chat for you, Dave. Were there any other large environmental groups besides Friends of the Earth providing funding or other support to your group during the original trial? From Deb Thompson.
We had general widespread support, most importantly, public support. I remember that at one point, one of the most right-wing and biggest circulation national papers in the UK was going to, obviously preparing to attack us and going to visit our relatives and looking into our history and preparing a kind of, a piece to kind of attack our reputations, and they never published it. And the reason they didn't, we think, is because we had massive public support, and it wasn't really about us personally. Really, McDonald's was on trial, and the truth of McDonald's is you can't conceal it. They're so despised. I mean, they're loved as well, you know, in terms of the amount of people that go there. But to be honest, parents don't like them, workers who've worked there don't like them, so and so on, and people object to their advertising and so on. So so we had general support from campaign groups and environmental organizations, but there was only a few that specifically got actively involved in the campaign, if you like. A lot of them are still scared of McDonald's, to be honest. Because they'd sued everybody, so yeah.
Another question is, do you have any advice to lessen the power of animal agriculture multinationals?
Any advice on
to lessen the power?
Yes, to increase our power. You know, I think that's the way to lessen the power of those who have the power, is to increase the power in the hands of the people. And that could only come from building groups, networks, movements of all kinds, whether it's around workplaces, or whether it's around racism and policing, or whether it's around the environment or food. And the more movements, and the more that the movements cross-fertilize and support each other, and, you know, people power becomes a kind of real influential factor in society. And I think that we should encourage people to have a vision of a different kind of society. If all the movements, instead of focusing on elections, you know, said, well, the focus has got to be to create a different kind of society, run by people ourselves collectively, where we live and work, then people begin to get some hope that there is an alternative, rather than relying on the authorities in somehow changing their policies, which you can do with a huge amount of effort on a small scale, but then 5 years later they can just click their fingers and scrap that law that you worked so hard to, you know, to create. Better to empower ourselves more and more every month, every year, and create a society that's a long-term sustainable one.
Absolutely. One last question from the chat. Kids are still eating McDonald's and other sources like what happened to it? There you go. Yeah, like Wingstop, Denny's, etc. So the message is not reaching parents and kids. So what is the most optimal way to educate younger kids and parents early, in your opinion? Digital campaigns or school-based food programs?
Difficult, you know. It's difficult. People like ask me questions if I've got the magic answers, you know.
They want your opinion.
If it was as easy as that, then you know, we would have done it like years ago. But I think most people, most of their lives, share food, and, you know, make food and share food. Okay, people do go to junk food outlets because it's cheap and easy when they're out. But, you know, if there's 8 billion people in the world, that's like, what, 2-3 billion families? Or, I mean, I know that, you know, families have changed in their, they're not nuclear families anymore, which is fine. But we need to see that what we do is the norm. I think one of your participants said this earlier on. Let's just believe that the world has changed. I think it's a slightly bit more complicated than that. But like, if we believe that what we're doing is normal, that sharing food rather than selling it to somebody to make profit actually is completely normal. And, you know, that goes for not just for food, but all kinds of other activities that capitalism, you know, wants to make a profit out of. But actually, what we're doing is normal. Sharing is normal. supporting each other is normal. And people do want control over their lives, and they're not going to get it, by winning the lottery or, becoming a CEO of a multinational corporation. For most people, it means we need to change the way our society is, and then everybody can be empowered.
Absolutely. That's a great answer, by the way. Thank you so much, Dave. By the way, the next presentation, which is going to begin soon, is about I Could Never Go Vegan. It's a new documentary called I Could Never Go Vegan. And James Pickering is here. James, yes, I'm going to bring you on.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hi. How are you?
How is everyone? I'm good. How are you, Salish?
Very good. Thank
Wonderful. Thank you for having me.
you. The floor is yours.
Floor is mine. Thank you very much. So my name is James Pickering. I am a writer and a producer in Sheffield in England. And my younger brother, Thomas Pickering, is a director and editor also based in Sheffield in England as well. And together we have, over the last 4 years, produced the film, the documentary that Salish just mentioned, which is I Could Never Go Vegan. I think what I'd like to do first is maybe show the trailer to everyone for those that haven't seen it. So I hope this works. Am I able to share my screen, Salish?
Yes, you should be able to. Yeah, when you just click on the share computer sound, when you do that.
1 second, right. So what do I need to click on? Sorry, the share sound?
Yeah, share sound.
Whereabouts is that? Sorry, Salish?
On Zoom now, it should be under because you already started sharing. Or when you start sharing, there'll be a square on the left, bottom left.
Square on the bottom. All right, bear with me 1 second. Let me come out of the share a second. Let me just right. So where do I want to go now to share the sound? Sorry, before I start.
In the bottom left, there should be a little box saying share computer sound.
Actually, I found today when I was sharing screen that they switched the position of it to the top right.
To the top right? Okay. All right.
On the top.
Does it say share computer sound somewhere?
I've got share screen, but not share sound. Am I being...
Okay.
After you click on the page, before you click on the screen that you want to share, but don't share it yet, then maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Right, let me have a look. I will try that. Thank you very much. So share screen.
It's a checkbox, right?
Oh, yes, I've got it now. Thank you very much, whoever made that suggestion. Thank you. It's asking me to install the Zoom audio device. I do apologize for this.
It's okay. I can share because I have
Can you share that? Can you share that for me? Thank you, Salish. You've got the trailer, haven't you?
Okay, you are sharing it. All right. Okay, I'll share. This one, right?
That's correct, yeah.
I don't think many people grasp just how serious this is.
All we see is what the industries want us to see.
We're talking about effectively the collapse of Earth systems.
Hello? Hi, Mum. It's Tom. Just got a quick question for you. Why did you raise me not eating meat?
My name's Tom, and I've never eaten meat. But I can't seem to go a day without hearing from others about why they could never go vegan. Like vegans are malnourished. Climate change doesn't exist. cheese, bacon. The food is bloody disgusting. B12, protein. Animals are there for us to eat. Are these reasons justified? I need to know more.
I think there is this big misconception around you can't be vegan and strong.
What are you going to eat? You go gym, where are you going to get protein from?
I stood on the Olympic podium just 5 months shy of my 40th birthday.
I need to speak to the experts.
Do you think the public have any idea what goes on in free-range farms?
In meat-eating cultures around the world, people learn to classify a small handful of animals as edible.
Issues to do with the use of other animals, the use of women's bodies.
Most people have this one-dimensional view of veganism as people who eat salads all day, which is totally wrong.
Food has now overtaken other risk factors as being the biggest thing that drives chronic disease in the Western world.
Rather than getting healthier, we're actually getting sicker.
1 in 5 people die because of an unhealthy diet.
The dairy industry has convinced us that bone health is all about calcium and calcium is all about milk.
I can't even articulate some of the things that I've seen.
When I have nightmares now, it's the sound of those pig screams that I'm hearing. The biggest cause of ecological destruction.
Humanity, technology and inventions have brought us into this situation. We can also reverse that.
Nearly 5 million deaths were caused and related to antimicrobial resistance.
This is the greatest catastrophe humanity has ever faced.
The worst experience of my life.
Thank you, Salish. I do apologise. There was some obviously severe lag on that trailer there, but you can find the official trailer on YouTube or on our website. I just wanted to share that to give some context before I kind of go into the making of the documentary, and also kind of what got us to the stage of wanting to make the documentary. So I was born in 1985 and my younger brother Tom was born in 1988, and we've never eaten meat. So my parents went vegetarian when they were pregnant with me. So we were raised on a vegetarian diet. We obviously ate quite a lot of dairy during that time, as anybody that was vegetarian in the 80s and 90s probably remembers the options. Vegetable lasagna, they were very cheese orientated dishes. So around the middle of the 1990s, my dad actually cut out dairy, and this was obviously pre the kind of oat milk revolution. It was very much, I remember, rice milk. I remember having to use about a third of a carton of rice milk in a cup of tea to kind of get it to the right color. So the difficulties of people that were trying to eat maybe the whole food plant-based diets back in the 90s. And then we ourselves moved to a plant-based diet in the middle of the last decade. So actually, we were vegetarian for a long time. We'd cut out milk before that, but it wasn't until the middle of the last decade that we actually went vegan. And we always believed that we were vegetarian for animal welfare issues. That was the primary reason. You didn't hear so much about the environmental kind of issues back in the 80s and 90s. It was very much because we wanted to champion animal rights. And after we'd gone vegan, we went on a couple of protest marches in London because we kind of wanted to do more for the movement. And activism is obviously a really broad term, and we were working in the film industry already, kind of for our day jobs. And Tom, and I have to credit him to this, he basically had the idea, well, what is it that what is our skill set? What is it that we're able to do? And we thought that can be our form of activism. So Tom had the idea initially to make a vegan documentary that was centered around food. And at the start of 2020, just before COVID, he interviewed and spoke to a couple of doctors. He spoke to Gemma Newman and Shireen Kassam from Plant-Based Health Professionals in the UK. Mm-hmm. And then COVID happened. And so over the next couple of months, he was sitting on this footage, and that was when he approached me. And obviously, I work in a producer capacity, and so he wanted to kind of put my brains on this. And he says, I want to do these kind of broad ambitions to do a big vegan documentary that can really, that he can share far and wide. So, kind of global distribution was the idea. Would I like to work with him on it? And what are my ideas to kind of make it successful? How can we make as big an impact as possible? And around this time, we'd had some really excellent documentaries. So we'd had, and in different sections as well. So if you think about the animal welfare kind of angle, we'd had Earthlings, we'd had Dominion, Land of Hope and Glory, etc. Really powerful documentaries. But one of the problems with those documentaries is it's really difficult to get people to watch them. Because it's that kind of ignorance is bliss, out of sight, out of mind. And then added on to that is it's really difficult to get the streaming platforms to want to have anything to do with them as well because of the nature of the extreme content. So you can self-distribute through YouTube, or there are ways to get it out there. And those documentaries certainly have transitioned people like overnight into going vegan because they are that powerful, but it's how do you get people to watch them? So that you have them documentaries. We have the ones that have been really successful along the streaming platforms that are maybe more environmental based, but with a little bit of animal welfare stuff in there as well. So I'm thinking the likes of Cowspiracy and more recently Seaspiracy, which was very successful for Netflix. Interestingly, with Seaspiracy, that managed to show maybe a little bit more of the kind of welfare footage, probably because it was fish, and we kind of have this connection with kind of aquatic animals versus land mammals, that they were able to maybe kind of get that in there and still have such high viewing figures. And then around that time as well, we had Game Changers, which I think I'm sure many of you have seen, a completely different model entirely as well. So it was very, very much focused on health. It was quite a sexy documentary. It had Arnold Schwarzenegger, James Cameron, Jackie Chan, etc., Novak Djokovic as executive producers on it. Some of these obviously not even vegan themselves. Didn't really show any of the welfare footage. And the stuff that when it did focus on the animals was kind of from a poaching perspective. And it had some quite, what I suppose you would call manly guys that it was focusing on in terms of what they were doing, and it had athletes that looked good. It was showing what they could do on a whole food plant-based diet, and it was really entertaining. And it did really well for Netflix. It did really well when it was released pre-Netflix as well. And I would imagine from speaking to people over the last 4 years, because we've got to talk to a lot of the members of the public about other vegan documentaries, the Game Changers comes across really. It seemed to have really struck a chord in getting people to transition. One of the issues we do sometimes have from a health perspective, and when we look at the documentaries that are more centered around food, is we feel that if people transition for animal welfare issues, they tend to be vegan, like the vegan overnight kind of thing. But with the health, sometimes they may be pushing towards like a predominantly plant-based diet because they're doing it for health reasons. So it's, I suppose, a little bit like people that don't maybe they're not teetotal, but they only drink occasionally. So we would often find that people are vegan the majority of the time, but occasionally when I go out, then they maybe eat vegetarian or maybe eat meat. But that was the kind of position we were in. So we were looking at these documentaries and we're like, well, which has worked? There's some excellent documentaries there, but what's worked for some, what maybe hasn't worked for others? What are some of the challenges that maybe some of them have had? And what can we do that's different? Because we don't just want to do an environmental-based vegan documentary or an animal welfare-based documentary. And so I said to Tom, a lot of documentaries tell people why to go vegan. I was like, we've never eaten meat, and obviously we've heard so many arguments why we should all throughout our lifetime. Why don't we do a documentary on why people won't go vegan? And so I said, we'll call it I Could Never Go Vegan, which in itself, it's been an interesting title in quite a provocative way, because inadvertently, when people have heard that documentary, I think they've thought it was an anti-vegan documentary, and it's been amazing how many people have just come up to me and go, yeah, I could never go vegan too. And then they've started to tell me why they could never go vegan, and it's like, then they learn I'm vegan, and then they backtrack. We start to again have these conversations. That's been a really interesting experience over the 4 years. But that was the idea, basically. So I said, we'll call it I Could Never Go Vegan. Let's focus on some of the core reasons. That was the initial idea. So between us, we started to think, let's think of a half a dozen reasons. What are the 6 main reasons we've heard over the years why people could never go vegan? So we were thinking about things like protein, humane slaughter, these kind of justifications, that people would give. B12 obviously was another one. But we didn't feel, this was just a few weeks into it, that was big enough. we felt that we needed it to be broader, that we needed it to almost be an encyclopedia of all the reasons that we've heard over the nearly 40 years of our lives. So somewhat maybe foolishly, ambitiously, we just said, let's just do all the reasons. Let's just list all the reasons we can think of, and all the people that we know that are plant-based, or even the people that aren't plant-based that are giving all these reasons. Let's just look at all these reasons and let's try and fit that in to a 95-minute documentary, which is what we tried to do. And it's nearly 4 years now, a nearly 4-year journey, and to get to that point. So that was how we started. We started during COVID as well, so that obviously posed some challenges. And really, for the first year, it really was just Tom and I out on the road in the UK. We had some amazing support initially from the plant-based health professionals. So plant-based doctors within the NHS were so generous with their time, and that really was great to form a base for the documentary, because there was a lot of reasons that we hear that they could kind of talk about. So when you're thinking about certainly some of the deficiencies, so when you're thinking about iodine or B12 or iron or calcium, and these kind of micro and macronutrients that we hear that we need to eat. And then they were also able to talk about, well, I won't be thriving, I'll be malnourished, or the protein argument. So all the kind of health related ones, we had so many so many doctors, and also doctors that specialize in certain areas as well. So we had cancer doctors, we had GPs, we had gastroenterologists, we had people that focus on female health. So they were able to, give a really interesting insight into kind of the menopause and the benefits of a plant-based diet there. So the health side of it was kind of the stuff that we got banked really early on, and we kept coming back to. And one of the problems with the documentary that we had is documentaries take a long time to make, and it's changing all the time. So I would constantly, as the producer, be, Tom, a new study's just dropped. That this headline's just landed. We need to get this in there, and so we're constantly editing on the go, and which is another reason why it's taken so long, because we wanted it to be as thorough and well researched as possible. Around the same time as the health, as banking all the health kind of footage, we were also able to follow a number of athletes, which was fantastic as well, because we were able to keep revisiting them. So in the trailer, you'll have seen Sophia Ellis there, who is a British powerlifter. So we got to follow Sophia through the British Championships to the European Championships and the World Championships. And Sophia herself has been vegan since she was 15 years old as well. So half a life now, nearly. So she was an incredible person to follow. We followed an ultra runner that attempted or was attempting a world record around Barcelona, and then we also had who's probably been, certainly from audience test screenings, the person that people are going to talk to us about the most, and that was a gentleman called Paul Yude, who's 85 years old. He went vegan when he was 60, and his goal is to do 100 ultra marathons before he's 100 years old. So quite comically, Paul asked Tom to do an ultra marathon with him, which I don't think Tom particularly wanted to do. But obviously, Paul Yude at that point was 84 years old, and Tom, being in his mid-30s, could hardly say, no, I'm not going to join you for that, Paul. So Tom and Paul did a 50-kilometer race together, and also Paul, quite comically, and you'll see this in the film, at every checkpoint insisted on doing some press-ups, because he also wants to do 1 million press-ups between 80 and 90. And on his last count, I think he was on just over 200,000. So he's an incredibly inspiring individual. And also proof, and this also tied into another argument that we often hear, and I'm sure some of you will have heard as well, is that it's too late to go vegan. It's too late to make a difference. And that was why Paul was such an interesting character, because he went when he was 62 years old. And he speaks quite with a sense of pride that he's not on any medication now. And obviously that is anecdotal evidence, but we obviously, we go to the kind of studies after that to look at what Paul is saying bears weight. But he's a really interesting to be around. And I think, thematically, from watching Tom spend time with him, when he talks about what it means to have a good life, and he talks about kindness, and he talks about just giving back to people, and I think that kind of ideology is rooted in veganism anyway. So to see him doing it kind of in his broader life was a really nice bit of the documentary there. So we had the health thing with the doctors, we had the athlete section. We then moved on to the kind of food section, and this is a really big one for why people won't go vegan, because they think they're going to be missing the foods that they like. And I will say, but when people say to me about that it's difficult going vegan, being vegetarian in the 80s was significantly more difficult than being vegan now in terms of what was available in supermarkets. Like, we've never had it so good if you do want to eat processed vegan food. Not that we would advocate that from a kind of a health perspective, but it's what a time to be alive for vegans, really. Certainly if you live in the UK, or if you live in the US, or if you live in kind of Western Europe. So we got to go and spend some time with a happy pair for this section, and someone called Tomi as well, the vegan Nigerian. So we wanted to kind of look at a kind of a broad spectrum of foods as well, because I think that's the other thing that I think people think with veganism. It's like you won't be able, there's going to be a lot of cuisines that you're going to miss out on, and we kind of wanted to see if that was true, or to see how easy it is to veganize dishes these days. So that was really interesting. And also a vegan baker as well that specializes in desserts, because I still hear all the time that you can't eat vegan treats, so you can't eat like cakes if you're vegan. I think a lot of the kind of general population think that you need milk and eggs basically to make cakes and buns. So, and I think that was one of Tom's favorite days, because obviously that was basically with a vegan cake specialist, and Tom got to sample a lot of stuff there. So I think that was a particular highlight for Tom. So that was the kind of food section, and accompanied alongside that, there was the cost angle, because we hear this quite a lot as well. The vegan diet is expensive, and we really wanted to get to kind of the kind of like dive into the evidence there. So, and we were thrilled to work with Oxford University on this. So it was actually one of the researchers from the Joseph Paul study from 2018 as well. I'm sure a number of you remember that huge environmental study that kind of came out, and almost, in essence, it kind of broke the internet from a if you were in that world, it was the kind of largest study we'd ever seen. And one of the researchers there then went on to look at basically food baskets and how much food costs and which diets are the most expensive, that was really fascinating. The pescatarian diet, just as a spoiler, is the most expensive diet, and the vegan diet was significantly cheaper in the Western world. Where issues arise with veganism, and I think, which is why sometimes people think of veganism as being the most expensive diet, is because a lot of the vegan processed food is expensive. But a vegan whole food diet, which obviously this study, because it's looking at whole foods around the world, vegetables, pulses, grains, the majority of fruits are significantly cheaper than meat and fish. So that was fascinating, and it was a real coup to work with kind of researchers from Oxford University on that for the documentary. We knew we had to tackle animal welfare, and this posed one of the biggest problems for the documentary for us, because even to this day, so the film will be released in 3 months' time in April in the UK. It'll be it's getting a theatrical run across cinemas. And even now, people that have just started to hear this information, and friends of mine that aren't vegan are saying to me, "You're not showing any animal cruelty in it, are you?" Which is, it's a really difficult one to answer as that as well, because it's obviously coming from people that eat meat but don't want to see it. So, you're having that conversation. But we know we want people to watch the documentary, but how can we get the point across and still show what is actually happening to these beautiful creatures in factory farms, and even on free range farms, or wherever it may be, around the world, not just in the UK. So we went undercover. We worked with an investigative journalist, and we went undercover into a pig farm. I won't say where, but it was in the UK. And we gave the brief here. One of the things that we wanted to do was we didn't want to see the worst one you could find. We didn't want it to feel like it was like a BBC Panorama special. We weren't trying to find the worst of the worst. We wanted to see what's normal. Like just find us a normal pig farm. So we went undercover and we filmed, or the stages, if you like, or from the piglets, from the sows, etc. And then we went to film in a sanctuary, a pig sanctuary, to see what they kind of look like as these, rescued animals that are just kind of living their best life. And then we worked with a former pig vet. It's got 15 years of kind of specializing with these animals, and we kind of compared the footage, and we looked at, and she actually said that the farm that we went undercover in was actually of a good quality. We didn't feel like that when we were in there, but it'll be interesting to, it did obviously make us question what some of the ones that aren't of a good quality are like. So that was a fascinating kind of experiment. And alongside that as well, we worked with a scientist in Copenhagen that had just created some AI technology to try to basically understand the vocalizations of pigs when they're happy, what it means, what scenarios cause them to grunt in this way. So we were kind of piecing together this overall picture of these animals. We wanted to, focus on one animal, so we focused on the pigs, and to kind of take all this data to see what it really means. To answer that question, do these animals have a good life in the conditions? Because that's what we often hear in the UK, is that we've got the highest welfare standards in the world, or one of the highest welfare standards in the world. And that's another reason why we wanted to do the United Kingdom, because if we're apparently one of the best, or the best, what does that say for some of the other countries, certainly in the kind of the developed world, in the US, for example, or in Australia, or in France, or in Germany? And obviously the extension of that was then slaughterhouses. So we worked there with some investigators who went into slaughterhouses for us. This was where it was particularly difficult in what we could and what we didn't show. And so there is a little bit of it in the documentary. Certainly, the majority of the footage hasn't been used. That was a kind of a careful editing process, one that Tom really didn't enjoy. Tom really struggles with it significantly more than me, actually, in terms of seeing that kind of footage. I think I've become somewhat desensitized to it. And Tom obviously is the director and the editor as well, so we were both the kind of creative process in terms of shaping the whole documentary. We pieced that together in the best way, along with people that have worked in this environment. So some people spoke to us anonymously. Some people were happy to talk on camera because they've left the industry. We spoke to people that have come over from parts of Eastern Europe to work in the UK and how they feel about it. And we were just kind of wanted to basically answer the question around, can we farm these animals in a way that they get a good life? And is there really such a thing as humane slaughter? It's probably not a spoiler, really, for you to all imagine what my kind of take on that is and what the film's take on that is. So that was a huge section. And within that as well, we had the section on antibiotics as well, which is obviously a huge talking point, what we're doing to, the kind of misuse of antibiotics as well. And this is something this was really personal to me and Tom. So my young son has a rare genetic condition and has to be on antibiotics for like the rest of his life. And I found myself getting choked up at this when you read the stats about this, and the fact that it's just the arrogance and the of us as humans to kind of just keep throwing these antibiotics into kind of a food system at the detriment of us humans, that we have cancer patients that need antibiotics, or people that suffer a range of conditions that are going to need them. And Gemma Newman, the GP of 20 years, really experienced practitioner, speaks quite eloquently on the subject in terms of what that could mean going forward. And Alice Bruff, the pig vet, who's done a lot of work on this as well, kind of paints the picture of what that could look like by 2050, and George Monbiot as well. So that was really interesting, and something that that probably more than anything else, because it's so personal to me, really angers me. And of course, another huge section of the documentary was the environmental side of it. We still, over the course of the 4 years of making the documentary, found many people that said that, you know, there is no environmental crisis. There's nothing to worry about. It will fix itself. So this is a real challenge, actually. The environmental side is how do you communicate this? And we spent quite a bit of time with George Monbiot discussing this, who was a great contributor. Speaks really, you know, he articulates his points really well. And we asked him, you know, this was one of the first things when I was talking to him, was like, if it really is as bad as we're told, why aren't governments doing more? And I asked that question because that is the question I keep getting asked when we were making the documentary. And George, again, speaks really well on the point. It's like, it's not in a politician's short-term interest to make such huge changes because they want to get. I think the previous person was just that was speaking was just talking about Keir Starmer, I believe, and saying that, you know, they do what they need to do short term to get elected. Who wants to rock up and just start making wholesale changes and completely altering food systems that have been in place, you know, farming and agricultural systems that have been in place for decades? That is not how you get elected. And I think it's a real problem because we all have a part to play from an environmental perspective. And this is, you know, this is bigger than veganism. You know, you have the fossil fuel side of this. There's many things that we can do to reduce our carbon footprint, but it's more than CO2 as well. And this is another thing when speaking to George that was really fascinating on this section. I think a lot of people think, you know, we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, but people don't talk about eutrophication. We're not talking about what we're doing to the land. And that's the biggest thing in terms of from an environmental point of view for veganism. For me, it's just the sheer amount of land that we are using to farm animals. And this obviously then tied into a number of things that we've heard for why people could never go vegan, or why they don't need to go vegan, I think would be a better way of putting it, because we would hear a lot of people that say, well, I only eat locally sourced grass-fed beef or grass-finished beef. Well, more often than not grass-fed beef, without really realizing what grass-fed actually means, and the difference between grass-finished there, which was interesting. And then when you start to look into the studies, well, that's one thing. But if everyone moved over to grass-finished, how many other planets do we need? How much more land do we need for cows, you know, to graze if everybody was going to eat grass-finished beef? Is that really a solution if only a small percentage of people can do it? So, you know, there was dozens and dozens of these kind of reasons that were coming up for why people couldn't go vegan or wouldn't go vegan or didn't think they needed to go vegan. And the environmental one was probably the most frustrating. It's fascinating, but I can see the difficulty that activists have around this is because, I mean, soya is a perfect example here. I still, you know, we're the cause of the rainforest, aren't we? You know, we're us eating our soya, apparently that's our tofu. Us eating small amounts of tofu is apparently what's destroying the rainforests around the world. When, of course, when you look into the studies, you know, we're eating, what is it, about 7%, I think, of soya that's grown is eaten by humans, and the 70+% is fed to animals, which is then, you know, I think George says in the documentary something like there's more soya in the amount, you know, the chicken breast that the meat eater is eating than what the vegan's eating on his plate, that kind of thing. So yeah, but again, the environmental thing was fascinating and frustrating in equal measure, because that was the point where I thought this is quite hard to articulate to the general population. With the welfare stuff, if people see it, it's very hard to argue against. You know, we talk about something called thumping in the documentary, which is a term this isn't a very nice. What I'm about to describe isn't very nice. I do apologise. It's basically the act of when basically a piglet is no good to be kind of grown to go to market. They'll be just bashed basically against the wall or against the metal railing, and they'll be killed in that way. And it is absolutely horrific. But it is done in the UK, apparently with one of the best, welfare standards in the world. If somebody sees that, it's going to be a high percentage that are going to say they don't agree with that. Like they don't, that they don't want to see that. They think that's cruel. The majority of people will say that. But with the environmental stuff, you don't have that image. You don't have that. It's not tangible. And I think that's one of the real difficulties that we've got with the environmental kind of stuff, and what we found in the documentary, that people just don't believe it. And it's how do we get people to believe that we've got a real issue there? So that was fascinating. We look at some quite humorous ones. We wanted to kind of explore maybe the more ridiculous ones that we've heard over the kind of the past few years. So we heard quite a few times that if we didn't milk cows, they'd explode. So we don't spend too much time on this one. We didn't feel that it needed too much investigation, but there's quite a lot of interesting reasons that people gave to us over the years. Obviously, canines came up. I would imagine if you can think of, and I'm sure the people listening here, just think of the 3 or 4 main reasons that you've heard or that you've said over the years. You can list some of them in the chat box if you want me to talk about them in any more detail in terms of what we did to investigate and how it plays out in the documentary. But I'd like to think that it's a pretty exhaustive documentary, and that we've covered everything that we've heard over the years. I think it'd be good to get some questions, Salish, actually, if anybody has anything.
Yes, thank you so much. That was a really great summary of the documentary, because I've seen it, obviously. And it is, to me, it kind of covered so many different questions that I've heard in my career. I've been doing this for 18 years now, so I've heard a lot. And I think you covered a lot of them in the movie. And this is why I really love the movie. I wanted to be part of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have one question for you. In the movie, you always see Tom getting a call from his mom. Is that his mother who's calling him? Yes. And so your mother is calling and asking the questions. Was that real? Was your mother really?
That is our actual mum. Yeah, I'm actually at my parents now. I've just come home to see my parents. I've not seen them for a while, and that is my mum. She's downstairs at the minute, and that is her voice in the trailer. And yes, she does feature a few times in the film over fun. Yeah,
wonderful. Yeah. Let me ask questions from the audience now. Yeah, one other question is, when and where will it be available to watch for us? I mean, obviously, we want to have it on the next Convergence. Okay, I know that it's going to be on in April.
Yes. So it will be released in the UK in April. Mm-hmm. It will be playing theatres across the UK. It will be announced next week, actually. That will be. So it'll have its premiere in London, then it'll play at theatres in the UK, and then it should be playing the US shortly after that. So it'll be available in America next, and then hopefully the rest of the world will follow. But we haven't confirmed the rest of the world yet. But the idea is, by the end of the year, it should be available everywhere, basically, to see. Yeah.
Wonderful. Good.
We want as many people to see this as possible.
Absolutely. And I think the title is catchy enough that people will come, but I'm not sure how many will come who want to watch to understand, but how many will come saying, I knew it. I couldn't go vegan.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many of them we can persuade, but it's a great angle.
Thank you.
Anant Joshi, let me add you. Go ahead.
Hi, James. great trailer and great explanation, and you cover so many things there. So it's really great to see. I just wanted to know two things. First of all, how did you go about getting funding? Did you get any government grants? If there's any other filmmakers here who want to go and get funding, I think that advice would be really useful. And secondly, you mentioned Game Changers, and the director there was Louis Versoyas, and he's got this documentary out called "You Are What You Eat," a twin experiment. Just wondering if you've seen that as well, and your thoughts around that. And do you think it was an effective program?
So I'll answer the second question first. I haven't seen it. I've heard lots about it. People close to me have watched it. I went to the International Movie Database just to have a look at kind of what the general consensus was from non-vegans from the comments. It looks like it obviously is a very pro-vegan documentary, and I think probably Netflix haven't marketed it that way, obviously, which I think isn't necessarily a bad thing because they want to get non-vegans to watch it. I'm looking forward to checking it out, but I haven't actually seen it, so I wouldn't be able to give too much reflection on how effective it's going to be. But I will say it's done really well for Netflix, and that's a good thing. So if a lot of people, Netflix is, I think, the second biggest streaming platform now after Disney. So if they're showing these documentaries, and this is why Seaspiracy was so successful as well, and Game Changers was on there, and was picked up again on there. So, and What the Health was through Netflix as well. So Netflix have done a pretty, for them it's a business, so they're probably not looking at it as the pro-vegan message, but they've done a good job inadvertently for the vegan movement, because I still hear people all the time that say, I don't eat fish anymore because of Seaspiracy. So that's a win.
So I do agree. And I was just going to say that I think they've changed their policies I don't think will be supporting that many going forward, just because they're also ad funded now and they want the ad money. So I think from what I hear from other directors, basically, who are trying to get their shows listed, it's becoming a little bit more, they don't want to get into the more controversial, topics, I'm afraid.
One of the problems with Netflix, the models change now to such a way where they're really around 90% originals and 10% acquisitions, which means if you want to make I suppose any kind of documentary, but like a vegan documentary, and if you want that creative control there, you'd be going out to kind of make it on your own, which then makes it very difficult to get picked up by Netflix, because they're acquiring so little of kind of that aren't their originals, basically. So that is one of the challenges for filmmakers. Do you want Netflix involved at the start, but they may have an influence in what the documentary, and I think there's been quite a famous example very recently of one where they've maybe have parted ways because they probably didn't agree on what was featured in the documentary. In terms of you asked the funding question as well, sorry, didn't you? So we made this documentary for not that much money, but we were very generously supported by a small, I would say around a half a dozen, either individuals or organizations that gave very generously because they believed in the project. So it was all done through grants, basically. It wasn't done through any government kind of grants like the BFI or anything like that, or Doc Society as it would be in the UK. So yeah, we were very fortunate. There was just people that believed in the project, and it was kind of, we did it in stages. So with documentary filmmaking versus fiction, what we would normally do is we would go out and shoot a proof of concept ourselves, and that would just be from our own kind of pockets, if you like. So we put together a very small teaser trailer, which we were able to put out there and raise the first chunk of money from a donor, which then allowed us to go and shoot a significant amount of the documentary. Because during the production stage, Tom and I can do almost kind of every kind of role, and because it was COVID, that was also out of necessity almost. We knew we could get to a rough cut before post-production when we would need a significant, like the rest of the money for the roles that we couldn't do. So we can't color grade or we can't mix the sound, for example. So we knew we were going to need more money there. But it's much easier to raise money when people can see a rough cut, because they can see that they can see the vision for the film. They believe in the film. They also know that it shares their ideological values. Because I imagine it must be quite difficult if let's say you're passionate about a subject and people are coming to you, if you've never worked with them before, you want to know that they do genuinely share your vision. You don't want to be backing something that you're not ideologically kind of in line with. So I think that is one of the challenges for filmmakers. But I would recommend, I teach documentary filmmaking actually at one of the university in Manchester, and I say this to my students: if you can self-shoot, you can go out and shoot something, and then you can start to raise the money. But you can show people something there to kind of get ahead of the curve, if you like. But yeah, that was how we funded it.
That's great. Looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you very much.
Watch, you're on next.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Rao and James. Great work, great presentation. I wanted to ask you, how many people of the crew which made the documentary are vegan or transitioned to being vegan? So I just wanted to find out, what's the success rate of your documentary on the people who were involved?
A small crew. I are vegan. The person that scored the film is vegan. I think he went vegan just after we'd started shooting, but I'm not going to necessarily say it was because of us making the documentary. But he's an excellent composer, and he's a passionate vegan now, which is fantastic. Our sound recordist isn't vegan; he's vegetarian. Trying to think. Obviously, the 4 executive producers are all vegan, but they have Alicia Silverstone, Heather Mills, Alyssa White-Gluz, and Peter Egan. So obviously they came on board to support the film because they are passionate vegans. So that was how they kind of became on board the project. And then we've got the sound mixer and the color. So the colorist actually, so the colorist wasn't vegan, watched the film, and then went vegetarian, and has said that they're trying to transition to a vegan diet. It really had an effect on the colorist as well, because you can't really get out of not watching. You have to spend so long on the scenes when you're coloring the film. It was the animal welfare section, because obviously you're talking about a week or maybe 3 or 4 days to kind of color that whole entire sequence. So you're watching it over and over and over again. So he came to me at a networking event shortly after that, and obviously midway through the grade, and says, I can't eat meat anymore. So that was so that was about a year ago as well. So it had an effect on him. I'm not sure about the sound mixer though. Tom dealt with him. I've not heard that he's vegan. But yeah, it was a small crew, so we've not got much of a pool of people to kind of gauge that on, I'm afraid.
Ray.
Hi, James.
Hey.
I'm a filmmaker as well, so I'm very, very much looking forward to the film. And I've seen it in social media and wondering how long it's going to be before we can see this film. So I was kind of chuckling a bit when you said documentaries take forever.
You really do. You really, really do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's been a learning experience as well. I mean, you probably know, being a filmmaker yourself, it's normally because you have got smaller crews, and also because you're not working to a script. So it's almost like the reverse of fiction filmmaking, if you like. The script comes after the footage, and you're piecing it together, and things just keep happening. And that was the other issue. It was like, to be fair, this happened with the Game Changers as well. I don't know if people remember, there was a delay on that because of Lewis Hamilton's stuff. So that got pushed back because they wanted Lewis Hamilton to win the F1 season. And we had Sophia Ellis was going off to the World Championships, and she'd done the Europeans, and it was like, well, do we wait? And then we hear about this new study's about to come out, and it's like, this study is going to be really good for the documentary. Do we wait? But it comes to a point where you can't keep waiting, because otherwise the film just doesn't get finished and it never comes out, which is why we made the decision, the trailer dropped in November 2022, and we thought by the end of summer 23 it would have come out, and it's obviously taken slightly longer, but it's coming out in spring this year, April. It will have its world premiere, and then it will be available in the territories around the world. Shortly after that, it'll be staggered. But yeah, that is the plan.
Most creative works either run out of money or they run out of time, and then they got to get their air. They got to meet
Absolutely.
But my question was, you've been in this topic for so long, and kind of marinating it, and you hear all the things directly from people and on social media, their excuses of why they can't go vegan. And I think it kind of boils down to two things. I don't think that if you took all the arguments against veganism and just sorted out the ones that were honest, I think it would reduce 90%. The conversation would shrink by 90%. Because when people are confronted by this, and I remember when I wasn't vegan and my wife was, I'd control the conversation and go in really weird directions about lions and Inuit and deserted islands and this sort of thing. But I think it comes down to two things: inconvenience and community. And as a vegan outreach activist, I'm so interested in how community has an effect, because people can make a decision on their own, but they have to live in the world. And I think they don't realize that's what they need, that they need to, they're observing the difficulties, the social difficulties with the friends that they have. And if there aren't enough vegans in the group, that always makes it worse. And that always makes it much more difficult to make that sort of a commitment. So, in outreach, we try to convince people to change, but I'm always aware of whether they've got community to support them. And then if not, try to find them one.
Yeah, that is a big struggle. And I mean, I think for a lot of, if you think of younger people here, because obviously there's a lot of the younger generation that are, a higher percentage of vegans, between 16 to 24-year-olds, just as an example. But if you still live at home and you want to go vegan, let's say you're 14 years old, but your parents aren't vegan and they won't help with that, it's very difficult. It's very difficult in that situation. So you do, really feel for teenagers in that sense. And I agree with you. If you're the only vegan and you've got a really close group of friends and you meet once or twice a week, or even twice a month, every month, and you always go to, you always go to a steakhouse, and there is a pressure there, I suppose, and you feel like you've been an inconvenience. I think what I started to find myself doing, if people would say to me, I could never go vegan because cheese and bacon, just as an example. So we hear them all the time. So I could never go vegan because I couldn't give up cheese. Give up everything else, not cheese then. Give up meat and fish and milk and not cheese, if it was just physically cheese. Because I think a lot of the time people, like you say, it's that kind of, it's all or nothing. But what you'd often find is it is incremental stages for some people. And the people that maybe like they do have those kind of social situations and community, they'd probably find that, well, when they're at home, they could cook vegan and they would enjoy it. And then that, 1 day, 2 day, 3 days of doing it would then become 4 or 5. And then they'd be confident enough to kind of potentially share their journey with their group. And they would kind of go into it. And even if they don't, let's say they're vegan 90+% of the time, but just that 1 day that they go out, I've got to the stage now where you start to question, well, that's better than them being not doing that any of the other days. And I know sometimes when you're talking with activists, depending on where people sit on the fence, what is the right or wrong way to do it. And I don't think there necessarily is a right or wrong way to do it. But I do think that once people make the change, and certainly I've had this, that I think personally, you do feel better. And I think you feel better physically, but also emotionally, spiritually, however you want to phrase it. I do think you feel like you're being better as well. And I think that is a big part of it. And I do think once people start to make the change, it doesn't have to be overnight. Not everybody's going to kind of follow. Some people will do it overnight and they will just stick to it. Some people won't be able to do that. It might take 6 months. It might take a month. It might take a year. But I think as long as people are kind of making that change and are actively trying to do that, I think we should be applauding that, and not, we should be helping them, kind of get past the things that are stopping them from doing it, rather than rather than belittling people or kind of putting unnecessary pressure on them.
I said those two things, inconvenience and community, is what it comes down to. But maybe it's only one thing. Maybe it's just fear. And I remember trying to go vegan, and after I went vegan, I was afraid, and I can't really remember why. It's fear of fear itself. So fear of inconvenience and the fear of not having the community support you through those transitions. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and I certainly think, without just on that, because one of the sections, I didn't mention this section actually within the documentary, but we do look about that meat and masculinity. It's manly to eat meat. We look at that, and I think that fear thing for men, I think there was probably a time where men would be fearful of saying that they were vegan or vegetarian, and it's still a case today for some men, but I think it is starting to change. Certainly, you're seeing a lot of for a number of different reasons, but yeah, I think you're right. There is a fear. There is a fear.
Yeah, I went vegan because of watching Cowspiracy. Thank you, Sailesh. Because I was probably on the path. My wife had already been vegan for a while, but I needed something macho like climate science to justify this transition, and it got me past that emotional gap that I needed to cross to just recognize that this isn't a sentimental thing. This has got all sorts of science behind it. But in looking back, I recognize that kind of macho bullshit that was blocking me, and I hope to convey that to other people. That again, it comes back to that fear.
Thank you, Ray. James, did you ever get a chance to watch the Oxford Union vegan debate videos?
I have only seen the sound bites that Plant-Based News have been putting out. I haven't seen the full debate yet. I have seen a sound bite from you, though, Salish. Yes, I look forward to watching it.
Yeah, watch that, because it has a lot of the anti-vegan tropes, especially, because they were appealing to some base fear in people. Yeah. So that's what they were appealing to. And that's what the opposition is trying to do. Where is the link for the full debate? I'm glad you asked. I will put it up shortly. Any other questions for James before we close this? Hold on. Let me check the chat, see if there are any questions for you. Yeah, people are saying thank you. Can't wait to watch the film.
Thank you, please. Yeah. If anybody cares to share the trailer or share the film when it comes out with you, obviously that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, thank you so much.
Would you also have, would you allow community viewing of the film?
Yeah, that is something we're going to look to do once it's been released. Yeah, we're going to look to do some community viewings. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and Veg Serbs is on next. Oh, Dolly, you had a question. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go for it. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you now, Dolly. Yeah.
Hi, James. This is great. I'm so happy, as a fellow documentarist, we went through also many challenges during COVID. So I really understand that part, but we finally finished. And as Ray was saying, I feel like in my community, the Indian community, of course, it's the heavy religious, they got to have the milk. It's in the culture. And the other thing I think it is just the taste. It's just an excuse. They're so addicted to the dairy and they just can't get off of it. Mm-hmm. And it comes down to the pleasure of their taste buds.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want
food,
to.
Yeah, food is a big one. That was we did some food taste tests within the documentary. I mean, a lot of the chefs we've spoken to, and I think a lot of chefs in general will talk about with a lot of dishes, it's how you spice them, it is how you
Yeah.
flavor them, rather than the actual chicken breast itself, in terms of what that actually is, in terms of what you do to it, that often gives it the taste. Yeah, with dairy and with milk, I mean, it's very difficult for me to speak on kind of India as a whole. Being from, I'm very much, obviously, we were very much focused on the UK, the US, and kind of Western Europe. I was very mindful not to. I'm certainly not in a situation where I should be telling people in other cultures, in other parts of the world, certainly, that are obviously vastly different to the United Kingdom, what they should do from a dietary perspective. And I think, culture and community within that is, that plays a huge part. And I'm not in a position where I'm qualified or in a lived experience to tell people what to do there. But I mean, from a dairy perspective, there's still a lot of dairy is drunk in the United Kingdom, but it is moving to more and more people drinking oat milk and soy milk. I don't know what the answer would be when it's so ingrained in the culture in India. Yeah, I'd be interested. It's weird. We were speaking to a couple of people that we've spoken to are from that part of the world, and
yeah,
obviously a large percentage of vegetarians there. So
yes,
so they get it.
Yeah,
a lot of people get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just how you can kind of move it then from. So it's often harder to convince vegetarians to go vegan than it is for meat.
It is. But I feel like, when we cook for them, like when we make our tea or we cook for them, they love it. They're like, this is amazing. This is all possible. It's just they have to make that start. That's all.
Right. Yeah. I think through the stomach, you can get to the heart much easier.
That's right. That's how I did it with my husband.
One last question for you, James, before we let you go. From Joe in the chat. She's asking, hearing all these arguments against veganism, what's been your most effective rebuttal? What gets people to think for themselves?
Oh, that's a good question. The most effective, I think, this sounds quite cynical. I think that as humans, we're quite selfish and we think about ourselves quite a lot. And believe it or not, the health side of it is probably the quickest way to get people to change. My issue with that, and I'll refer kind of back to the start, is I think if you're doing it for health reasons, you're probably not going to be all in, because you'll think you can have cheat days, if you like, in inverted commas. I don't like to say cheat days when it involves eating an animal, but that is how people will probably see it. But yeah, I think more and more in the sense of the biggest rebuttal, but I think people are seeing the benefits now of eating a majority whole food plant-based diet, and I think that that's really helping kind of the vegan movement. Even Netflix did the Blue Zone film, didn't they? Which obviously isn't an entirely vegan documentary, but when you've got the people that have the majority of people living to 100 in the world in these kind of communities, and they eat majority whole food plant-based diets. Obviously, it's not entirely, but I think only one of the communities is entirely plant-based. It helps convince people that at the very least they shouldn't be turning their nose up at the term vegan or the term plant-based, and they should be introducing more of those kind of foods into their diet. Which is why when you look at the statistics, it's such a high percentage now of people that are eating vegan, either certain times during the week. They're just maybe not doing it entirely, but it's a gradual shift. But I think that's probably the biggest change that I've seen over the past few years. Yeah, in terms of what's going to be, I'm curious to see what's going to be the biggest rebuttal. Once the film comes out, I'm curious to see the one where people go, I never knew that.
Right.
I never knew, that was the one that I always said and I never knew. So yeah, I'll be able to answer that in a few months' time, what the biggest one that changed people. But yeah, I look forward to finding that out.
We'll certainly have you back. So thank you so much, James.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Ray, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. We're on.
We're recording?
Yes, we are recording.
Hello, everybody. All the people I know and everybody that I don't know, pleased to meet you, and hope we could be friends. I'm a filmmaker, and I've shifted my attention and skills to social media for animal rights and the intersection with environmentalism. And I've started a series of social media channels called VegSherps. VegSherps is a relatively new social media channel. Just share my screen here. Do we have this problem before that it wants to install an audio device?
Not that I'm aware of.
But are you trying to share a film?
I'm just trying to. Oh, I guess I don't need audio. Well, I will need audio.
Here we see your screen.
James, just before you had the same issue, right?
I can't tell if it's going to share audio.
So it's transitioning from deception to honesty. To me, climate healing is an engineering project. Engineering projects never work if we are deceiving each other. Engineering projects have to be done with integrity.
Are you hearing that?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Back to the top. Great. VegSherps is a relatively new social media channel that seeks to build community around the wisdom captured in long format media, like documentaries, TED Talks, and recordings of presentations, like the ones you've seen today and will see tomorrow. The concept is to excerpt intriguing or even critically important ideas and share that wisdom in posts of less than a minute's length on various social media platforms. Simple enough, and so far not terribly unique, movie and TV excerpts make up a significant portion of social media. I hope that VegSherps becomes a beacon to a particular brand of vegan activists like me, lifelong learners who not only want to encourage everyone to go vegan, but want to examine how our local and global systems change in the process. The signs of change are there, and we'll be talking about them all weekend. The name VegSherps is a portmanteau, or a mashup, of the words vegan and excerpts. The logo is a carrot, representing vegan wisdom, and a knife, which represents cutting, another word for editing. I learned to be a cutter in film school and went on to a 20-year career editing television. Having been trained in journalism and film, I absorb a lot of media, and frequently that I hear a good soundbite and think, the movement needs to hear that. A small piece of the big picture falls into place. VegSherp seeks out the aha moment. And when the folks absorb it on social media, there's hopefully a bit of entertainment and they share it. And maybe the movement gets a little wiser. For a small but important number of people, the concept may intrigue them enough to follow the link I provide in the caption to gasp, watch the whole video. It's the kind of thing that if it's the kind of thing that turns the crank, maybe they'll become a certified climate healer. Many of you were here for the V-COP16 when Dr. Rao explained that climate change is conceptually simple. Let's watch one of my earliest veg SERPs. I've added the music, the carrot graphic that guides the eye where to look, and the big chunky subtitles.
So it's transitioning from deception to honesty. To me, climate healing is an engineering project. Engineering projects never work if we are deceiving each other. Engineering projects have to be done with integrity and honesty. And I know that from experience. From a systems engineering perspective, it doesn't matter whether climate change is not the leading cause. You have to anyway address animal agriculture for all the other causes. Unfortunately, it's not engineering that's happening right now. It is storytelling. It's marketing.
That was pretty meta, because that was a V-COP and we're recording on another V-COP. So Sailesh's key takeaway here is that we've had the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change for 35 years, and climate scientists have proven anthropogenic climate change. But now we need engineers to design solutions that work. The intergovernmental part of the IPCC involves a lot of political posturing that cannot result in success. Engineers must be honest, because it's what they design and build. If it doesn't work, they'll be fired. A simple yet important concept, I think, and kind of an aha moment when we realize that climate policymakers and political scientists are not engineers. There's a minimal amount of editing in these kind of posts that they typically require. Most of the effort goes into making consistently branded poster frames for both horizontal and vertical formats to accommodate various platform preferences. The carrot orange and leafy green color scheme is constant. I've created a veg SERPs around, I have a veg SERPs account on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and just added TikTok and Twitter for reasons that I'll explain in a bit. For Instagram in particular, a consistently branded grid of poster frames provides a topical index. Somebody who followed a post to the channel is bound to scroll through the grid to find similarly themed content. If they find what they like, they'll subscribe and follow. Many advocates recognize that historically, it has been daunting to exert political influence on food and agriculture. This veg SERPs is an excerpt from the video featured on the Plant-Based Treaty website that emphasizes what a past treaty has accomplished. This is the poster image I made. For this veg SERPs.
In January 2021, World Meteorological Association said the ozone hole is successfully closed. This is an incredible achievement of humans to discover a catastrophic problem, coming together to face it and successfully eliminate it. Now we need to do the same for the climate crisis. It's time that we all come together and participate in the Plant-Based Treaty as a companion to the Paris Climate Accords.
Unlike big oil's interference in climate science, the Montreal Protocol wasn't inhibited by Big Freon for making ozone restoring policies. By the time the planetary boundaries were developed in 2009, ozone depletion had retreated into the green, the safe living space for humanity. One planetary boundary down, 8 to go. And of course, climate change is the one that we focus on in the COP summits. Big Ag, whose impact on the planetary boundaries we saw in the earlier veg SERPs, has a powerful political lobby that resists all regulation, especially at the national level. But municipal politics are proving to be much more responsive. The Plant-Based Treaty was just recently signed by the mayor of Edinburgh, Scotland, joining Los Angeles and 22 other municipalities. Delegates from the Plant-Based Treaty presented at COP28 and at an event called Vegan Cities, Support for Small Farmers and Plant-Based Treaty to Fight Climate Change. I'll eventually do some veg SERPs from the panel of vegans, but I decided to first focus on an animal scientist who dominated the Q&A after the presentations.
Vegan cities. will cause mass malnutrition. My name is Michael Lee, and I'm observer from the European Federation of Animal Science. My background is a nutritional biochemist. 55% young women in the UK are iron deficient, and it's rising. Young women are the most aligned to reducing animal source foods in the diet, which is extremely worrying. Also, the country with the highest level of stunting in the world is Malawi, and it has the lowest level of animal source food consumption. So we must be extremely cognizant. India has huge challenges with vitamin D, vitamin B12, iron, selenium, and iodine deficiency. And of course, has the lowest level of meat consumption. Veganism is for the privileged few.
I think everybody here can see through his rather silly rhetoric. He didn't actually have a question, but read his prepared statement for at least 2 minutes, during which he blamed the expansion of palm oil production on humanity's rejecting beef tallow from their diet. There were 48,000 climate-minded delegates attending COP28, all of whom eat food. But by the number of empty chairs I see here, few of them wanted to hear anything about food solutions to climate change. Still, the European Federation of Animals We Eat Science sent their lackey to mansplain iron deficiencies to the mostly female panel of vegans and declare at a climate conference that 1.4 billion Indians need to eat a lot more meat. Thanks, guys. Many of our frenemies in the mainstream climate movement were dismayed at the decision to have a literal oil sultan host the climate summit in Dubai, but it was a marvelous opportunity to expose the what I call the maintenance crew for the status quo of oil and also for meat. Usually there's a solidarity amongst our keepers, but Sultan Al Jaber unwittingly did this vegan movement a service by pointing out that the mitigation of his industry's emissions alone won't dodge climate catastrophe.
We need to phase out emissions from all sectors, including transportation, agriculture, heavy industry, and of course, fossil fuels.
Surely, the roadmap for a phase out of fossil fuels will allow for sustainable socio-economic development. Unless you want to take the world back on the pace, there is no science out there or no scenario out there that says that the phase out of fossil fuel is what's going to achieve 2025.
You saw that I added some animal emojis over the subtitle to emphasize animal agriculture. Those who demand a transformation to renewable energy use the language of phasing out of the fossil fuel industry, yet lack the spine or even demand of a reduction of meat consumption. The soundbite at the end of the veg strip was taken from a Zoom interview before the COP summit, where Al Jaber was triggered by questions about phasing out oil entirely. This is the poster frame I created for that veg strip, which I phrase as a question. COP28 leadership wants to end the burning machine and the killing machine? The true answer is they don't. COP President Al Jaber doesn't want to shut down either machine. He wasn't really commenting on food, veganism, or actually seeking mitigation of animal agriculture emissions. For 28 years, COP delegations want to transform the energy grid to renewables and phase out fossil fuels. But they want to keep our dangerously obsolete food system and just tweak animal agriculture. Why? Because carnism makes everyone see the world through their meat goggles. But you and I, we see through a vegan lens, which reveals the duplicity of those who maintain extractive and exploitive industries and habits. As climate anxiety increases, more people see that there are clearly massive, effective solutions to our environmental crises that we've barely even tried. Here's another plant-based treaty veg strip, and isn't that a provocative clickbaity title? Elsewhere at COP28, Stephen George, a literal rocket scientist from the European equivalent of NASA, attended a talk by Johan Rockström, who led the development of the planetary boundaries with a team of over 20 top scientists.
Thank you, Stephen George, European Space Agency and the Plant-Based Treaty. Could you explain what the role of the global food system is in getting us back within the planetary boundaries?
Yes, the food system transition is absolutely necessary. There is science showing that even if we phase out fossil fuels, the food system itself can make us go through the 1.5 degrees Celsius. George W. Bush the Elder in 1992 at the Rio conference to say that the American lifestyle is not up for negotiation. Well, dear friends, it is up for negotiation today because now we have this finite space defined by the planetary boundaries. That's, I think, very helpful. And it addresses specifically the food system.
Thanks to Stephen George for eliciting such a clear response from Rockström in the Q&A. It makes me worry that the topic didn't naturally come up in the presentation on planetary science collaborations. Stephen will reveal more of his COP28 experiences at V-COP tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, when he presents along with Anita Kreinz of the SAVE movement on the topic of vegan donut economics. I presented on vegan donut economics at V-COP twice in 2021 to illustrate humanity's role as to what Dr. Rao calls the thermostat species. Turns out that humanity isn't so removed from Mother Nature, and she has a job for us as humans. A quick recap. The donut-shaped illustrates the simultaneous management of ecological overshoot, the outside of the donut represented by the 9 planetary boundaries, and developmental shortfall, the inside of the donut's track. The inside of the donut that tracks to most of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. With our vegan lenses, we see through the blanket excuses that agricultural interests use to exempt themselves from regulation and responsibility from their environmentally damaging externalities. British economist Kate Raworth originated this concept in her book, Donut Economics, 7 Ways to Think Like a 21st Century Economist. There are certain passages in Raworth's TED Talk waiting to be veg-serpted, but I came across this aha moment when she and her husband appeared on a podcast called What Could Possibly Go Right?
What was it we couldn't see? Why did it take us so long? I really think we'll look back. Why did it take us so long to let go of owning a car? Why did it take me so long to move to a largely plant-based diet or a fully plant-based diet? Why was I so afraid of giving up milk and cheese? I personally went vegan about 9 months ago, and I thought, I'm going to miss cheese. I just really don't miss cheese. I don't miss any of it. I really like it. So why do we get so entrenched in what we think is normal? And then after we've shifted, we look back and think, why could I not see this other side of it? Why could I not see the possibility? So I really think there's something important there about learning from changes we have made. I'm so glad we made, and how that can somehow help us hasten through the ones we've yet to realize we want to make.
Should mention I found that by just Googling her name and the word vegan next to it. And this was the only hit I have, and I do it every once in a while to see if she's talked about veganism in the years that have passed since. So it's been a vegan donut. This economic model has been vegan for, I'd say, about since January 2021, 9 months before September, she said. So I haven't been able to find any other mention, as I said, but we hope she'll soon express it loudly and more often, and we'll save her a spot to present at any V-COP summit in the future. There are other great VEDSERPs I can extract from the same interview at some point, but I like to keep my sources and themes varied through the newsfeed. This podcast was recorded 3 years ago, but the insights are timeless rather than timely. I worked on a television show called Living Truth that focused on biblical teaching, delving into ancient truth and bringing it alive. That's the living part. The producers made a conscious decision that our purpose was not to directly address timely issues in the news, as many programs do, but to develop the timeless stories in the Bible in ways that help viewers transform themselves into spiritual resilience for any situation. Any movement needs spiritual resilience. And in an age of big data, there's a wealth of information out there that languishes in old videos if somebody doesn't pluck them out and give it some air. The recent Oxford Union debate, "This House Would Go Vegan," was not live streamed. So I had to do a timely veg search of Sailesh Rao on the Million Vegan Grandmothers podcast. The recording wouldn't be posted until Veganuary, rather the posting of the debate. And so this was before we heard the results, but we hadn't actually been able to watch any of it.
And each of us got like 10 minutes to speak. I would speak on the environment, and Dr. Chidi and Bhargav on the health matter, and then Joey Carbstrong would speak on ethics. And then the other side, it was supposed to be like that, but I don't know what happened. But they were basically all of them focusing on the cultural and traditional aspects, why you should continue to eat meat, eat animals. It was more of an emotional appeal they were making to the members of the Oxford Union. We were making a factual case. You know, the reason the students of the Oxford Union voted for us, some of them came and told me that our side gave them hope that there is a way out. The other side was giving them fear. Don't step over there. It's going to be hard. It's going to be inconvenient. You know, hope over fear.
Who's that guy on the left? The aha moment for me from that clip was that vegans are often judged overtly or subconsciously as sentimentalists, too emotional to be trustworthy. But when we throw down in a debate forum, what happens? The vegans come out with facts, evidence, and hard logic that support our worldview, while it's the non-vegans who retreat from evidence-based arguments to emotionality and tug at social insecurities, and then brag about their helplessness to their meat and cheese addictions. Now that the debate has been published, social media influencers are doing their own veg serps. I never said that I invented excerpting, of course. Oh, wait.
Biggest survey on human health ever done. 880 million people surveyed. And they discovered that the richest parts of China had the highest rates of cancer. The poorest, rural parts, hardly any cancer. The rates of cancer were something like 1 in 100,000. In the richest parts of China, it's roughly about 1 in 3, 1 in 4. And they scratched their head. They didn't understand, why should this be? Then they discovered, when they put all the evidence together, they said that the more meat and dairy products you have in your diet, the greater your risk of cancer.
Before the debate, I wasn't aware of Dr. Chidi Ngwaba. I got his name right. But what an asset to the vegan movement. And notice how he expounds to a non-vegan audience the wisdom of the China study, something that we all know. Presto, T. Colin Campbell has joined the debate without leaving the United States. Here's another plant-based news excerpt of Julia Roberts in the Netflix movie Leave the World Behind, which I haven't yet watched, but has been described as, quote, a nightmarish cautionary tale about our reliance on technology. It is also a timely story, there's that word again, about the historical fissures in modern American society. I must issue an F-bomb warning. Also, scenes of self-loathing humanity.
Fuck each other over all the time without even realizing it. We fuck every living thing on this planet over and think it'll be fine because we use paper straws and we're the free-range chicken. The thing is, I think deep down we know we're not fooling anyone. I think we know we're living a lie, an agreed upon mass delusion to help us ignore and keep ignoring how awful we really are.
I think we, the V-COP community, are far more optimistic and upbeat. But sooner or later, we all have those doubts as to whether Homo sapiens will ever become that thermostat species that Sailesh is talking about. Plant-based news branded this as Netflix dropping vegan facts. And we love it. when a mainstream audience, perhaps seeking escapist entertainment, is instead served a wake-up call. Now, these are great excerpts that the plant-based news identifies, isolated, and shared. Obviously, I won't excerpt an excerpt and treat this same clip with VegSerp's branding. But I do want to repost these gems for the for the VegSerp's community. That's why I added those TikTok and Twitter channels, so I can repost them to a newsfeed without disrupting this homogeneity of the Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube grid. The VegSerp's poster frames were somewhat inspired by the Kurzgesagt YouTube channel, whose topical animations have poster frames with provocative titles. If anyone wants to collaborate in building a vegan Kurzgesagt channel, gather your capital and talent and hit me up. We'll make a vegan Kurzgesagt channel. This channel has come under fire for their funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but insists that they primarily pay their team of writers and animators with crowdsourced funds. Full disclosure, I sort of sorted these topics on the screen capture specifically to inspire you all to watch them and comment. Those of you who follow YouTuber Mike the Vegan may know that he has challenged the facts as presented on the Kurzgesagt videos that feature meat and dairy. Mike's channel is a very VegSerps worthy. You say that 10 times fast. I'm just inventing the human language here. He just posted the response to the worst claims in the Oxford debate yesterday. Check that out in your own time, like and subscribe. Another Photoshop confession. I added the poster frame at the bottom right of when Mike had Dr. Rao as a guest, but that was 4 years ago. I wanted to take a moment to examine my VegSerp's branding in comparison to other familiar YouTube channels. Mike the Vegan talks directly to camera in his video, so it makes sense for his poster frames to always feature his face. Mike is well researched, and when his face shows up in your suggested videos, you know what to expect. This is a legitimate approach to brand around the influencer's face and voice, even when the majority of social media might be described as, can I say, Vanity Fair? I mean, they call it Facebook. The conventional wisdom is that your face is your branded asset. People remember faces better than they remember names, and they forget most of what you say, but are likely to remember how the words coming out of your face made them feel. Despite the advantages of self-branding, I've decided to build a brand that does not feature my face. That's No Face from Spirited Away. Some people will get that. Kurzgesagt is a faceless channel which accomplishes somewhat of an institutional character. But they do have a consistent narrator, and I don't intend to narrate on VegSerps, which leaves the option open for others to produce their own VegSerps for the channel. I've always been impressed with the consistent integrity of Emily Barwick, better known as Bite Size Vegan, with whom I've talked shop about video production the 2 or 3 times that I've met her. She also speaks directly to camera, but she doesn't always put her face on the poster frame. The text branding is consistent and invites you to scroll through her topical content. Jeff Adams's website, Vegan Linked, seeks to be a resource to link together vegan communities. There's a video about Bite Size Vegan at the top right there. So you see the YouTubers have their own community. Jeff is a self-trained video producer, and his YouTube channel compiles over 5 years of interviews with people about their vegan stories. He also edited Jane Velez Mitchell's documentary, Countdown to Year Zero, which features Dr. Rao, who in turn interviewed Jeff on his Vegan World 2026 Moonshot podcast. I was glad to see that Jeff follows VegSerps because he demonstrates a great sense of how sharing personal stories builds community and strengthens the vegan movement. I've recently come across Debug Your Brain, run by YouTuber Justin Jacobs. He tends towards the timely commentary on what's popping in the vegan news, and there's nothing wrong with his clickbaity titles. You can tell that I'm sharing my hit parade of specifically YouTube influencers to follow. most of us probably go to the nutritionfacts.org website to type in the topical search engine, but I wanted to compare Dr. Michael Greger's YouTube channel because of his famous motto, "We comb through thousands of scientific papers from the peer-reviewed medical literature so that busy people like you don't have to." His field is medicine, but mine is media. So I like to think that I watch long format media and extract the ideas so you don't have to. We know that he's a well-researched MD, but did you know that he also has a degree in agriculture? Nutritionfacts.org has a lot of articles that aren't featured in videos. Marian Erickson has received permission from Dr. Greger and all of her content originators, including Dr. Rao, for her to read aloud any of the online content for her plant-based briefing channel. Turns out she's a professional voiceover artist who uses her talent to read aloud the blogs, posts, and articles that inspire her vegan community and builds awareness for engaging the world beyond. The plant-based briefing channel literally gives static text voice and gives an audience with limited opportunities to read the option to listen to an audio podcast while they multitask. Let's take a moment to contrast Marian's permission mandate with my impulsive and reactive daily VegSerps workflow. In our media society, we're aware of copyright and intellectual property, yet at the same time, the interwebs are awash with unlicensed media. The advent of social media required fair use law to acknowledge the digital chaos of the modern world. There aren't really clear protections for any content, and it requires litigation and a per instance judge ruling to determine if copyright material use is not protected under fair use law. But there are 5 precepts that would normally be examined. Clockwise, VegSerps is 1, small, 2, does not diminish the value of the original, 3, modified content, 4, is non-commercial, and 5, used for educational purposes, and if I'm feeling sassy, satirical. If there's a vegan well to which I keep returning, I'll seek permission from the content owner or the creator. I always link back to the original source unless I am being satirical or of questionable characters or using some abstract to direct attention to another topic or influencer. I'd love it if a VegSerp opened a new relationship with a vegan influencer, and I'd definitely take the post down or modify it if they had any issues with it. Hopefully, when I extract from vegan peers, they understand that I'm promoting their ideas and channeling traffic towards their brand. But it can be a tricky dance since I clearly am using their words, opinions, research, and following to build VegSerp's influence. I don't want to be anyone's competitor. I hope to use social media to promote community growth, and sometimes I will be indistinguishable from self-promotion. Here's an example where I broke both the timelessness rule and the self-promotion rule. You be the judge. I had a short film selected at the International Vegan Film Festival, so I was tempted to use the channel to invite vegans to a timely local event. I had to come up with a way to dress it up with an abstract and timeless message. My poster image reflects upon what happens when we organize and attend vegan-themed events. The world's brightest vegan ideas in a dark theater. So it could be any theater, right? No narration on this one, just the original trailer music. So show of thumbs on your Zoom reaction buttons. Was that shameless self-promotion? Thumbs down. Thumbs up if I get away with it. I think
I didn't hear it.
Oh, there was just music.
No, we didn't hear any music either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. I was hearing it pretty loud. You've heard all the other clips so far?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, good. We didn't miss anything. It was just music.
Yeah.
So I think that the social media audiences are sensitive to when content creators bend or break their format to use their platform for opportunistic promotion. So I'll only do this sparingly. The trailer used a shot from my film and put it over the text, thought-provoking. V-COP regulars will recognize the projected face as Gerard Wedderburn Bishop, who was presented here many times. He's a former scientific advisor of the Australian government and was the primary fact checker for the documentary Eating Our Way to Extinction. I essentially animated Gerard's YouTube video that examines the science behind Dr. Rao's position paper in the Journal of Ecological Society. In future, I'll dig many veg chirps from Gerard and his World Preservation Foundation YouTube channel. But the first one featuring him comes from a panel discussion on the real truth about health.
I'd like to quote Jonathan Foley. He's the leader of Project Drawdown. Jonathan Foley says, things happen very, very, very slowly and then all at once. And I think that's true. We'll have a profound impact on our planet if we can turn the world plant-based. It's inevitable in terms of the environment, biodiversity, climate, water, deforestation, purely by changing what we eat.
So how about that? I quoted Gerard quoting Jonathan Foley. And Jonathan Foley, I shared this video with him because he's in my LinkedIn network, but he's yet to respond. I don't think he said anything controversial, but you know, never know how people are going to respond once they know that you're vegan. Foley isn't likely vegan himself, but does have a Veg Chirps worthy TED Talk that demonstrates he understands animal agriculture impacts on the climate very well. While Project Drawdown envisions a 100% phase out of fossil fuels, they persist so far to measure only a 50% global reduction of meat and dairy. Obvious contradictions there for political reasons. This is far from a this is from a panel discussion on the real truth about health led by Stephen Shore and alongside V-COP alumni Glenn Mercer and Ocean Robbins. We saw Glenn Mercer briefly in the preview Veg Chirps, but he has the distinction of inspiring my very first Veg Chirps posted by my very first Veg Chirps post by making this provocative comparison in V-COP16.
When we talk about climate deniers, we need to include not just people like Senator Rubio of Florida, who say things like the climate is always changing and try to deny the reality that it's getting hotter. We need to also include Al Gore. It's time we include Al Gore as a climate denier. It's time that we include all those who insist that the only cause of climate change is the burning of fossil fuels.
So while we share the insights of the luminaries who inspire us as vegans, we could take the occasional opportunity to call out the villains and the fallen angels of the climate movement who have become, or always were, hobbled by their capitalist mindsets. Though the Glenn Mercer show started a year ago and his YouTube channel goes back 6 years, his podcast company, Real Many Plants, have started posting YouTube Shorts, a feature designed for short format vertical videos on YouTube for mobile users. I usually don't think of YouTube as mostly as a mobile device. It's more of a desktop thing for me. And my opportunity to show horizontal videos as a filmmaker, I like horizontal videos more than vertical videos. But YouTube is starting to do vertical videos as well. So I'll probably start doing that as a way to share my Veg Chirps. Glenn recently interviewed Vasily Stanescu, a communications professor at Mercer University in Georgia, who he has also presented at V-COP. In this excerpt, Stanescu explains how his family reacted when, at the age of 9, he declared he didn't want to eat animals anymore.
And do you remember what caused the determination? Well, they did not react well. So, yes, they thought it was a phase. It was being a picky eater, but it was difficult. And so they stopped preparing food for me. So they would just only make meat. And so I had to sort of make do making the food I could at the age of 9. So peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and, huge bags of oranges, whatever. So they finally decided, okay, this has gone on long enough, and then they switched and started making vegetarian food. So it was, very tough. Like I say, lots of children actually go vegetarian, and from pressure or parents or society, a lot of them switch. And I think about this a lot in their vegan activism. Lots of times we're talking to people who actually have a hidden trauma. They've gone vegetarian at a young age.
So that had a really interesting subtitling methodology that Real Many Plants added to Glenn's little excerpt. And of course, that's to draw attention to the full-length podcast episode with Vasily Stanescu. And it's an opportunity, like we know on social media, that the more you put words on the screen, people are compulsive readers. So even if they got their sound turned off, they may turn on the sound if they're intrigued by something that's been written. Yet, if you had an hour-long podcast, you wouldn't want those kind of subtitles for the whole thing. It'd probably drive you crazy. Here's another excerpt from Glenn's interview with Mike Young, and his very provocative and maybe even controversial advice in a social aspect.
There's some chapters on different relationships, who you choose to hang out with, because you do become like the 5 people you hang out with the most. You just have to be intentional about it. I think it's just, there's certain truths, which is everyone is subject to this. No one is immune. You become like the 5 people you spend the most time with. So you need to choose wisely, especially if your goal is health, fun, not being chronically ill, and longevity. Health span and longevity. If that's your goal, you have to be very specific, hyper specific in who you're hanging out with. And a lot of people, even though they mean well, they will, just being around them will hurt your ability to accomplish what you want to do in your life. That's it.
Yeah, we can be pretty sure of the 110.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, Mike.
Same here.
That's a pretty cool excerpt that makes me want to watch the whole show, and I hope it makes you want to follow Glenn's podcast. It sheds important light on how important it is for new vegans to find community. That's my takeaway. And of course, it's my personal bent. Everybody thinks that new vegans are only desperate to find protein. It's certainly easier to be vegan when around other vegans, and to be plant-based when you're around people that are going to seek out the same kind of food that you do. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Glenn is here with us, so I'd like to invite him forward and let him talk a bit about his channel and the idea of having this long format discussions that's in depth and engages a community that is, has that attention span, and already recognize what you like about Glenn's themes. They're more likely to watch it, but these little veg serps can permeate throughout social media and find those people that want to engage in that long format stuff, and maybe even more importantly, in this capacity, to engage with V-COP and climate healers and be part of our community. Glenn, you there?
I am. Thank you, Ray. Thank you for your comments. I enjoyed your presentation. I would be delighted if the people who are listening would check out my channel and subscribe. I think thus far all my guests have been vegan. We usually talk all things vegan, but I try to have guests from everything from doctors, vegan doctors. I just interviewed Dr. Clapper to I had a stand-up comic once, a vegan stand-up comic. Someone who's an expert in gardening and all kinds of different areas of life. A slight correction, Ray, from what I think you said. I think you said that Real Men Eats Plants was mine. Real Men Eats Plants is like an umbrella organization run by a friend of mine named Brian Denstedt. And what he wants to have is a family of podcasts. So he currently has mine, and he does one called Plant-Based on Fire, which interviews plant-based entrepreneurs, small businesses. And he wants to do another one called Meat versus Plants or Meat versus Vegan or something, where he has arguments with meat eaters. In any case, he's got a website called Real Men Eats Plants. I'm technically the owner of my YouTube channel, but he also broadcasts it, puts it out on other podcast platforms. So he and his team, and he has about a half dozen people working for him, started doing these excerpt clips that you were showing, these short clips. And it turns out, I asked him, who's doing this? Who's editing it? And he said, AI. So, you know, some of them are not as good as others. And I've learned that AI doesn't have a great sense of humor. The timing of AI is not up to my standards. So I have suggested to Brian and his team specific excerpt clips from some of my videos, and I've tasked them with editing them to my specifications. So hopefully those will show up in the next week, and I hope they'll be a little funnier than the ones that Mr. AI has generated. But I do like in these short clips, and I agree with you, Ray, that it would be annoying to see the subtitles for an hour-long interview, but for 30 seconds, it kind of works to show the words on the screen. I think that somebody should do that when the Republican candidate for president speaks, because the words make no sense, and it would be amusing to read them as he speaks. Were there any questions you wanted to put to me, Ray, or anything else you want me to address?
Well, you're a YouTuber now. You've been doing your show for about a year, but you've had content for about 5 years on that channel. And I don't know if you've done it on other channels as well. I scrolled down.
I don't know about the 5-year thing. I've been doing this thing on YouTube for 1 year. I once had somebody created for me a YouTube channel somehow without telling me. That might have gone back 5 years. But there was just the one clip on it that now is the one that plays. It was my talk at the Writers Guild. And that one plays as you enter my YouTube channel. It's the story of it's a quick 8-minute story of my history of being vegan.
Do you find that as you engage on, as you put content out on social media, that there's a relationship that you develop with the people that watch your content? I mean, you've also been involved in television, and we know how passive television is. There is no connection. Right. Now social media, it's more interactive, and people come to see something that's I was going to say specific, but you have a wide variety of topics and engage, and there's so much overlap.
Yeah, well, sometimes I see that people post comments on the interviews on the podcast, and I try to reply, and sometimes it's the same people, so I suppose there are some of the same listeners. I'll mention that I interviewed Silas, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks ago or so, and that episode is called The Avatar of Optimism. And I hope everyone will want to watch that, because I've come to believe that optimism is actually the 6th macronutrient. You need it to live. And whenever I need a dose of optimism, I tune into climate healers.
Thank you, Glenn.
Planned for that one. It was some interaction with you and Sailesh. I can't remember it right now, but I that was a great episode.
Thank you. And thanks, Sailesh.
Thank you, Glenn.
I remember what it was. It was Sailesh talking about his addiction to cigarettes. So that's probably going to come up in our addiction panel that's coming up.
Former addiction, we should say.
Yes. Thanks, Glenn. Yeah. It's been 26 years. Yes.
I see Jane Velez Mitchell here, so let me say hi and invite her to be a guest on my show.
Okay. There are so many people here. Yeah, there you go.
Glenn. I accept.
All right. I'll email you.
And she is leading the panel on addiction.
Yes.
Okay.
And she is documenting the vegan movement, the history of the vegan movement. I mean, no one else is covering some of these critical moments in our history. And she is the only one doing it. So I'm incredibly grateful to her.
Back at you.
Thanks, Jane. Anyone else have questions for Ray?
I should mention that the Million Vegan Grandmothers are starting to make excerpts as well, which is great. And I'll share those as they appear on my channels, on the channels. I hope everybody understood what I was talking about, where the grid is kind of a homogeneous index that you can sort through, and it disrupts it if I share other people's content. But because I'm a multi-platform channel, I'll be able to share it on Twitter, where it's less about the grid, it's more about the flow, the news feed.
Right. No, it's a great concept. You know, it's like plant-based briefing, but for videos. And I mean, that's a lot of work. You have to go through all the videos to find the nuggets and lure people to come and watch the videos.
And definitely the V-COP has been the biggest inspiration to do something like this, because I know that there's those videos that I thought, wow, that was an amazing presentation. But as time goes on, people aren't watching it. And even when you share a hour-long presentation with somebody saying, hey, this was great, they go, oh, what is it about? And how long is it? Oh, yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. You know. But if you have a VEDSRP that locks them in, they go, oh, I need to know about that. Then they're more compelled, or I need to know the context of that. And I mean, the excerpts are something that's familiar in the television world. It's usually, or even the long format media world on YouTube, where you take the most tantalizing moment and put it at the beginning of the content, so people will watch until they resolve whatever was interesting about that little clip. So this is kind of extracting that and putting it onto social media, onto TikTok and Instagram, and hopefully leading people to the original source, probably on YouTube.
Right. Yeah. So you have a Patreon link. Can you post that?
All these from my link tree.
Can you put that in the chat, the link tree? Because I want people to know about your Patreon link and support your work, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Wonderful job. Thank you so much.
And thanks in advance for anybody who supports me. And that same link will show you all the different channels. And choose your favorite one, wherever you get your news and which you follow. And please be part of that community. I want to talk to you. I want to get your feedback on what I post. And try to take the time to go back to the original video and show some love for the people that I'm borrowing words from.
Yeah. Yeah, I have found, by the way, just a word of recommendation for Ray's work. I found Ray to be incredibly incisive. He will find the nuggets in anything and he'll bring it to your attention. So I really want your work to be supported through this. So thank you very much, Ray.
Thank you, Shailesh.
Yeah. With that, we have our next rock star in the room, Jane Wells Mitchell. And she has been coming every V-COP and telling us, persevering and showing what she can do. And I'm just incredibly, I'm stunned at how you are able to create something that looks like CNN out of your living room, Jane.
It helped that I worked there for 6 years. So I feel like I've been training my whole life to run a streaming network because for 38 years, I was in mainstream media working in different aspects as a reporter, as a host, as an anchor. And so I've been in so many big newsrooms and worked from CNN, CBS, Disney. I've experienced Core TV. I've experienced all of them. So that's good training for running a newsroom. And yes, for those who don't know, Unchained TV is the world's only free nonprofit streaming television network. All of our videos are available for free. And I'll be honest with you from the start, I do not take a salary. This is a nonprofit community enterprise. So we can't do it alone. So we need help. A lot of the people who are on the Zoom do help. I see Ray, I see Paige, I see other people who are very involved. But we need your help. We cannot do it alone. So watch my presentation. And if you like, become a monthly donor. For the price of a cup of coffee, which is what I'm holding in my hand right here, you can help save the planet. We have an incredible match from a very generous donor. So you can give $5 a month, $10 a month, $15 a month, $25 a month, $100 a month, as much as you want or as little as you want. But that's what keeps us going, because we do this on a shoestring. I want to tell you that other networks out there have spent literally billions of dollars. We created our streaming network, which is just like a Netflix, for under $50,000, and we run it on a shoestring. So you're looking at Unchained TV World Headquarters right here, which is my living room. And I want to give you a little overview of some of the things we've accomplished and then give you a tour of the network itself. So can you see this, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, very happy to say that we are currently featured in The Sun magazine, Britain's largest newspaper, with our new show. This story just came out last night, and the headline is Caitlyn Jenner to appear on Sun, Brandon and his wife Kaylee Stoker's new reality show as trio becomes really close. And you can see that it says below that, Brandon, 42, and Kaylee, 38, spoke exclusively with The Sun about their upcoming show that is available to stream on Unchained TV. And you can see on the top right, there are links to the 3 teaser episodes that are currently on Unchained TV. So that's a really amazing promo. We've really just been put on the map literally this week. So it's a very exciting time for us. I can also tell you that we are currently in Us magazine. Again, Brandon Jenner talks about his relationship, being a present father and issues with Caitlyn Jenner. But the bottom line for us is that it's talking about these first 3 episodes of At Home with the Jenners, which is our new plant-based cooking series starring Brandon Jenner and his wife, Kaylee Jenner, available to stream on Unchained TV, with 4 more episodes coming this summer. Us magazine actually did a second story. These are all up right now, and you can Google them, but take my word for it. I'm just doing screen grabs. And they do talk about the plant-based issue. Brandon says, this is Kaylee, I think it became important to me to kind of instill in our kids at a young age the importance of eating a more plant-based diet, getting away from animal products, and therefore supporting factory farming, Kaylee told us, noting that she's been plant-based for most of her adult life, and it's been kind of a fun journey. It's been challenging at times, but I feel inspired, and mostly we just try to have fun with it, keep it light. So these are incredible exposure for the plant-based lifestyle on these major magazines. This week, we're also in People magazine, As you can see, Kaylee and Brandon Jenner open up their Malibu home for a new cooking show, the upcoming Unchained TV series at Home of the Jenners. Now, we actually have 3 episodes on streaming right now, but we're going to be doing 4 more. This was actually a 6-page article, which is almost unheard of. So you're seeing that we are now in the major publications of the United States and England. That is no small feat. So I want to express my gratitude to the Jenners for, putting themselves out there, because they are passionate about a plant-based lifestyle. And he says in the videos that we have on Unchained TV and also in the interviews, I feel lighter, I feel better. He talks about how he went plant-based after seeing the documentary Forks Over Knives, which is also streaming on Unchained TV. So check out these 3 episodes on Unchained TV. They're a lot of fun. And what I like about them is they're not hard sell. It's really like attraction, not promotion, to the ultimate degree. They're very chill. They just make the food. You have fun making the food. They're not like plugging, you need to go vegan. And I think there's something to be said for that, to get people to, when you see them, they're in perfect shape, they are happy, they're good parents, you want to be like them. And that's a great way to, I think, attract people to the movement. So we're also, we've done other cooking series. New Day, New Chef won 2 Taste Awards. This is our 20-episode cooking series that has a lot of celebrities. In fact, Billie Eilish does a cameo. Her mother, Maggie Baird, with Support and Feed, does a whole series. There's 3 series. Within the series, there's 3 seasons. So Maggie Baird does a season. That's going to be on PBS stations around the country again this spring. It was already on once through Create. And then we also have the best of New Day, New Chef that is going to go on PBS stations. They love the cooking shows. That's their favorite. But we also did Pig Little Lies, our original reality TV series starring a family of pigs. We re-edited. That was on Unchained TV and still is. And we re-edited it into a single 50-minute movie that aired on many local PBS stations throughout the United States, exposing people to, again, not screaming go vegan, but you will fall in love with those pigs and you will form an emotional attachment to them. So hopefully that will make it harder to eat them. Unfortunately, the average American eats more than 68 pounds of pork pig a year. So we have our work cut out for us. So once again, what I'm talking about here is the world's only vegan animal rights streaming TV network in the world. And we keep adding more compelling content and developing new shows, which we give away all for free. Because let me just tell you, people don't want to pay for this content. One of the reasons we started it is we had New Day, New Chef on Amazon Prime, and it was going gangbusters while it was free with Prime. And then the second they started charging 99 cents an episode, kaboom, it went down. That's why we started it, and we're keeping it free. So this is not about making money. This is a nonprofit. It's about changing hearts and minds by getting this important content, documentaries, cooking shows, talk shows, and live news events to the general public. Now, we were the only news organization in the nation that covered the trial of Wayne Chung on a continual basis. He is the co-founder of Direct Action Everywhere and one of the leaders, if not the key leader, of the open rescue movement, which says that if animals are sick and suffering and you can document violations of animal cruelty laws, that you have a legal right to go in there and rescue those animals from factory farms. He was put on trial in Sonoma County, a very long trial. And because the judge was so harsh, gagging him, he could not talk to the media. And then there were no cameras in the courtroom. Even the court sketch artist was deprived of sketching anybody but Wayne. Couldn't sketch witnesses. So basically it was like a private trial because it was very hard for the mainstream media. A pretty notable reporter even told me, well, this is almost impossible to cover. So we were the only ones who covered it. And in fact, we did more than 20 hours of live coverage from the pre-trial to Wayne Chung walking out of jail. Unfortunately, he was convicted. He is appealing that conviction. But Wayne himself told me he got a lot of letters while he was in jail from people saying they were keeping up with this case watching Unchained TV. So that's a very important service. If a trial can occur in America, and our series on Unchained TV is entitled, Is This America? Because if a trial can occur in America where basically nobody's watching it, you know, it's just absolutely, I'm actually speechless that this trial was conducted in the manner it was. Unbelievable. I mean, they were questioning defense witnesses about whether they were vegan. You know, it just absolutely shocking. We even had a member of the European Parliament join us to express his outrage. All right, but back to fun stuff. We just acquired Trine V with Mario, 22-episode cooking series featuring the charismatic host Mario Fabri. That's coming out in February. And we have a whole bunch of fun new shows. Deep of the Dietitian, we're actually turning that into Weight Loss Top Secrets. She's an award-winning dietitian who's going to give us, you know, 2/3 of Americans are overweight or obese. 39.1% of Americans are obese. This is a very big topic. We know all about the drugs that people are taking. And so I think this is going to bring some people in because people want to lose weight. Then we've got Tomorrow's Plate with up-and-coming food journalist Julieta Cardenas. In fact, just yesterday, we interviewed the head of Atlantic Fish Co. Basically, it's a cultivated fish company. He's absolutely brilliant. We just did an interview with the head of that company. And we also have Victoria Moran's Main Street Vegan Salon and just so many other shows. I would be here all day talking about all the possibilities. So that is what we're really doing, is creating a network. And I can tell you our views continue to go up. As you can see from this chart, we look at minutes viewed, because when you're talking about long form content, somebody can be on for 3 seconds and jump off. And that doesn't really count as anything, because you're not talking about a 30-second video. You're talking about an hour-and-a-half video or an hour video. So the main streaming networks look at minutes viewed, and so do we. So we had 826,900 minutes of content viewed in the last 6 months. And you can see from the chart we're going up. And on Facebook, we had 234,000 minutes. So if you add those two up, in the last 6 months, we had more than 1 million minutes of Unchained TV videos viewed. So it's, some people have said to me, oh, well, you know, you're just talking other. No, we're not. We're aiming for mainstream audience to get this information out. Streaming is the #1 way people are watching TV. It's overtaken broadcasting cable. And the #1 search term is free. They want free. And we're also very active on social media. Since May, we had almost 8 million total views. And I'm going to zip through some of these, but you can see from the screen grabs that we're getting a lot of views on some of our content. And this is our Instagram metrics. We collaborated with Vegan Community, as well as popular vegan accounts like Gen V, Vegan FTA, Animal Save Movement, etc. So Instagram, again, a lot of impressions. I want to jump over to TikTok. We're committed to doing more than 20 hours a month on TikTok, which is no small feat. We've got, and we need other people to do it too, to get on TikTok and do cooking shows on TikTok, just like we used to do on Facebook Live. We want to have 20 hours a week. We have Anthony Shale does a great job covering a lot of events. He just goes live on TikTok, and we need some more volunteers who are willing to commit to going live on TikTok. Basically, if you make your lunch, you could just put a camera on yourself and go live on TikTok. So in the last 6 months, we had, actually it was, July through December, we had more than 500,000 views on TikTok Live. And one of our key persons there is Lindsay Baker. She goes live all the time, and she's done a really bang up job. So if you include Lindsay's, our total grand view is 758,000 views on TikTok. Again, we count views on the short form, you know, the social media. And additionally, we continue to produce 2 in-depth written articles per week, which do appear on Google News. That wasn't the case always, but in the last few months, the last 6 months, we are now, you can see the screen grabs to the right of your screen. We're now on Google News, so that's great. and that's resulted in more than 2 million impressions from July through December. So I just want to basically say, if you think this is good, okay, because our story is not being told by the mainstream media, we really need you to join the team and become a monthly donor. And it's a lot of fun. You can just go to unshadentv.com/donate. unshadentv.com/donate. We have a very generous match. If you become a $5 monthly donor, there's a $50 match. $10 monthly donor gives us a $100 match, and a $25 monthly donor gives us a $200. You get the idea. So it really is. We've got about 80 monthly donors right now. We're really trying to get to 100. And again, for the price of a cup of coffee, you can be part of not just document. And thank you, Dr. Rao, for saying we're documenting the animal rights movement, which we are. I mean, for example, just this week, we were hi, Paige. Paige was there as well at this past week, or a week ago, at the UCLA Veg Fest, which is very important. They're creating that as a template. In fact, I was editing it last night. We're going to be putting it up on Unchained TV soon. They want to use that as a template to have universities and even high schools all around the United States and even the world start having their own Veg Fest on campus. Nobody covered that. 99% of the things we go to, nobody covers except us. And it's not just the trials. I mean, that's the most egregious example. But a lot of these other things that would be great feature stories, very visual, nobody's covering them, because advertiser-based media is run by the advertisers who pay the bills and keep the lights on. And that's primarily meat, dairy, and pharmaceuticals. So that's your answer there as to why these stories aren't getting covered. So I want to just quickly, I want to leave time for some questions and back and forth, but I do want to give you a little ride around tour of our streaming network. So now, can you see this? At Home with the Jenners?
No.
Okay, then let me do this again. Sometimes when you go out, you have to go back, and yes, now we can show, now you can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and hopefully you'll be able to hear the videos that we play as well. So we have those, we have the 3 episodes of At Home with the Jenners right on our homepage. I urge you all to watch it. It's super fun. And we can even just give you a little bit of a taste right now.
I get high on your good vibrations, on your good vibrations, so naturally. See, I get high on your good vibrations, honey, your vibrations, they keep me high for free.
Yeah, so they explain, and Eamon McChrystal did such a great job. This takes them into their Malibu home. It's a beautiful property. They also have a whole bunch of companion animals, chickens, a tortoise, dog. It's really just a charming series. And like I said,
welcome to our home.
Yeah.
This is an exciting thing for us to get to do. We have 3 young kids, and it's a very important thing for us to feed them well and to instill in them really good, healthy eating habits.
You're in charge of that, really. You do it beautifully.
I try.
And I'm just here as support.
Yeah.
And I eat everything you make.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
So thank you for coming into our home, and we're happy to have you here. We'd love to show you some of the things we like to do.
and I just want to say again, you know, it's very hard for celebrities to allow people into their homes. And I just give them a lot of kudos for having the courage to do that, because you really have to open yourself up. The news coverage, they ask questions, you know, that go way beyond plant-based diet, but they feel very strongly about encouraging a plant-based diet. So that's something I just feel is very cool on their part. And I am going to now go back and show you a little bit more of what's happening. We do constant interviews. In fact, we just finished an interview here. Lindsay Baker did an interview as part of her weekly show. I just finished talking to Dr. Melanie Joy, who is absolutely brilliant, and talked
Here's your host, Jane Velez Mitchell.
We are so excited and honored to have Dr. Melanie Joy on Unchained TV, the famed social psychologist and best-selling author, talking about that new book, How to End Injustice Everywhere. Let's do it. Dr. Joy is an internationally recognized speaker who wows her audiences and has written many other books, including my fave, Why We Love Dogs, Eat Pigs, and Wear Cows, which was a huge bestseller. She's got so many other books under her vegan belt, but today we are talking about her very latest. I love this book, Dr. Joy, How to End Injustice Everywhere. I think it's something we all strive for. You said you wrote this book in order to give people who are trying to end injustice everywhere the information and the tools they need to be more effective. So, for example, how does your book help animal activists become more effective?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Jane, and thank you for that incredibly warm welcome as always. And I love talking to you, and I'm so happy to be here. So, yeah, I wrote the book for several reasons. So one, I wanted to shed light on the common structure of all unjust systems, as well as the common mentality, most importantly, that drives these unjust.
I just want to say,
and knowing the
got
tools of
into
how
a
to work to shift
conversation
it
that
can
we
make a
got so many
tremendous
calls
difference,
that people
not
couldn't
only
get
in
through.
Maybe
I wasn't sure whether we were going to get any
recommending
calls.
nonviolent communication courses to me. Do you have any thoughts on that? Or
So many people had questions about what she was talking about, which was essentially infighting, which is a big problem in our movement. And actually, I learned a lot. She's a very brilliant person, and she's basically talking about how we relate to other people, and interpersonal relationships are so important. And, while you're fighting for injustice, we have to make sure that we're not trampling over other people. So it was a very, very, I thought, fascinating conversation. And we got so many calls, literally, that the phone lines went busy because people were struggling to get through. And I was wondering whether we were going to get any calls, because I always wonder if we're going to get any calls, and we always get calls. But I can show you a few other, quick samples. I'm literally picking these sort of at random to give you just a sort of a sense of what we've got going to show people.
Hey guys, welcome to the Wicked Kitchen. Super special episode today. I'm going to show you 3 mind-bending mushroom cooking techniques with 3 amazing mushrooms. We're going to make sweet chili maitake steaks. We're going to make a riff off of a great chef that I know named Andy Ricker. He used to own a restaurant called Pock Pock. I'm taking one of his inspired recipes and turning a lion's mane into this super herbaceous, flavorful steak that is going to blow your mind. And then also the Asian inspired barbecue brown oyster mushroom, you guys. You're not going to want to miss this. 3 amazing mushroom recipes coming your way.
And we've got tons of cooking shows like that. And again, we're adding more. We're also going into other languages. We have a lot of fun. Listen, we could be here all day watching some fun videos. Some of my favorites are the lingerie protests that we've done so many of. And we'll just show you a few of those.
Unfortunately, the media and the news seldom report on this topic.
In the dairy industry, the male calves are murdered.
It's not like we want to do these things. We feel that we have to.
We need to do whatever it takes to help wake people up, to make the unconscious conscious.
The future of our planet is at stake. And if I gotta go out there naked, I'll do that.
So those are some of the fun.
Working in the modeling.
Like I said, we could be here all day looking at all this fascinating content. I'm just going to give you an overview of, we have all these documentaries, many of them, Eating Our Way to Extinction, Forks Over Knives, The Invisible Vegan, as well as Pig Little Eyes, the movie, which I told you about, Hero Dogs. We premiered Ending Real Fur. He gave us his movie to premiere, which was great. And we did a whole bunch. We did a lingerie protest. We had a billboard. It was very, very exciting. Punk rock vegan movie, of course, Earthlings, Hogwood, Dairy Disclosed. So, it would be very hard to just get people to watch this like, hey, you watch Earthlings. I wish I could strap everybody on the planet to a chair and make them watch Earthlings. But the idea is to get them in the tent. They're watching something fun, maybe the lingerie protest, maybe a cooking episode, and then they poke around and they stumble upon one of these documentaries, and then they go vegan. In fact, I ran into a woman just 2 weeks ago at the anti-Starbucks, the anti-upcharge at Starbucks protest, and she told me, I went vegan because I watched a video on Unchained TV, and that's music to my ears. When I hear that, I am so terribly excited. Again, we partner with organizations like.
My name is Emma Hurst.
This is
and I'm a member
of Parliament, and she is leading the campaign to get it.
My name is Emma Hurst, and I'm a member of Parliament for the Animal Justice Party in Sydney, Australia.
How did the Animal Justice Party get started?
This party started because we realised that there was no other political party that was really representing animals in Parliament. And it became really clear when the Environmental Party that is already elected failed to support kangaroos. They were actually supporting legislation to shoot our kangaroos. People became really angry, really furious, and realised there's just no voice for animals on that legal political scale. And that was where the Animal Justice Party was formed. The first time we ran an election, we had somebody elected. And the second time we ran in New South Wales, I got elected.
Wow, we are so honored and delighted. So we had that original story, and then we did an interview with them about an ongoing campaign to get Adidas to stop killing kangaroos for shoes. By the way, I just saw that Dolly Ahuja is on, one of my heroes who has her documentary, so I would never want to leave that out. So let's go and show Dolly's incredible documentary, Land of Ahimsa, right there. A must-watch film about, unfortunately, the abuse of animals, cows in India, and solutions to that. So check it out for sure. A very important film. One of the things that I want to say, by the way, Countdown to Year Zero was one of our original documentaries. It's won many awards as well. So has Land of Ahimsa, but this is about Dr. Sailesh Rao. So if you're curious about Dr. Sailesh Rao and his predictions and want to dive deep into that, you can watch Countdown to Year Zero. One of the things that I want to mention is that this app, let's talk about availability. I'm just going to keep scrolling down. When Earthstream went out of business, they very graciously facilitated us getting a whole bunch, like literally hundreds of videos. So we also have nature videos, because this is actually Sangeeta Iyer's series, which she gave us independently, but let's say the Orangutan Foundation. These are a lot of people who are into nature, but who may not make the connection between eating animals and the destruction of nature. We can get them in the tent that way. Through nature documentaries. So just so we finish this little tour, it goes on forever. We have almost 2,000 videos. We have travel videos, which are fantastic. And we collaborated with the International Vegan Film Festival to get some of their top entries. We've got mini docs, and we've got music videos as well. So we're also trying to start a Spanish language category, and we just got a few videos right now, but I'm actually meeting next week with a woman that I met. I don't know, Paige, did you introduce me to her? She's a dynamic woman from Argentina who is a vegan and wants to do a show for Unchained TV. And she has her own TV show, but it's not about veganism. So we're going to meet next week and see if we can come up with something. So there you have it. And I guess I'll stop the share now and explain that. Where can you get Unchained TV? Well, I have a Samsung TV behind me, and you can see that there are all the shows that you were just looking at. So every Samsung Smart TV carries Unchained TV. Now, you can also get Unchained TV on your Amazon Fire Stick or your Roku device or your Apple TV device. So I have Amazon Fire Stick in my bedroom, and I have Roku somewhere else, so I can check all of them to make sure there's no glitches with any of them. It's not that difficult. You have the device, the app, like here's the Apple TV device. I'll get it real quick and show you. And you can just get that device and you hook something behind your TV and voila. I mean, it's a great thing to have. This is the future of TV. Absolutely. Broadcast and cable are literally collapsing. I think crazy politics is the only thing that's keeping it going right now, like a train wreck that everybody has to watch. But the trend is definitely towards streaming. So we feel like we're on the ground floor, because as people get more and more acclimated to these devices, we're really there for people to enjoy. You can also watch it online, which is what I did. I just went to unshamedtv.com and showed you online. And what's really fun is it's also on your phone. You can download it on any phone. You just go to your app store. And again, it's free. You put in Unchained TV, one word, and it pops up. I would suggest that you subscribe so you can get notifications when we do live stories. But the great thing about this is online, you can email somebody any video, and you can also text them the video. So how many of you know environmentalists who are not vegan? Right? Environmentalists in quotes who are not vegan. So you could have some nasty argument with them and lose all your friends. Or how about you just text them eating our way to extinction and say, hey, you know, I came upon this really great documentary. I thought you might like to see it. It's non-aggressive. It's not, they can't turn around and say, how dare you? And yet they can watch that and then they can get the point. So I feel like in our movement, we waste a lot of time and energy talking to people, like those people who have never gone vegan. We've known them for 40 years. And instead of doing all that, maybe we could all start texting people a lot of these videos. Like people who say to me, and I hear this all the time, well, I could never give up cheese. You know, then you could text them The Cheese Trap, that documentary. There's a million things. It's actually a book, and I think it's an interview about a book, but whatever, you can text them that. So there's a million things. I see somebody walking down the stairs. Don't trip, okay? Be careful. I know you're running down there to go buy an Apple TV device so you can get Unchained TV, but still. Anyway, what I'm saying is this isn't something that you can just have passively. It's a tool for your activism. I want to say couple of things, and I've just spoken for about a half an hour, so I'll take questions. Anybody who becomes a monthly donor gets this fabulous Unchained TV plant-based media hat. You're on the team, and it's super fun. We are going to do a Zoom where we're going to do something like this, but more in depth for all of our monthly donors. So if you become a monthly donor, you'll get invited to that. It's coming up in February. And just to round it out is, yes, it's not a passive thing. This is a tool for people to use to get the word out. And there's 8 billion people on the planet. Let's stop wasting so much time talking one-on-one to those people who haven't changed. And, you know, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. Let's spend that time, either volunteer to become one of our weekly TikTokers making food on TikTok. We really need those people. And become a monthly donor. And then also send these videos out. Send these videos out to people. You could be sitting there at the dentist waiting for them to call you in, and you could send it out to 10 people. Okay, so it's really a powerful tool, but we've really all got to use it too. I think I've said everything that I want to say for the time being, which is shocking because I'm never done talking, but let's take some questions.
Well, thank you as always, Jane.
Before I forget, this Wednesday, I'm going to be interviewing an amazing guy, Dr. Silas Rao, who won the Oxford Union debate. They debated veganism or non-veganism, and he and his team won the debate. We're going to be talking about that. So join us every Wednesday at noon. That's another thing you can do. You can become a call-in person. You saw with Dr. Melanie Joy. I didn't know. I thought, well, books, it might be dry. Maybe we were flooded with calls, but you never know. Sometimes we get like 2 calls. Sometimes we get 25. So you can call in every Wednesday at noon. You can watch it on Unchained TV and call in. Sarah Siegel's one of our big callers, and we always appreciate her. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Rao.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the coverage of the trials, which the Vengeance trial that you did, and how you were able to get live coverage of the trials as it was going. It was a lot of work, I noticed. And I used to watch it regularly. Yeah.
It was a lot of work. And by the way, his next trial in Wisconsin is coming up. I don't have the exact date, but we're going to be covering it from beginning to end. Let me just see. I wrote it down. March 18th. March 18th, Wayne Shung's Beagle trial in Wisconsin is coming up. We're going to cover it. Well, one of the reasons we're able to cover it is, see, I did trial coverage and crime coverage for like 20 some years. After I was like a news anchor, maybe 10, 15 years, I then became basically a host, and I did trial coverage. So I did trial coverage at Court TV. I did trial coverage at CNN, Headline News. And there's a format. You get a bunch of experts. We always try to have one lawyer on, at least one lawyer. And then we have some activists. And then we have a reporter at the scene. And with the technology today, the reporters use their phone. And we have a great reporter, Carla Cabral, who does an incredible job. I told her, I said, you're going to get snapped up by NBC or CBS. People either have it or they don't sometimes when it comes to reporting. You got to think on your feet. You've got to be doing 3 things at once, making sure the phone, making sure you've got the audio, the good signal. And we've had others. Mariam Kamali did a great job. And some of the people watching have been panelists. Paige has been a panelist, and I can't see everybody who's here, but we bring in various activists to give their viewpoint. As I mentioned, we had a member of the European Parliament. Dr. Rao, we'd love to have you be a panelist. We kind of rotate around so it doesn't look like the exact same group of people every time. We've had Renee King Sonnen, who is great, a former cattle rancher turned vegan sanctuary owner. I mean, she can give us the other side because she used to be on the other side and explain what the thinking might be. By the way, the prosecutors were apparently watching our coverage because they made reference to things that were said during our panel discussions in court. So I think that was quite the compliment, I must say. And we always invite them on. I always invite the other side on. If they wanted to, we'd love to dialogue with them. So yeah, it's difficult, but it starts out with getting the panel and then making sure you have somebody there at court. And then they interview the people who are coming in and out of the courthouse.
Right. Yeah. Great job. I mean, it was riveting, actually, some of the conversations you were having. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to the Beagle trial because I think that's going to tug at people's heartstrings, what's happening to the Beagles.
Well, dogs are a gateway drug to animal rights. So we actually started a dog training series, and the first one is on the air. But the reason is, where's my little Beagle mischief muffin? I have two rescues. You know them, Dr. Rao.
Right. Sunday and Wednesday.
They need training, but they need compassionate training. Now, here's one of the things I learned regarding this issue is that there's this whole dominance theory of dog training now, and shock collars are on the rise. And of course, Mariam Kamali, who is the dog trainer I'm using, is a compassionate vegan, and she talks about learning your dog's language, and it's a completely different approach. So I thought, well, while I'm taking the course with her, I'm going to do a video because it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, the dog industry. People are obsessed with their dogs. and they don't make the connection that the cows and the pigs and the chickens and the turkeys and the goats and the lambs are just like their dogs. So weight loss is one big thing, ticket entry, and another one is dogs. So we are going to, I could show you the series, but take my word for it. We're doing a dog training series.
Awesome. Watch, thank you for waiting.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Rao, and great work, Jane. Always admire your work. Hey, what do you think about this idea? Have your intro clips available for your various shows, make them available for people to put them on their channel, like on their Instagram channel or on their YouTube. It's an intro. It's not a full clip. It's just a trailer. And so that people have contents for their channel. And the reason why I say is that because Dr. Rao made his clip for his cow in the room, and that was shared not only in several of the people I knew on their channels, but also worldwide. It was shared out on various devices, various channels, like on WhatsApp. It was shared, I don't know how many gazillion times. So I think I mentioned this to you multiple times. So
Well,
do look into that.
I would be happy to look into it. And I appreciate your suggestion. But what I would love is if somebody has a good idea to participate in doing it. Because like I say, everybody's an assignment editor. I wake up every morning and I get, do this, do that, do this, do this, do this, do this. And I go, that's great. But I said, if you just give me an idea and then walk away, that's called an anxiety transfer. Okay. I need people to get involved and help, because this is a nonprofit and we run on a very small budget. We have a social media director who's working around the clock because it's Instagram, it's YouTube, it's TikTok, it's Threads, it's X, it's this, it's that. It's a lot. I love your idea. Would you be willing to collaborate and maybe?
I have called several times on your show.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. You've called and I appreciate it. I guess what I'm saying is you do call a lot. I like that. Thank you. Maybe we can dialogue about this offline or on a phone call so that you can, it's more than just a handoff. It's something where we could maybe collaborate to make it happen. You could create a template or something where we could say, okay, this is what we do, so I love the idea. Let's talk about it. That's what I mean.
Okay,
wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Watch. Sarah?
Sarah.
Hi, my question for Jane is, now that the Miami Seaquarium is not going to be having their lease renewed and that Lolita had already died, there's dolphins that have already been sold to Japan for their aquariums, and a lot of people don't know. Do you think that you're going to have some type of a coverage, since Susan Hargraves is down there, possibly about what's going on with Seaquarium and so to keep the public eye on it is really the question, because it's not just the end of a lease, it's what are you going to do with the animals that are there?
Yes, and I want to say that obviously PETA has done an incredible job staying on top of that story. We would certainly be happy to do that. One of the challenges of our movement is that there's so much animal abuse happening everywhere. Literally, your head could spin 360 constantly all day. And it's sad, but it's true. Just yesterday, I got a call from somebody who said, do something in a small town in Georgia. They're trying to build a laboratory monkey breeding facility. Now, it turns out that I fought with PETA to stop a laboratory monkey breeding facility in Puerto Rico quite a few years ago. I think it was 2009. I discovered it when I was in Puerto Rico for the Hispanic Journalist Convention, and people came up to me, some lawyers from the Animal Rights Subcommittee of the Puerto Rican Bar, and they said they're building this facility in Guayamo, which is a small town in Puerto Rico, and they've already built it, and we can't stop it. I said, well, don't say that you can't stop it until we've tried. So I left the convention, we went and talked to some animal loving legislators, and I PETA got involved, and they took it all the way to the Puerto Rican Supreme Court, and they did not allow the facility to open. I also went to Israel with Addie Gill when he purchased the last 1,250 monkeys that were set to be shipped out for laboratory experimentation when the Israeli government started to ban the export of wild-caught monkeys for experimentation. And we did a whole series on that. And while I was there, I talked to a reporter from the largest paper in Israel who said, well, watch out, they're just trying to open in Hendry County, Florida. And Hendry County, Florida has a monkey breeding facility. So it turns out that Fort Myers, Florida was my first job as a reporter. And I knew a couple of people down there, and I ended up, again, PETA is the big hero in all this. I was kind of, involved, but PETA's the huge hero. We ended up going down to Fort Myers, Florida, and sure enough, they were trying to basically open this facility. He even showed me shipping records where some of the equipment was going to be moved from Israel to Hendry County. And we had these huge protests, and I'll never forget this. This is a funny moment because the activists down there were really mostly old ladies in tennis shoes. They were animal lovers. But so one of the county commissioners came out and was talking to the media. These are radical animal rights activists and blah, blah, blah. And then these about 25 ladies who were about 75, 80 years old, literally one's wearing a plastic orange in her head, with a cap. And they're like, well, we're the radical animal rights activists who are doing all this. And it became a big story. It was crazy. So I'll just tell you, it's probably too much information, but then this went on for a long time. They had an event in Fort Myers where all the counties presented their business plans for the year. And we got a table and we were seated there. And there was this one girl who said, I'm tired of this. I don't want to be here, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, just sit in your seat. You're here. And Hendry County started showing their business plans for the year because each one made a presentation. There was a congressman there. It was a big deal. And the girl who said she didn't want to be here in the middle of it got incensed that they had failed to mention the laboratory monkey breeding facility that they were trying to open. She rushed onto the stage, disrupted the entire event, and said, you're lying, you're going to be putting a monkey breeding facility, and started screaming and yelling. All hell broke loose, seriously. And it was such an embarrassment. The monkey breeding facility went away. And in fact, the person who was the big proponent of it moved. And I showed up with one of these older senior citizens, a wonderful activist named Madeline Duran. I just spoke to her about a week ago. And the two of us drove up to his house, and he had literally cleared out his house and disappeared, leaving the doors open. It was like this was a movie. This whole thing was a movie. Well, they never stop. They never stop. So these animal exploiters are back at it again. Now they're trying to do it in a little town in Georgia. Notice how they always pick a little town. First, it was Guayama in Puerto Rico. Then it was Hendry County, Florida, some little area. Now they're going to a small town in Georgia. So we definitely have to get on that because this is a large number of monkeys. Thank God PETA knows about it. They broke the story. We have to do something about it. And on my to-do list this week is to reach out to PETA to talk to them about it. But we'll also talk about what's happening with the animals at that nightmare. Thank you, Sarah. Go ahead.
BJ.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jane. I just want to give you a big hug. I'm so moved by the work that you do. And then I can't even help but be moved by dogs, even though I'm love all species. When I hear about dogs, I can't help but feel like crying if they're hurting. And this morning I heard a podcast from Dog Research Exposed, and these people were in a van with a dog research, anti-research, out in the country where you couldn't see anybody else, and they were having trouble getting Wi-Fi. And they said they couldn't even find the address until they asked PETA. So they're trying to expose it. And I think you're the venue for helping people find out about that. So I don't know if there's a way we can send information to you, because you, like you said, I don't want to add more for you to do.
Well, let me say something. Okay, we have to be realistic. We don't want to get put out of business by a lawsuit or anything. So we very clear that we're not investigative journalists, because people love to say they're investigative journalists. It's a totally different field. Okay, it's like somebody who's a general practitioner is a brain surgeon. That's how different it is. And these undercover investigations take months, sometimes even years. So we don't have the bandwidth to do that. And we can either do what we do well or try to do everything badly. So what we do generally is wait till there's a story out. So PETA has something like 19 lawyers. When they say something, they know what they're talking about. And so they're a very good source. So we can't do the undercover investigations, but what we can do is talk to the organizations that are doing those undercover investigations, especially after there's been some news media coverage. It always helps if there's some story out there, because it's tricky when you try to break stories. You can even be a tiny little bit wrong and it can come back to bite you. So it's always better to err on the side of caution so that you don't get sidetracked by some, lawsuit or something.
Great. Thank you so much, Kate.
Yeah, thank you, Vijay. It's interesting you mentioned that lawsuit, because we just screened a documentary called McLibel.
Wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. These are just two people who got sued by McDonald's.
Wow.
Who didn't back down, and we took them to court and basically went all the way to the European court from London.
Maybe we can run that on Unchained TV.
Oh yeah, I'll connect you with the producer.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'd love to run that. That would be great.
Yeah, it's it's a David and Goliath story. And
I'm sure. Wow. Yeah, that would be a great one to run on Unchained TV. I'd love that. That would be fantastic. And, anybody who knows of documentaries that are, a lot of times there are documentaries that have been on a Netflix, but years ago, like Vegucated. And so I just called Marissa Wolfson up, who made Vegucated. It's a great documentary. And I said, would you mind if we stream it? And she's like, no, great. Because it had these, just like a theatrical run, these, even the most successful movies don't stay up there generally forever. So there's a lot of good documentaries out there that have had their moment in the sun that could be repurposed for Unchained TV.
Absolutely. I'll connect you with the producer.
Thank you.
Fanny Armstrong. Yeah.
Great.
And I think you would love interviewing David Morris, who was one of the, and Helen Steele. They were the ones who were being sued by McDonald's.
Wow.
Because it is so appropriate for what is happening to Wayne Chung, because I thought of that when I saw what was happening to Wayne Chung, and I said, let's see if we can show that and get a discussion around it.
Yeah. And please join our trial coverage March 18th. We're going to be reporting from there, from Wisconsin.
Yeah. It's not just Wayne, right? I think there are two others who are getting so is it Paul Picklesheimer again?
Honestly, I haven't started diving into that one yet. I'm still recovering from the last one. But right. I don't try to memorize things too long before I need them, because then I'll forget them. And so then I have to read it twice.
So other than downloading it and promoting it by sending videos to our friends and joining you as monthly donors, which I've done.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. You're a monthly donor and really appreciate it. Thank you.
What else can people do to support you?
Well, like I said, we have to do 20 hours a month on TikTok. We work with this company and so that's really hard. Anthony Shale does a lot of lives at different events around, like the UCLA Veg Fest and other places like that something's happening. Climate Healers he's done, but we all make lunch. Let's face it. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't go out to lunch every day. And so if we could get people to volunteer, we give you the TikTok password and you go, even if you did two times a month, we can break it up. I had a very complicated schedule of like 10, 15 people, and that's impossible. We've got to get some regulars that do it regularly, because that was a scheduling nightmare. It worked for 1 month and it was just too convoluted. We just need people who are willing to say, okay, one day a week, 1 out of 7 days, I'm going to put you just put your phone on a little selfie stick, which we will send you. They cost like $15. And you just say, here's what I'm making. I'm making a salad. And actually, it's kind of fun. You interact with people. Hey, Charlie, thanks for joining us, and you answer questions. It's actually kind of fun, but it needs to be more than an hour, like an hour and 15 minutes. It zips by. So anybody who wants to do that, it's a commitment, but it's really important. And, you are truly reaching a mainstream audience. There is no, people are watching from all around the world, and just, it's shocking when you stumble upon another vegan, because it's truly a mainstream audience. So it's I think a very important service. And we do try to encourage people to download the Unchained TV streaming network. That's one thing we do repeat over and over during the TikToks. Because look, we don't have a multi-million-dollar advertising budget, okay? We want to get people to download Unchained TV. We have to let them know. And that's one way we let them know. So it's very good activism. Yeah, so, and it's fun. It's fun. I mean, I'm wearing a lot of different hats. I'm editing, I'm shooting, I'm uploading videos, I'm describing videos. Like on my to-do list, I have 22 videos to upload this weekend of trying vegan with Mario, and they all have to be described, and then you have to put the tags, and each one takes maybe 20 minutes. So if I'm moving fast, it takes 20 minutes. So I can't do the hour a week. I just need other people to pick that up. That would be really, and again, it's actually fun. Like I did do it that first month, and I had a good time doing it. It's not like you have to put on makeup or anything. It's actually, the less prepared you are, the better, because they want authenticity. They don't want somebody putting on a show. It's just like, here, I'm making lunch. Here's what I'm making, and blah, 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 blah. And it's actually really good activism, because it shows veganism in action. Not everybody can be a chef like Wicked Kitchen, or, people want to know what you're going to make for lunch.
Right.
Or dinner. Or breakfast.
Yeah. Ray is asking, can you bring back Lunch Break Live?
No, because one of the reasons that we started the streaming network is when we first started the Lunch Break Live on Facebook, one year we got 17 million views, like I think it was 2017. But the algorithms have changed, and they do not send it out to that many people. So to do a whole Lunch Break Live on Facebook so that 200 people can watch it, or 150 people, it doesn't make any sense. It's better, you can usually get maybe 2,000 people on an hour Instagram. That's what, hour TikTok. Depending on how you do it. If you're really good at it and you're really good at engaging with people, you could get 4,000, or you could get 500 if you're just phoning it in. But either way, it's better. It's a better option right now, given how everything's changed. I think with social media, you have to pivot. You notice how every time you go on social media, it's a little bit different. Well, we have to then adjust as well.
Right. Yeah.
So those people who used to do Lunch Break Live on Facebook, contact me. You can just do it on TikTok.
Yeah, you have a large roster there. A lot of people came, right, on Lunch Break Live?
A lot. And the thing that we get the most is people contacting me, take that video down, because they cooked with their boyfriend or girlfriend at the time, and then they broke up, and then they want the video to be removed.
Okay. Again, personal, I mean, interpersonal issues.
Yes, interpersonal issues. I always chuckle at that. But yes, again, if you become a monthly donor and all you have to do is go to unchainedtv.com/donate, and for the price of a cup of coffee, you can be per month, you can be part of the Unchained TV team. And it's fun. And you get a hat right here. These are our latest Unchained TV hats. So anybody who's becomes a monthly donor, I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, because we're really intent on getting up to at least 100 monthly donors. So I'm going to do it here. Unchained TV. In fact, I'll copy it with the link so that everybody has it exactly as they need to have it. Unchainedtv.com and donate. There we go. I'll put it right in the chat. And I want to thank everybody for watching, and yeah, check out all those articles on all those big publications that we're in right now. There you go. You can just click on that link. That wait, why did I just send it to Sarah? I've got to send it to everybody. Sorry, Sarah. Yeah, here, I'm going to send it to everybody. There it is, unchainedtv.com/donate. And yes, it would be great to have you all be part of the team.
Absolutely. So I have a hat from Unchained TV. So I know that.
Oh, yes. We got one with your name on it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jane, as always.
Thank you.
We'll see you again in a couple of hours, I think, right?
See you at 4 o'clock. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for the great work.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, now we are going to be talking about the Food Healers app and demo. Well, demo, I can show you the links where you can download it from. First of all, I have to tell you the history of the Food Healers app and how it came about. I started cooking for people when during the pandemic, right when it hit. We were just making unity stew or some variation on unity stew and giving it to a family of 6 people. So I used to make enough food for 12 people and go and deliver it once a day. And I realized, it wasn't costing me much. It's about 50 cents at most, 60 cents a meal. And so I was like, this is all it takes to feed a family of 6. Then why can't we institute the old way we used to share our food as community and healthy food, and eliminate this fear that people have of vegan food, healthy vegan food being hard to cook and not having a community around it. So the inconvenience and community, that's what Ray was talking about earlier. So the idea of starting a Food Healers came about because of that. I think the name came from Sarah, actually. Sarah and Jamin were talking about it. But I was just saying, let's make healthy food freely available to every human being on the planet. That's a basic human right. And that is the culture I come from originally. Because in our culture, at least the way we used to do it in the villages in India, anyone who came to our home got free food, was fed, okay? Because the guest always had to be fed first before you eat. And that was the culture. And so why don't we go back to that culture and start creating food as a community and making healthy food freely available to everyone? And my idea was to get churches and temples involved in making this happen originally. So, and I started talking about it with people at Climate Healers, and Jiva was very interested in this idea. And so the first Food Healers that we were cooking in, I think the first time we started cooking in a commercial kitchen, Jiva came to volunteer. And that's the first time she came and the last time she came. because she was diagnosed with cancer, and she was in the hospital after that, and so and then she wanted this to be her legacy, food healers to be her legacy, and so she left money in her will for a food healers app to be developed, where people can join the app and start events, food events, solicit donations in terms of food or supplies or whatever you need. You should be able to put that up on the app, and others can then meet that. You can say, okay, I can donate that to you. So it could be a bag of rice you need, or some potatoes, or whatever it is you ask for. And we wanted to then recruit. We want to recruit vendors to join the app and say, oh, yeah, we have extra food. So instead of throwing it away, we'll give it to you. So you create this network, food preparers, volunteers who are helping with cooking the food and with distributing the food, and people who grow the food. So all of these have to be networked together. Okay, so that was the idea behind the app. And we talked about it with Jiva when she was in the hospital too. And so once she passed away and her estate got liquidated, and we met all her debts and so on. So we had some money, and that was enough to pay for the app to be developed. And that's what we did. And I want to show you what we have done. It just got released on iOS and Android. It was a team in India that did it. It's about 8-9 months it took them to do it. So I'll first start sharing. I'll show you the web pages how you get it on Google and Android. So it's called Food Healers app. So that's what it looks like on the Apple Store. Say Food Healers. And this is screenshots of what's in the app. So join the Food Healers community, explore food events all over the world, select an event and get directions, and host and organize food events seamlessly. So that's what it's meant for. And all of these functionalities have been implemented. So this we have been going through a beta stage, and now this is the first time it's been released as a public app. And here it is on Android. So you just go to your Google Store, Google Play Store, and download it. Look for Food Healers, and you should see the Climate Healers logo there. Look for Food Healers. There you go. Vijay has it on her device. And join. So you have to log in and join, and I'll show you some of the what the windows that you see on your phone when you join. Okay. So we begin with Jiva. This is she's the one who made this happen. So, and thank you so much, Jiva. So this is the beginning. When you open the app, you'll see find food, post event, volunteer. And I've already logged in. It says welcome, Silas Rao. And it's got about 12 languages. So you can, it'll be in English by default, but you can have about 12 other languages also. And you'll see everything change into those languages. So that's up here in the opening screen. And once you get in, you'll get these windows with the information on what you can do, and then it gets to the location where you're in. So it'll show you where you are, and if there are any events around, I think it's a 10-kilometer radius, it'll show you on the map. right away. Okay. So right now there are no events found. And I also wanted to show you that it has a sharing function here. So you should be able to share out and say, this is what I'm using, and share it with your social media. So once you get into the food, it will say, request food or request supply. So it's basically, it would say, I want to know whether, where there's food available or whether a supply is available. Or you can ask for supplies and food. Request food, request supplies, and that also comes with this share button if you want. And this is what your profile looks like. So I have my picture with Kimaya and name and email address and phone number. It's what it'll ask you. Again, can be shared. This is how you request food. So what food item you want, what quantity you want. You can say, I want 2 bags of beans, and this is the address I want it to be delivered to, and the phone number, and someone who's on the app can contact you and say, I have it, or I can give it to you and make it available. Again, that can be shared as well to social media. So people are aware, not just those in the app, but your social media, your social network will know that you've asked for this on the app. They can come in and then fulfill your requests. So all your requests are put in a window that you can see what are you requested and whether they've been satisfied or not. And you can see all requests there. And right now, it's a brand new app, so nothing's up there yet. This is the event. So you can set up an event saying, I'm having a food giveaway at this place, and post the address, start times, start date, start time, end date, end time, what's being served, and number of volunteers required. So once you ask for that, then people can volunteer for your event. And there is security in the back end. So if you ask for, say, if you ask set up a Mutton Fest event, it can get rejected because this is not about serving animals. Okay, it's about serving. It's basically for plant-based food. And Jiva was very strict about that. It should be only for vegan food. If we ask for a Unity Steel Fest or World Food Healers Day monthly, then it'll get approved. So the approved ones, if it's pending, it's in yellow. If it's approved, it's in green. And if it's rejected, it's in red. And those are the events that I asked for. And that wasn't just checked to make sure that it's still working. Okay, that's what we did there. And then when you go to the volunteer donate button, volunteer button, you'll see your volunteer requests, volunteer to drive. You can say, I want to go and pick up the food and deliver it to you. And it will show you what are the events in your area. So if you're in Bangalore, it's in Bangalore. So it's worldwide. And it has recipes. Oops. That's the recipe tab. And it has about 1,500 or 1,200 recipes that are all whole food plant-based. And we took it from different sources and we credit the sources. That's where we got it from. So you can go look up over there. It shows you how many events are scheduled. And when you want to donate food, you can say, I have a bag of potatoes I want to give away. And people come and pick it up. Or you want to volunteer for an event, you can say, you can do that. Supplies. And you can donate supplies. You can see all donations and volunteers. So, so you're trying to build like an stickiness about it, and people see, that these events are happening, and and where can I go and contribute? So this is how to become a driver for food healers. So you can go and pick up things, and it'll then tell you it is directly linked to Google Maps. So it'll tell you how to drive there, or whichever one you use. Here is the recipe tab, and recipes are categorized into lunch, dinner, snack, dessert, breakfast, smoothie, sauce, dressing, and unity stew is a separate recipe category. And you can search on the recipes. You can say, which recipes have eggplant in them. And it'll give you all the recipes that have eggplant in them. You can do multiple searches. You can say eggplant and, potatoes, and it'll give you only those that have eggplant and potatoes. So that's what you happen to have. Now, I found that there is an AI tool that's available now, which will tell you with eggplant and potatoes, what can you do? But these are like official recipes that have eggplant and potatoes, and you can then select which ones you want. So when you do the search in this window, so when you do the search in the window, here, in the main window, which has breakfast, smoothie, sauce, dressing, all of them, it searches all the recipes, and it tells you which ones have eggplant. But if you go into breakfast and you look at only the breakfast category, and then you search there, it'll only give you the breakfast items that have eggplant. So I show that here. So if you search in snack, you only get the snacks that have eggplant in them. So it allows you to navigate these things. And once you look, then you can click into the recipes and it'll tell you the cooking time. This is 1 hour, 15 minutes. And this is what BJ pointed out to me. There are, these squirrely characters here in the menus that's what automatically, when you grab it from website, that's what it does. So we'll fix those. Okay. It tells you what you need, what ingredients you need. And then it'll also tell you how to make it. So this is meant to be a tool that people use in order to create these pop-ups. And I would love for institutions like, community centers or temples and churches to use this app and to link up with the local grocers and local farmers markets and have them use the app as well, so that we don't waste food. We don't waste produce, and we create healthy meals out of that and make it freely available, so that people know that if they go there, they're going to get healthy food for free. And this, I believe, is a very powerful way to really shake the food system and to make it healthy. So right now, it's through the food system that almost half of the diseases, half of the healthcare costs are happening because of people eating bad food. And I know that if you give people healthy food for free, they will eat it. They're not going to say, I don't want that. I want to go eat my burger. You have free food, they'll eat it. And they will say, wow, why are you giving it away for free? And so the conversation starts. And then they'll say, this tastes amazing. How do you make it? They can show them how to make it with the app. Right? So the idea is to engage the community around food, start the conversation. So we have brochures around why we want to give free food away. Okay? And why it should be not just for poor people, but for all people, because every one of us is eating unhealthy food. So we need to make healthy food freely available. And that's the idea behind this. So with that, I'm going to stop. And if you have any questions, or would you like to download the app right now and start playing with it, let's make this viral. And I'm speaking next week with the marketing team from Arjun Global to see how we can spread the word about this Food Eaters app. and to get the idea of food healers going everywhere. And Kelly, hi Kelly.
Hi, Salesh. Sorry, we were here, but our cat was sitting on our keyboard.
No problem.
They were going to see us. I have two questions because I come from tech background, and so I know all about automation and that. It's nice to see you have like some sort of automation to reject events that are meat-based.
Oh, no, we don't have automation. That someone did it. It's not automation. Yeah.
So when people are requesting food, are you going to have words like if they type chicken, like that it would say sorry, like are you going to have that type of automation, or is that something someone's going to manually review as well?
Right now, someone is manually reviewing it. That's the only way we have it. I mean, we would love to have an AI interface for that, so that it picks out those that need to be checked, or automatically rejects if it knows it has to be rejected. But if it is something that's in the gray area, it says, it notifies admin and says, please check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Automations are, yeah. I'm very familiar with this with my time at eBay. Another question I had as well is, are people going to be able to contribute recipes? And if so, is it going to be through the app, or will they have to email you and then we can review them and put them on?
Right.
Or is it just only sourcing it from the internet? And
right.
How is it continuously sourcing it?
Yeah, we are adding recipes. I've added recipes to, it's not just what's in the internet. We have added recipes from other sources as well. And it's basically a spreadsheet that we can upload. So there's a format for the spreadsheet, and I can show people how to add to that. And right now it's on Google, it's on my Google Drive. So you send me a recipe, I can add it, but it has to be in that format. And I'll show you how to do it in that format. But yeah, it is, in that sense, it's very extensible. You just read that again and it will just upload it, and it will have all your new recipes in it. So, I mean, I really think that the app has to be living. It has to breathe. It has to change with time, with what's available.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience in this and with automation and optimization and that. So I'd love to help out with that.
I would love that help. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're on.
I had a whole team of ad moderators, so I know how to do moderation and everything. So yeah.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead, BJ.
Wow, that's fantastic. And thank you, Kelly, for helping out. Now, I have already put in my next event, which is February, and I just now decided, well, I'll put it in again because I couldn't find it. So it hasn't been accepted yet. It looks
No,
like
at least on yours, you should see it. See, when you add, you didn't see it?
No, I don't see it on mine.
All right, let me check.
I thought, well, I'll add it again. And when I did, I saw 2 and it said something like waiting or something. I'm not sure. But let's see, I'll try again. Yeah, I put San Marcos. It's San Marcos, Texas, and I put the address in.
Right. Yeah, it should take it. I mean, at least, I have tried adding, and you saw the 3 events I put in, yeah?
Okay. So I would go to the find food, and I have to type in the city.
No, first of all, it's you're adding an event, right?
Well, I've already added the event, and I mean, but I don't think it went through, because then when I go to the find, it's.
Yeah, you won't see it until it's been approved. So you have to look at, so on your events, you should see my events, it's still not approved. It should be in yellow or something like that.
Where do I find my events?
Oh, that's the first, hold on a second. Let me go there and see.
Okay. Hope you don't mind me doing this right.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. No problem.
Okay. We can edit it out if you want.
No. I think people need to see this. So do under post event. So click on the post event.
Okay.
And then click on see all events.
Oh, I do see them. I do see them there. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So then I'll get a notification once you have done it, and then I should be able to approve it. Okay.
Okay. So I went through the find as if I was a person because I gave it to, say, my friend Margaret.
Right.
She wouldn't be able to find it yet.
Not yet. Yeah. And I mean, we have to automate that. If you can automate it saying, BJ's events are always approved or something like that, then that will happen right away.
Okay.
So we could do it that way. We know these people and therefore we can approve everything they put in.
Okay.
Or if with someone new, you'd say, well, we have to wait and see if they're posting events with mutton in it or
Yes.
beef in it. Or yeah.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. And have you gotten your LA events on there yet?
No, I don't think it just came live. Yeah. Just came live. Yeah. Last week.
Okay. Well, I'm so excited about it. I took it to my church friends and they were excited, not because of the food healers part, but because there were recipes. Since they're trying to go plant-based, there are a bunch of recipes right there. So I wanted to let people know that too. Yeah.
Awesome. Good. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I also wanted to mention to you that I got an email from Nelson Campbell saying that they have an AI tool which replicates Kim Campbell's recipes. And you tell the tool, I have these vegetables available. What can I make with it? And it finds some of Kim Campbell's recipes. So, which would be fascinating too, to add something like that to this. Go ahead, Ken. You are muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that Android was done. I thought it was just so I had not paid much attention. And the other thing, language, actually, there's Spanish on it.
Right.
We have a huge network here that we can integrate immediately into this, just for access to the recipes. Anyway, very exciting. Very exciting. Yeah. But think of the power of anybody who lives outside the country or anybody who lives anywhere for that matter that already has the network now. And then this app can integrate the network and create a pro-vegan community in that process. And and we've got six restaurants that have put dishes in their recipes where they're awful. They're just awful. So we will upgrade the recipes in the restaurants of this. This is great. It's really great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we kind of scoured the web to grab, good whole food plant-based recipes and added them in there and attributed the source to those webs. So it's not like we're taking, it's just
Anyway, the concept I grasped from this is a way to build community, a tool to build community. It's very, very powerful. Exciting.
Right. Thank you. This was Jiva's vision, and we want to realize it now,
Absolutely. And you've done a lot of work on it. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, weekly meetings.
Yeah. More than that, I know. Thank you.
My pleasure. Go ahead, watch.
Can someone unmute him? I can't seem to get
it. I'm asking.
Okay. Oh yeah, I got it now. Thank you. Yeah, a great idea and really great to see Jiva's legacy goes on. Have you done a survey as to how many people are downloading such apps? And also, is the functionality available on like an HTML5 website so that people don't have to download an app like this?
Silash, you're muted.
No, can you not hear me?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was getting an echo when I had my mic on, so I muted myself. Sorry.
No worries. is the functionality available using an HTML5 website? Because I'm not sure how many people are downloading such apps. I mean, I'm really glad that Jiva's legacy lives on and there's an app for her or commemorating her. But a lot of people just do work on using website, and also it depends upon how much is the adoption. Because if it's only just few people, few of us just participating in it, then it's not have a far reach, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it has to be marketed, and we have to get people to see the value of using it, so and then they will come on board. But right now, I don't think it's available on HTML5. It was done in a Google, what is that called? It's a Google platform that they did it on, which allows them to compile on both Android and iOS with the same code. Firebase, I think it's called. Anyway, and so it has a Django backend. So these are the things that we need to look at. How do we make it sticky? How do we make it easy for people to use so that they spread the word? And I had an expert on interfaces work on the interface, and she did it as part of the Democracy Now platform, where people are able to give their talents for free. So she designed it, and then the software team took like 8 months to build it.
Wow. So you might want to reach out to gurdwaras. As you know, gurdwaras are always having a langar. Obviously they want people to come to the gurdwara because that's their business model. Is to you come here, you get some money, and you get some free food. Also, Krishna houses, they have same concept, but obviously they don't. Well, some of them offer food for free, but some of them, of course, ask for donations. So you may want to think about how you're going to reimburse them for the service, or just give them as an advertisement to, hey, people, if they're in the neighborhood, go visit the Gurdwara, get some free food. So
Right. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's also Foods Not Bombs. You may want to collaborate with them.
Right.
They do a lot of pop-ups. So, but also
Thank
some
you,
legal
sir.
are also there because you as you know, some of the people who have been donating food in certain counties get arrested, and they have been, some of the Food Not Bombs people are getting citations. So you want to look at the legal considerations in certain areas.
Thanks for the suggestions.
Sure.
Gabrielle?
Hi. This looks like a really great way for me to build community in where I live in southwestern Canada. I was able to download the app, but I can't sign up. Every time I put in my information and I have all the right password combinations and everything, but it still doesn't let me sign up. So it's just a little glitch that I thought I could make you aware of, because I would really like to use it.
Yeah, let me see why you cannot sign up, because I signed up from here, people signed up from India, and I don't know why. Let me check. I'll get together with you after this, and
okay, sure.
We'll figure out what's going on. Yeah,
Thank you.
Go ahead, BJ.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could show me, I must be signed up, but there's a way to get to the profile again, because I think maybe I can add something to the profile, and maybe.
Does it say at the bottom, welcome BJ, welcome Rebecca, or something like that?
Yes, it does.
Okay, welcome. Yeah. So if it does, then you go in, say find food or anything, and you'll see the hamburger thing, the menu on the right.
Yes.
So click on that.
Okay.
Okay. And you will see a menu. At the very bottom is account.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's home, history, share, team, and account. When you click on account, you will see.
I got it.
Okay.
And there it is.
Yeah.
And
And you
now
can add your picture.
add my picture. And it says number. Oh, I don't need to put my number in there. Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, it requires a little bit of playing around because there's so many things here that we try to make it as intuitive as possible.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Now, are the recipes that people are going to be sending in, do they need to follow, or maybe you could explain which ones need to follow the universal meals which avoid the top 9 allergens? And
Okay.
yes, if you'll talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, so the unities too, we are saying those are all universal meals, so which means they need to follow the universal meals protocol, avoiding the top 9 allergens. But the rest we are saying is whole food plant-based. It doesn't have to be just universal meals. Because there are plenty of recipes now, for just whole food plant-based that we can show people. But if you're allergic to something, you can not use that, but the rest you can use. Amit? Amit, did you have a question?
Yeah. Yeah, a question. I mean, I didn't understand why the recipes are inside the volunteer section. I installed this app long ago, but I never figured it out that the recipes were. It would be great if we could get the recipe section outside on the home, maybe, where there is. Just a moment. Yeah, there's find food, post event, and volunteer, and maybe the fourth tab could be recipes, or maybe in find food is also fine. Yeah, because inside volunteer, and then I keep on getting the say demonstration of volunteer section. Volunteer at an event, donate food, or become a driver. Keep track of your donation history, and easily share your volunteer success with your social network. These are the 3 screens which I get every time that I click on it. Right, and then there's recipes, so it's a little confusing.
Yeah,
But
if you
yeah.
Sorry, when you hit the volunteer, and you can just skip all that and to go straight to recipes. I mean, straight to the other screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then it should be just once, I believe. This is on iOS. Yeah.
Right, they're both the same.
Okay.
iOS and Android, they're the same. Yeah. Okay. So if you have downloaded it a long time ago, download it again, or at least update it.
Okay, I'll just check.
Yeah.
Okay. Usually it auto updates. I'll check it again.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Lovely app. I love the initiative.
Okay. Yeah, Anant is agreeing with you that it should be on the home screen. Watch. Okay. So on the languages, so let's say turn it into Spanish. So it'll put everything in Spanish, the menu items in Spanish. So all the text will show up in Spanish. Is it visible? Okay. All the text will show up in Spanish. But I'm not sure about the recipes. Let me check. I think the recipes are still in English. Is that okay? because it doesn't translate those. It translates all the menu items.
So, Dr. Val, eventually then some of recipes from Peru may be put in Spanish. I mean, if they have some in Spanish.
Yeah. It'll put whatever text you put in there. Okay, if you put it in Spanish, it'll put it in Spanish. It does change. Like I noticed that it changes the time. It's now, it says tiempo. So it does that translation. It translates the ingredients to ingredientes. But the rest it's leaving because it's from the spreadsheet and it doesn't translate the spreadsheet. Right? Instructions, it changed that to Spanish. So yeah, but if someone has entered as a recipe in Spanish, it will remain in Spanish.
Imagine taking this into a restaurant and allowing them to build the default vegan menu in the restaurant. Imagine the tool used that way too. Just another way to use it. That's all.
Right.
And then, of course, if we can serve the restaurant, and there are lots of them here, if we can serve the restaurant, well, then we have an entree, don't we, to get their leftover food.
Yeah.
So you can turn the thing around to work the other way, to recruit the food sources.
Right.
Because of being a service to them, not asking for something, but giving something to them. I like to work with a win-win type of formula.
Right. Yeah.
That way.
I mean, a lot of places. I noticed. I was shocked when I went to this store once, and it was late at the evening, 8 o'clock or something, and he had a whole tray of samosas still left. And I said, "So what do you do with this if no one buys it?" He says, "I toss it." So what?
Yeah.
Yeah, they toss it.
Yeah. Well, my head is spinning. But we have Allison has people in her network right now from Argentina, from Uruguay. So this can be moved very quickly into a network. Yeah. Interesting.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. So because
fantastic.
Yeah.
Exciting. Yeah. I knew I should come to this session.
Thank you, Ken.
I come to all of them. Okay. You have hands up.
Yeah, watch and then Amit.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at a school campus and I just spoke to 20 people about going vegan with just my sign here. So I think we need to go out to schools. And, when I was going to school, I was always looking for free food. Well, I'm always looking for free food, free vegan food now. So we need to expand our horizons. We can't be in an echo chamber. I'm not saying that just by being in this conference, we are in an echo chamber, but we need to expand be aware of just being, among vegans, because a lot of school kids are hungry for information. Of course, they're hungry for food. But if you want to get a quick success out of this Food Healers app, you should market to a school near you. And I'm glad, Dr. Rao, you mentioned about tossing the foods. And I think this is being recorded. But yeah, I have been part of rescuing food where you go to you go to a site where these stores throw away their food and they have these organic in the packaged food. They toss it out at night, and you go and you rescue this food. So which is really a sad reality that over half of all the food gets tossed out without being eaten. So but you may want to check with the regulations, because the reason why they throw this food out, because of the regulation that they cannot sell it. They have to sell fresh made food that day. So yeah, thanks.
Right. That's the reason why they throw it away, because they cannot sell it next day. But I believe they can give it away. There is a Good Samaritan law in most states that you don't get into trouble when you give away food. Amit? Can you unmute?
Yeah. One more suggestion which I had was I always get confused with this ingredient list with the numbers, particularly this E120, E471, and all that is behind like the nutrition label or something, ingredients list. So if we could have this ingredients list, which are usually never vegan or usually vegan or something like that, maybe that could also help people who are using the app. So whenever we go out for shopping and if we are picking up a packet which is not marked as vegan, or even if it is marked as vegan but there are some codes written behind it, so if we could put that information in this app as well, it would probably complete this as a food healers app, I feel. So
Yeah, we
I
focused
usually have
on
to go on Google and then search in the store and standing in the aisle while other people are passing by. So it would be great if we have this list.
there are apps that are called Is It Vegan app.
Is it vegan? Yeah.
Yeah, and they do exactly that. They parse the ingredients and they tell you which ones are vegan, which ones are not.
Yeah.
We try to focus on just whole foods, plant-based.
Whole foods. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all
Thank
the
you.
recipes are whole foods. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Kelly?
Yeah, I'm just going back into my tech mind. So is there going to be like a feature where like if someone puts on the app that it's vegan, like we're going to encounter trolls, and if someone says it's vegan and someone shows up and then it's not vegan, is there going to be a way to report them and manage those type of people that will just like try to come back on with a new email and
Right. Yeah.
trolls? And then how are you going to deal with like legally if like someone just happens to get sick by somebody else's food? Like how does that work from a legal perspective and accountability perspective?
I mean, this is a tool for people to use to help each other out. And if they're going to use it to hurt each other out, well, we are going to have to say a disclaimer that we are not responsible for what you do with the tool. We are just trying to make sure that this is used for healthy purposes. Now, if there is a legal, something happens, I'm willing to take the risk for it. Absolutely. This is not going to be stopped because of I'm scared of some legal issues. Absolutely no way is that going to stop us. Okay. I'm also going to talk to vegan activists to see if they would help maintain this tool. Because it's an open source. It's all in it's all on GitHub. So people can people can look at the code and you can edit it. So with permissions. Okay, so at least the source is open so people can see what we're doing. So so this is why, this way, if you, things like, add a fourth tab for recipes is something that I cannot do because I didn't write the code and I really don't even have the time to look at the code and fix it myself. I need someone else to help me out. Those things. Yeah. And I can see that your compliance hat has come on. And you're looking at all possible ways in which can be misused.
Oh yeah, because I've seen it. I've had it done to me like in jobs. So yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. I mean, it's an important part of the conversation, right? People can misuse it, and if someone uses bad food and serves it, yeah. It's between those who serve the food and those who ate the food.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I use this app called Too Good to Go and Flash Food. And I'm just thinking, like, how I'm assuming it's like when you sign up, it's probably in the terms of like distancing yourself. Yeah. So, like, if you do go and buy like the discounted meal from whatever restaurant, that if there's a problem, like exactly, you work it out between the restaurant and you don't hold the app, like you said, app's just the messenger, so to speak,
Right.
accountable for it, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and reporting trolls, right now it is just, I think you have to put an email in the Food Healers website. So people can report saying, because right now we don't have a way to do that in the app itself. And any and all other, any other ways in which we can enhance the app, please let me know. The team is done. They're saying they're done with it. So I'm going to have to get other volunteers to help me out with adding any more features in it. Go ahead, Sandy. You're still muted.
Okay.
Yes.
There. Thank you. This is a wonderful idea. I'm practicing it now. And what I'm hoping to do is show documentaries and have it available after a documentary at a large gathering. And people, if they want, can bring different foods right before, because a lot of this can be fixed so quickly. You can do Pharaoh way ahead and everything, and then just put in for the unity stew.
Absolutely.
I could just imagine all sorts of good ideas with using the unity stew. I love it. And it's delicious.
Thank you, Sandy. I mean, imagine people bringing bring any vegetable you have.
Yes.
Or you tell people, bring any grain you have, and you put it together, right? Right there on the spot.
And if it's a church or where it's people then you don't have to worry so much about is it going to be some strange food that maybe it wasn't good.
Right, yeah. Well, thank you for taking it and running with it.
I'm planning to. And it's a wonderful introduction to you. It's a wonderful introduction.
Thank you. To my granddaughter. She's the one. She's the one who made the unity stew first. She was the one who told me, because I used to make plain soup for her. She loved that soup. She said, soup, I want soup. And then she said, let's add beans to it, Grandpa. So we added beans to it. And we realized she was adding a lentil. And then she said, let's add some pasta to it. She loves this orzo pasta, the little tiny thing. Yeah. And she loved it. She said, this is the best soup ever. And that's...
Well, what's wonderful about it is if you keep on adding, and particularly if you do chard or any of the big leafy greens, it has so many different textures.
Right. Yeah. Every time you make it, it's a different taste. Yes. Yeah. Kimaya will be happy to know that her favorite soup is going global. Initially, she used to love it with dill as the herb. She loved it with dill, and then she wanted rosemary and thyme. That became her favorite. So.
And lots of ginger.
Lots of ginger, yeah. Ginger is my grandmother's legacy to me. She used to always put ginger in everything. So I put ginger in everything. because I remember my childhood with my grandmother, how she always used to give me that.
Here, just 1 second.
Ken?
Yeah, okay. I go in, I didn't find a way to register myself. When I go in and put the password in, I just made up a password, but I don't know what they're asking for. There's not a place to register that I can see for the first time on the homepage. How did you get your profile in?
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. So when I, let me go back to English. Yeah. So I go into any one of these, and in the menu, I should see an account.
I
So
did not get that menu.
Yeah, because you haven't registered yet. So when let me log out. Okay. So then when I go to the home page, so it just says already have an account sign in.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, hold on. Well, BJ, where did you first sign up? Was there a sign up when you started?
Yes, there was, and I'm trying to remember where I did that.
I've been trying here for 10 minutes and I didn't find a way to get in.
Maybe this is what Gabriel also had an issue with. Let me check what's going on with you guys
Right.
after this.
I know I found it, so I know it's in there, but
I'm sure it's there.
okay. Sorry, I can't.
I just signed up, and what I did was I downloaded the app and then I clicked on volunteer and it just did a pop-up for me to sign up.
I did that and it says registration required.
Did you click that? Because when I clicked that, it took me to a screen where it said sign in. And then at the bottom of that, it said create an account or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but I was able to create an account right there.
Oh, I see. Sign up at the bottom of that screen. Maybe that's it. Aha, there it is. Yeah, it's at the bottom of that screen. I didn't, a little tiny word, sign up.
All right. I'm glad you guys
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah. So you go to volunteer, and then when it opens that screen at the bottom, it says sign up. Okay. All right. Boy, that wasn't very clear. Might want to have a sign up button on the home page.
I think it kind of remembers that you already signed up from that phone, and therefore it says sign in one after you logged out.
Yeah, but I just downloaded it just now, first time. So
okay, yeah, that's
yeah. All right, but anyway, I found it, but a little perverse.
Yeah,
not a problem. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Amit, for that suggestion. I would love to see an option feature to share recipes and then share with others. They can also register to the site app. Yeah.
Danny had a question. Do you think we should copyright the name by naming the recipe? Or do you want to talk about naming of the recipes? Do we have time?
Which name? You mean
for submitting a recipe?
Yeah, you can submit a recipe with any name you want, and that will be added as the title of the recipe.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'll publish the format for the recipes on the Food Healers webpage, so that when people want to submit a recipe, it's in that format, and it's easy for us to then add it to the spreadsheet. Yeah, I think Dakota, with respect to your comment about starting food healers in your hometown and making a free healthy meal, maybe monthly. I think Tammy has been doing that as well. And Sarah has been doing that in Los Angeles, in Santa Monica. And Tammy has been doing that in Canada. And I think Tammy's going to talk about that during the grandmothers session tomorrow. So there you are, Tammy. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, Paul and I just decided to go out at Christmas time. We had served before, but with an organization, and so we went to a church for the Indigenous First Nations people and served. But we had a half a pot left, and I said to Paul, and it was a massive pot, that like the big ones you have, Sailesh.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, let's just go in the inner city, you know. And there were so many people that were so grateful for a cup of soup. And I know that's not really for everyone. Some people are a little bit concerned about that, but we really didn't meet with anyone that wasn't just incredibly grateful, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No one asked us for any money, which would have been fine too. And they just asked for some warm clothing because we didn't have a lot with us. But anyways, it had me really focusing on the needs and how we can start, even just within our community, just start asking for donations. And then even once a week, go downtown and serve and hand out mitts and some other stuff. It was interesting because one of them asked for coffee. And I said to Paul, you know, we could make some really nice herbal tea too and bring it down and serve a cup of tea. You know, he said they'd probably rather have soup. I said, well, you know, I get to have both. So just be nice to offer a really nice, like, elixir. Like I make a really nice turmeric kind of elixir with some homemade oat milk, and it's really lovely. So anyways, thanks for letting me share. I'm not feeling 100% today, but I'm still here listening. So thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Yeah. I mean, it really changed my life, you know, pretty much. It's just that act of giving and going and giving on a regular basis. It helps you more than it helps the people that you're helping. Okay, Shankar, are you here?
Just waiting for my other friend from Malaysia to join, but I can start the introduction part and everything.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. Yes. Let me share the slides.
Yes.
Yes. That's it.
Well, Shankar,
you can see.
Yeah, we see it.
Yes. And let me check the other gentleman. He's in the call. Okay, here we go. The topic is vegan deities and movements in colonial India. And the presentation is done by Shankar. I'm from USA, and also Krishnan, he's from Malaysia. So my time is actually 6 p.m. Eastern, or almost. And Krishnan, he's actually joining from Malaysia, almost 7 a.m. in the morning. So without further ado, and thank you everyone. And I just want to give a first thank for the presentation or the idea or this thought. And it's a very interesting topic. When I started, even like it kind of pulls a lot of things from different direction, but how they have an alignment towards the veganism or compassion, all those was very interesting, which even I explored. And I'm treating this more as an exploratory. That means I'm still exploring, like there are lots of dots to connect, lots of places to explore, culture to admire or interact. So that's where I'm starting. I'm still dazzled, but whatever I gathered, whatever I'm exploring, I'm just trying to make a compilation. And thanks for the Climate Healers team to giving me an opportunity to do this. So here, just I'm kind of trying to take a picture of India as how it looks like a space to kind of make its geographical significance and everything. And we're going to cover this as a deity and also as a movement. So why deity, why as a movement, I'll explain further. So here are the two people, the Shankar, which is me in the left, and then the Krishna, okay, who will be joining later part of the call. So the topic, I know if you have seen the kind of a brief description in the event from Valalar movement that began in South. So it's kind of like a movement in the South. And then the Shakambhari Devi temple or the Shakambhari Devi deity, which is more in North, where the 19th century, there was like a lot of compassion movement or the social movement, spiritual movement, religious movement, they all came together. So yes, it's sometimes the religion, spirituality, or it's more of a personal. However, with what happened with the society or the famine or the lack of resources or kind of like a variation in the way the resources are held by each people, kind of still created a lot of issues. And eventually, like people are like, hey, what is the point about all this? Then there was a movement or social movement was an important agenda or taking care of, became even in a personal spiritual journey or religious journey, there was a collective approach of taking each other, caring for each other, and all those came. So each movement is very important. Each movement has its religious significance, cultural significance. However, they all came up with some outcome. So India being really a vast country with just a birthplace for 4 religions, I cannot even narrow down to simple. I just handpicked few grains, what I'm giving my light to see, wow, this is interesting. So just me, personally, me as like, I would call myself as a definitely vegan visionary on a lot of things. And definitely I see the compassionate aspect, how we can put it day-to-day life or all walks of life. And it's just trying to minimize how much damage or some sort of harm or everything we cause, recognize and slowly working on it as an alternative or a creative alternative towards more compassion. So this is all some of the efforts I would say. And definitely I'm very curious about all the vegan world 2026 and how the East transformation impacts every corner of the world and how it is overall helping. So it's here at the end of the day, we are species, we also have to be saved and everything, like not just one, all of them. So how it all leads, I'm very, very curious and definitely want to be part of it. Yeah. So this is, I'm just going to tell before even understanding anything, I just want to tell a little bit about India. So if you kind of see, India is still geographically a vast country. So almost it ranks like a 7th or something in terms of the size. And adding to that, in terms of the population, even though now it is 1.4 billion, so it's almost like if you say 1 out of 8 people or 1 out of 7 people are from the Indian subcontinent or either from the Chinese or the other part of Asia. So that much concentration of population is there. So why I'm saying this is, no wonder you can think about the famine and all those, you can relate it. Because the concentration of people are there, and then the resource, if it is not sufficient, it's going to be a problem. So these movements all came as a fundamental with how your atmosphere or this thing environment have created such. And just to see, I know if you look at the Mercator map, India almost can fit as 1/4 or say 1/7 of Africa, but you can still see like it is still a vast country geographically. And in terms of population also, you can see pretty much almost a portion of Europe can fit in. Also that's in terms of size, but if I have population, it can also fit lots of countries. Like there are just 2 or 3 states can equals the entire US population. So it's kind of a vastness. So the resource distribution, redistribution is still a challenge, maybe for centuries. It's not just today. So then this is all about the famines. It looks like we can best make it as a particular time period, because famines did across parts or the areas of India, because in India, some of the areas are very agrarian or very much seasonal. And then definitely I cannot deny the human aspects or colonial impact and everything. Like if you're taking things from one corner and always going and accumulating in another corner, and there is no equal distribution or even a relative equal distribution according to what the needs are. So all those would have given a lot of things, and people are looking at solutions, maybe an engineering solution, or it could be a spiritual, whatever solution. Like even there is a concept I heard, even you can even live without eating food. So that much extent it was explored, like how you can live. The yogis all have explored such options. You don't have to eat and consume. So just it's an extreme or anything, I'm not sure, but I'm just saying. So there were like at least a couple of famines. If you see as a vague timeline, I know I don't know if you can split it into the details, but this time famine or a sequence of famines did create a lot of impact. And whatever religion it may be, or whatever social movement it may be, they all came up with this thing of, yes, the adequacy of food. All those were needed. Like I can pick even every religion had some sort of a communal meal concept. And those communal meal concept did came as a collaborating and eating or cooking together and all those. So just as a culture, I have to say, like that's the point I was mentioned. It is of various heritage. It is of arts and science. Then the way you add spices is different from the other person. They add spices. The way they prepare the food is different. The way it could be also because of the geographic or weather, or could be different reason or availability and all those. Then the religion, of course, it has four religions, at least I would say: Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism. Not related to this, India is also a collectively like a place for other religions too, if you can see. So there is a significant amount of population there, even though the majority is Hinduism. And the place is always a refuge for several religions. Centuries back, people took India as a refuge to come and stay there. That's why it's one of what do you call a unity in diversity. So the religion, I know that I can go with several name of gods, deities, but all my summary or my rough summary or kind of like a illiterate version of summary is either it is someone or something, or it is everyone or everything. Like if you are a more deity concept, it's you need a personal, some sort of aspect, or it is thing, everything. Or even if you go to further extreme as a Buddhism, at the end it goes even nothingness, no one, nothing like that. So it existed in all forms, like either singular or whatever forms to all the forms are. So, and I'm seeing how, so this is like if I have to take the Hinduism, it just marks like the Trinity concept. Then how the masculinity and the feminine power combines. Like for example, if I have to say the Buddha or the Brahma is the creator in Hinduism, so then you have the wife, which is the Saraswati, who is actually the knowledge. You have to create something, you need a knowledge. So see how the masculine and feminine energy is tied together. Then you have like a preserver, but in order to preserve, you need resources, which is Lakshmi. The Krishna or the Vishnu is like a preserver, but then the Lakshmi is so then the Shiva is like almost like a recycle or annihilator. But to do that, you need energy, you need power, which is actually the Durga or the Parvati. So this is how the some of the conceptual things are even embedded, if you see. But then further it fragments into several aspects. It doesn't end there. That's why I was saying everyone or everything. So it goes into several forms. Then finally, like you have out of this, I'm specifically picking the Durga Mata, because this is like the goddess, and she's kind of like an embodiment of everything, and she has several types, and it kind of expresses the significance of life or the aspect of a humanity or anything. But if you see all this, each represents some of them which they felt it is importance in the life or your phase of your life. Then finally, if you see, one thing I see amazing thing is, I know if you all like cats, yes, the Durga Mata or the goddess do have big cats, like which is the mascot for most of the goddess. So the affinity between the what you call goddess and the cats or big cats is still significant. Just one in a lighter note, yeah. So, but I'm all going to go into one thing which I'm going to summarize, which is the Shakambhari Devi, which I personally got a chance to explore. And how the thought came is like we were organizing an event in the temple, and one of the scholar there, we had a conversation, and he mentioned like there is actually a vegan goddess. You know what? He said like we didn't understand what he was saying, and we asked. Then the concept came. He said, look at this Durga Purana or anything where it tells there is a goddess named Shakambhari Devi, which means actually bearer of greens. So there was a situation or a thing where there was a drought and scarcity came. So in order to endure or preserve, it was all the greens and vegetation was given as a savior or things to help. And all this out of compassion. So the two keywords I picked out of here is one is the compassion, which is the abode of compassion, then the greens and vegetation to bring back all the life. So this goddess Shakambhari Devi is actually ornamented, or even they put garland of veggies or vegetables and everything. So that's why you can see a portion of photo where all the vegetables like carrots, lemon, or other vegetables, like I think this is like a cauliflower and whatnot, apple and everything. So that's kind of a significant, in order to save the earth, how the importance of the vegetation is very important, and the compassion to go. So that's the takeaway for me. If you can relate something and more, please feel free to express. So then this is where I am seeing like I got a chance of, there are actually several temples of Shakambhari across India. And I got a chance to visit here, one in Chennai, where this is the one in the left. And you can see the goddess actually has like the vegetables and all these things in fruits in her hand, which is like offered as to save the world. So the message or subtle message is like seek for the vegetation and everything which will come and preserve you or anything, or it might signify different for different people, but I'm just giving my significance based on this thing. And it's just a couple of images. And then I'm going to go into the social movements. The social movement is a little bit of more, I can call it as a much extended version of an applied spirituality or religious concept. Though some of them were even more centered on people, some of them even opposed, some of them even told like, hey, this is not okay. But the end thing is about overcoming oppression or overcoming all those. So this is kind of like some sort of a chart which I pulled from educational thing, as kind of gives you how much each of them, even though religion or anything, they had their trace of impact on the society, which oppressed some people may or may not be, and how it signified developed as a movement, and how those things are prioritized. Like, for example, I heard one of the movement saying, hands that help are holier than the lips that pray. So it's more of like more into applied spirituality. I know, I understand you are praying, fine, but can you help me right now because things are going through here, like that, something. So then you have like the moments, some of the moments where it came, and you have a thought leaders who came and did a few things like, yes, for example, I can pick even Mother Teresa, like, yes, of course, prayer is very important, but she took her time going and feeding people and all those. So even though it's late part, but you can see how much the impact or like some of the colonial impact or the resource redistribution impact, all those left in problem. Like, so this is all this like going back to some of the years back or centuries back, but however, some of the movements had their basis on them. So finally, one of them I'm going to handpick is the Vallalar. So this is one of the person whom I got a chance to go to his shrine or his gathering or some of his teachings on philosophy. I got a chance to a little bit understand. I'm still exploring because there is so much to explore, so much to apply practically. But I'll share a few of them, what I see. So his full name is called Thiruvarut Prakasa Vallalar Chidambaram Ramalingam. I know it's a handful, but it just tells you the name and the things. But he's very fondly called as Vallalar. And he created a group. So now you can remember the movement which I told. He created a movement called Society for Pure Truth and Universal Selfhood. And it's called Samarasa Suddha Sanmarga Satya Sangam. So even he kind of not used the word temple and all those, because what happened is he's a good writer. He's actually a literary person. He composed poems and all those, and he read lots of religious scriptures in the Hinduism or other related thing, and he was able to almost compile like 6 volumes, which are called Thiru Arutpa, because this Thiru Arut becomes Thiru Arutpa. And then out of that, the 6th volume is of very much significant because it took a U-turn and it stressed more on the socio-economic or the socio aspect, especially I would say social. It is, when I say economic, means it is like pushing people to go and give them like, hey, you are hoarding more. Why can't you help others? So what is all those aspects? And then he kind of created a cooking place or like a kitchen, communal kitchen, where the food was created and distributed because of the famine. You remember the one I told before, the famine? So that impact I think he witnessed in his life. And when he witnessed his life, yes, religion is important. Yes, your spiritual pursuit, personally, everything is important, but somebody is dying before my eyes. Can you feed them? And all you have to give is give some of them what you can. And he gave the importance, and and he framed in a concept which I'm going to show in the next few slides. So this is kind of like a rough history of his life history. So he's kind of like around 1823 was born, and then he moved to the Chennai, which is like another metropolitan city there, and he kind of had his spiritual exploration. Then he moved to another city where he kind of had his oppression. Then this is where he started the society, which we told. Then he established Satya Dharma Salai. This is where he was giving the food and all those. And he was called Vallalar, as he was spread free food during the famine. And even today, people are getting fed, and which I'm going to show you photos in next few slides. Then you had he kept the lamp, and he also created the Sabha, and where he started spreading true wisdom. Then finally, he had his compilation of his preaching, or whatever which is called Thiruvarutpa, Poems Teaching of Universal Love and Peace, compiled into 6 volumes. And finally, he had a kind of like a spiritual disappearance, and which he kind of thinking that he became enlightened or became one with the light, and he himself is the light. And yes, I would let you guys to go and explore individually from a spiritual sense, okay? But just for this, the impact I'm saying is it was created as a social movement, and then the priority was kept on, like, again, compassion, and also on how you can help others. And that he calls that concept as called Jiva Karanyam. So Jiva Karanyam means it just in a simple way unfolds into 2 principles. One is just do good to the fellow beings, or see if you see somebody suffering, help them. And of that, of course, a lot of help went in different directions, but the most one that stood out was the giving them the food and helping them. And then again, this is where the compassionate concept, when it was done, he said, you don't have to kill anyone, stop killing and everything and all those, like don't go harm, don't like dairy and all those aspects, like no need and all those. So, and this is as a concept, but I was able to witness, or even in person when I went to the place where he created. And this is, I'm just quoting some of them, which I got it from the sources. So where he was like, when some people do offer animal as a sacrifice, so some of their wish to come true or something like that. And he went and told it's not a good thing because that animal didn't do anything. Why you want to take that animal's life for some of your personal gain or something? So then he also did like if one person want to eat meat or something. So what he did is he exchanged that and gave him a money and all those to make sure that the compassion part is understood in overall. So that's the subtle message or the clear message there. Then I just see things have not changed much since the time what he told and now. The distribution of food is much important. It's definitely one of the, whatever solution you can call it as an engineering solution or a humanity or anything, because still you see even the world hunger is at high. And it is still, there is even people don't have even enough food or even you can say healthy food. And some of them it could be because of the lack of distribution, or some of them it could be even because of the where you have like a, what do you call, political reasons, or no healthy food because clearing vegetation and getting into famine, or feeding all the animals, and now you're left with nothing as not a complete nutrition or anything. So there's several reasons, yes. So the next one. So here I want to show some of the travel that we did to the place called Vadalur. That's where he has created. So if you go there, you can see this full picture and some of the members and friends. And this is where he has kept. And there is actually a book here. There is a picture of a book, and where that's the volumes he wrote. So next this is some of the places where people get fed and all those. And this is one I tried. It is a perfect vegan food. They just give you like a grains, some sort of like a lentil-based vegetable soup and all those, just perfect. And this is the oven, or kind of like, which was lit. Almost it is like it's burning nonstop for 150 years and feeding people. And this is some of the pictures where represents how it all started, how it is spread and all those. And I also want to tell Dr. Rao also got a chance to visit, or just got a little bit of this thing. Like we have more photos, but for the time being, I just kept it as a thing. So this is created now, inspired by that movement. There were like a lot of people have created food donation centers. So all they do is they collect, or they do a collective communal effort, collecting people to come over there, they cook, and then they distribute the food in a very simple way. Some of the food are very simple. It's as simple as like the porridge, or grains with spices and herbs. And some of them are like same thing, like the grains with the vegetable soup, some concept of the food mostly relate to the South India, because this movement originated there. But the concept is simple. Concept is what, as long as we come together, we all can overcome the time, resource shortage, or even anything needed. So we can make sure at least somebody is fed, nobody leaves hungry. So this is some of the stats also I got collected, how much they feed and all those. I got a chance to go and meet them in person. And thanks to my colleagues who are also in the call, some of them joined me and they were helping me. If you could name one of them is Srikanth, who is also in this call. He helped me also to go there and everything. So we did like a couple of friends we shared. And this is also another gentleman. We almost shares like feeds 2,000 people. And some of them are like a direct delivering vegetables and everything. Some of them are cooked food. Some of them are home delivered. And he has like 2 to 3 centers where the food is constantly cooked. And the amazing thing that he does is he makes sure the resource is not wastage. When the farmers at the farmers market try to toss all the veggies or anything, because they cannot afford to take it back to the farm again, because it's not conducive for them. So they kind of leave it, and he makes sure those are well in good state. It all makes sure it is delivered to him, and he cooks them, and the meal is almost delivered 24 hours. But the peak is during the lunchtime and the other time. But if you go knock the door, you can still find some food there. Yeah. So this is another place we were able to see, and we saw people were gathering and start eating there. And this is another gentleman. Actually, his name is Tamil Vengai. Actually, he hails from the family of Valalar. So I think Dr. Rao and myself, like we got a chance to meet him, and in fact, his uncle or someone, they actually compiled the writings of Wallalar, which is like few decades back, so that other people can read and everything. But he goes in morning. He has a two very well scheduled morning. He goes and offers soup. This is kind of like the porridge I mentioned, and he offers to the people. He has a handpicked couple of locations, and he goes and serves the people there. Then in the afternoon, he also gives food. And I also want to thank my friend Anant here, who was very instrumental in explaining and connecting this movement and veganism and all those. Definitely through him, I came to know some of these people, and he still helps on he helps on if I have to fund or help them or any of them need, he always gives a shout and gets the attention of all of us. And this is the lunch schedule where they give the food, and I'm just showing the soup, how it looks like. And I personally got a chance to try this. It was very filling, and almost if you take, you can take this for your breakfast or you can take it for your brunch. Yeah. And if you just Google Wallalar soup, you'll get the ingredients and all those. There's a little bit variation on how people do, but to some extent, most of them are basically it's a grain with water, and then it has herbs and spices. That's it. So, and this is there is a gathering in the US also happened. I got a chance to attend even in the US one in New Jersey. And this is, they actually go gather, they read the Tiruvarutpa, the 6 volumes out of that they pick and they read. In fact, my friend Hariharan is joining me today. He's the one reading. He's actually from Virginia, from the DC area, US. And he was actually reading probably last year, I guess, he was reading the Tiruvarutpa Ragaval. Okay, you want to say hi? Hi. Yes, yeah. So it's actually written in Tamil language, but the translations are available too. So, and this is some of the photos which we got through our other friends from Australia where the event happened. The events do happen other parts of the world. And then the next, I want to introduce my other friend, Krishnan. So he is from Malaysia, and he explores his side of Wallalar. I want to give this opportunity. I'm going to stop share and see whether he's joined the call. If not, let's see.
Yeah, he has joined the call.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Okay, okay, this is the time I have to join, is it? Mr. Shagar? Sankar?
Yes, you can go ahead, Krishnan. I'll quickly put your slide, okay? Just to show, okay, because I know I pulled the slide very quick, but let me just share it. So, yes. Go ahead, Krishnan, please.
Okay, hi guys, I'm Krishnan from Malaysia. I'm already as a vegan lifestyle 15 years in Malaysia. I learned so many type of experience with our friends, surround me. And today, after that, I get a chance to connect it with nature that is in spirituality from Samarasa Sutta Sanmargam, Vallalar introduced spiritual that we can connect it to nature. Then I get an opportunity to connect it to the nature, and I feel how powerful is the nature. Now, you see, early morning I was wake up around 4:30 a.m. and myself, I'm middle of rainforest. Can you see how beautiful? It's really amazing, It's a million years old rainforest. It's around me here. It's really amazing. What I'm trying to say that my experience in spirituality by introduce a spiritual connected with nature, our master Ramalingam Vallalar. Ramalingam Vallalar, he is the master for love and compassion for the 19th century to realize the entire world if humans lack of compassion, there will be a dangerous, a dangerous disaster already happening now. We can see and we can feel it. Something is wrong with our earth. Something is wrong with our earth because human already lack of compassion because of money. Because of money, the entire world, human mentality, they are looking for they're looking for ton of money, and they already forget about spirituality. The true and spirituality is connected with the nature, and I learned so many things from so many Mahan, from Mahan is surround us, and the final Mahan is Ramalinga Vallalar, sent by the nature to the earth this 19th century to help out this earth. It's going wrong, wrong way of lifestyle by humans, because we can see that around 60 million years ago, the earth was ruling by dinosaur, and today they are not here with us. And now the nature already given to us, to humans, to rule the earth in a proper way, but it's going everything wrong. And we can see by what is happening with the dairy and dairy industry, and animals are suffering. To stop all this, there's only one way. We have to introduce or implement a highly way about vegan lifestyle. That is, I'm doing daily. Daily, I'm trying to do something to help out all living things, not animals only. You see, today, few minutes, huh? Okay. Today we can see between human and human are destroying themselves. You can see there's some war going on because of race, religion, and all this. I think so. Because of that, we have to educate the entire human kingdom which ruling the earth. The knowledge already given by all the spiritual masters came to this world, but still nobody focusing 100% how to connect with the nature and go 100% in spirituality. To win 100% in spirituality, we have to change our lifestyle. We don't eat any meat products or meat eating lifestyle. That's the thing. I'm doing this 15 years, and I realized myself that the entire universal is in me. The entire universal is in me, and the supreme divine 100% is in each every human being. If they realize that, the entire world will be very peace and harmony. You see, this is my experience for this 15 years, and these 2 years, I realized myself that the only way to enter in spirituality, entire human, the blocking of spirituality is eating meat. By going vegan lifestyle, sure, 100%, every human being can win. They can feel how powerful in every human friends. And this is my first time just live Zoom with my friend Shankar, and I'm a bit scared to talk. You see, thank you so much, Mr. Shankar. I think I'm going to talk about love and compassion. I would like to say to the entire world, go vegan lifestyle. That is the only choice. Oh, go for pure vegetarian, because some friends, they don't like to hear about vegan. That's why I will say vegan and vegetarian are almost the same concept. But today's world, because of money, I think around 1,000 years ago, dairy entered into this world, and they say dairy is a vegetarian can use in temples and all that. It's 100% wrong. Dairy milk is from animal. It's from animal that is not pure vegetarian. And from this cow milk, whoever consuming, they are saying that's highly protein and all that. No, protein we can get from nuts, vegetable, and from fruits. Fruits we can get vitamins or minerals or whatever. It's already given by the plant. All these plants are waiting for us to help to live peacefully and harmony with our friends. I love them so much. I love them so much. Without this nature, the world is not going to breathe. If human kill entire world animals, the human can live only for 100 days, and the entire world will be end one day. We have to help out, stop destroying nature, stop killing innocent animals, and we have to live together on this beautiful earth. Thank you so much, Mrs. Shankar, giving me a very highly chance to share with you all. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishnan. It was amazing. I'm just going to quickly pull the slide and share the screen. So that's from the Krishnan. And if you guys have any questions, I'll pull the slide away too, but this is the question and thank you time. So I will stop sharing. That's all I want to say. Yeah. So both Shankar and myself, Krishnan, we are here. Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. BJ?
Thank you. What a beautiful presentation.
Thank you, BJ. Yeah.
And for so many years, people have felt that compassion, and it's good to hear about it again because we live in a time where some of us are so exposed to the lack of it. And I wonder, I don't know if I missed it, if you said how many people you're feeding, because it looked like from those images a whole lot. And I'm really, really grateful for them. If anybody's ever been hungry, they know how wonderful it is to get food. So thank you for your presentation. And that's my question.
You're welcome. Yeah. So close to, I would say, the most highest place I saw was in the Tirupur, where like close to 2,000 people. And it's a combination of like delivering vegetables and going and delivering at home. But a lot of people do walk in. And it was a different picture when I was there. They literally had to manage all this crowd and everything, all those. It was really tricky. And so they have a very tight schedule and they totally do out of the labor of love. And they say you have to be very, very spiritually dedicated to do this. You do get a lot of challenges when you start this path, but they are saying like they understand, they see a greater purpose in life, and it's almost like, and they do it. And there are some places they do like a 30, 40, and so it's almost like a network. Each people help each other, and sometimes they just give fruits and vegetables if they cannot.
For both of you. Thank you.
Thank
you. Watch.
If anybody else can talk.
Yeah, I think Watch is going to ask the question. Hey, Watch, go ahead. Yeah. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I got it now. So, hey, thanks. Great presentation. I didn't realize that there was such a concept. So really, thanks for introducing Valalar and the concepts of to me. There's a bias in India about South India people consuming a lot of animal slaughter products, and
I mean, obviously it's not true. So now I know, because it's, I mean, a lot of people in the north will say, oh yeah, just you will find a lot of vegetarians here, but if you go south, there people are consuming a lot of animal slaughter products. So it's only partially true, because now with this concept of the teachings of Valalar, you can see that pure veganism, is being promoted in India, and I think that's really an amazing concept for not only people in the north to learn, but all of the world to learn. So thanks for introducing that, and I hope that people follow the teachings of a lot of spiritual leaders and use that in action, because we a lot of people talk about ahimsa, they just talk about ahimsa and dharma and karma, but at the end of the day our actions speak louder than our words, and we need to apply these principles into action, and look at any way, which means or method to bring this point home, as Krishna was saying about eating plant-based, and how our spirituality, our rainforest, our body, mind, and spirit are connected with the food. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Always watch. Yeah, definitely. I echo your thoughts on this. It is still an exploration. I see a lot how things are like. So the concept is already there. Thought is already there. We just have to absorb it and put it practically in our lifestyle. And like Krishnan mentioned, then it's vegan lifestyle. You're not harming anything, or you creatively you're gonna find a way not to harm. Or you see like, oh my God, did I do that? Okay, how I can minimize that? How I can avoid that? So you kind of slow into that creatively overcome. With spirituality, of course, you should be creatively strong. So definitely, so because that's the whole point. So it's very, very interesting. And I see even people do consume, some of them who consume, there are days they don't consume. So they know what it means not to consume. They just have to push it to the rest of the days of their life or the years. If it's a religious significance day, they don't consume. And say, so it's like, hey, right? Then they're like, no, I'm a family event, I'm going to consume. Okay, you can avoid that. Where you have to. It's all about a good event means should have a good vibe and all those. So that is where all this it come. And the amazing thing is some of the people whom I interacted, they slowly transform. Maybe they've been eating meat or they've been consuming other things. Then they slowly give up. They become almost vegetarian. Then they give up dairy. Then they give up. They understand, oh, I never knew the dairy has the cruelty. So like they're like, oops, okay, now I get it. Okay, what are the alternatives? Oh, I can make a peanut curd. I can consume like the oat milk, soy milk, or even peanut milk. They just switch it. That is exactly the transformation happens. Yeah. Thank you.
Ken?
Look, and sorry, can't hear you.
Yeah. So they've given up their ghee too. No dairy.
Yes. It's a group of communities, some of them who have totally realized I go with them, like the place where they say I went there, they don't use any of those dairy and all those. So the people who are transforming, they do a little bit consume, and some places I've seen they're like transforming and they do include dairy. Like definitely they don't include meat, but there is a little bit of dairy slipping in other places. But those places, we just tell, hey, you see the ultimate idea is compassion. You came this far, can't you do that? Yeah. They get it, and practically they change it. And
yeah, that's difficult because it's so deeply embedded in the culture. But that's good to know that that's they're not including ghee. Thank you.
Always welcome. Yeah.
Great trip. My gosh, I'd love to be with you. Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing.
Dakota?
Yeah, hi everybody. I just really enjoy that comment Christian made about bringing the thought about spirituality being so important, in our journey, because the fact that like consuming meat and animals products, and because of the fact of having to kill to do it, and all these things that blocks our connection to the divine, or our higher power and our source for everything. So I find that so interesting, because as a 12-step or two in recovery from addictions and stuff, they tell us all the time, and I know that spirituality is the solution. It's a spiritual solution to all of our ills, and I just find that everywhere I go, like even here, it's so true. And anyway, I love that insight, and thanks for sharing and doing your presentation tonight with us. And morning for Krishnan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did Krishnan have a response to that or no? I think he has turned off his camera. It's very
okay. I'm here. I'm here. Thanks so much. To win in spirituality, there's only one way. That's only one way. If everyone understand about spirituality, the important power we have to connect it with nature. They are equal. They are equal to our soul, and a beautiful soul inside here. And always I love to travel to rainforest. In Malaysia, we have a million years rainforest in Malaysia, because Malaysia is a tropical country. You all have to come and visit one day. I'm waiting for you all to come and visit our country. It's really beautiful, you see. This is because today the world, humans are destroying all of. I feel want to cry, Very sad. Because of animal farm, they are destroying the earth and destroying the nature. And because of money, because of money, our friends are suffering, not the plants. Animals are suffering. Humans are suffering because they don't know what is happening outside there. They just go and eat fast food and all that, and they are going home. After that, slowly they are getting sick and all that. That's the thing. I can see around 40% beautiful souls are here. It's a beautiful opportunity for us to help out the entire world species, include 6 senses, human being, to out from this dangerous lifestyle. It's amazing. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Yeah, thank you, Shankar. I love, and both of you, thank you so much for your work. And it's so great to know that there's so much history in spiritual veganism. I studied with the Essenes, and they were known to be vegans. A lot of history that was covered up, but knowing that they ate vegan and mostly raw food, like uncensored food. And it was all about ceremony and giving thanks. It was all about gratitude and remembering that no matter, Viktor Frankl called it tragic optimism. And it was kind of the basis of existential therapy, is that the worst things that could happen could be our greatest blessings, right? And so we're at that place where the worst thing that could happen, like we can't stay here anymore as a race, can be our biggest upgrade for our spiritual development. And that tragic optimism, it leads to creative pathways, right? Because that's what we're doing here. It opens up the creative pathways if you are anchored in the belief that we are here now because we're supposed to be, which is kind of a spiritual belief. If I'm here, I'm supposed to be. And if things are happening, they're happening. So they're happening means maybe they're supposed to be, because that's what we've created. And then what are we supposed to do? Who are we supposed to become? As Judy Carmen says, Homo Ahimsa, right? People of compassion, not Homo sapiens, but Homo Ahimsa. And so thank you. Thank you for, again, reminding us that we're spiritual beings having this human experience and not the other way around. Thank you.
Always, thank you, Tammy. Just want to echo what Krishnan mentioned too. Krishnan, actually every day he comes and he shares a nugget, okay, very sweet nugget of information or something appealing to your heart and soul. The message is clear about compassion or strongly remains about compassion and then relating to the nature and everything. So he has followers, people across. One day he doesn't post, we'll ask him what happened. So he just shares a message practically while driving or even walking in the nature and all those. And he relates to the veganism, he relates to the spiritual compassion and all those, Valalar and everything, like all those are, yeah. And I want to mention one point about that Valalar, which is, I cannot even tell anyone who has simplified the spirituality or their things, that is that only thing you have to be is compassionate. You want to worship, just be compassionate. So that is very, very simple and not harm anything and all those. And it has so much work to do. I get it. It's not a simple statement, but just being compassionate is the ultimate savior or salvation or whatever. This thing cannot be simplified anymore.
I heard a little while ago, and I'm not sure whether I heard it in our climate healers community or where I heard it, but it really hit me because I was writing this book with Paul that we never ended up finishing on, stages of grief, but creative actions. And my next stage was empathy. And somebody said, empathy isn't action, compassion is. Because if you truly feel compassion, it's an action statement. You can't actually feel compassion. You can feel empathy and go, oh, poor you. But compassion is the action of empathy. It's the action word. And that really stayed deep with me.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, because you can't see suffering if you're really truly compassionate and not want to stop it. Otherwise, you're just empathizing with their pain, which isn't an action. Anyways, it was really powerful for me. So I just thank you.
Welcome. Yes.
Thank you, Tammy. No, I mean, I wanted you to talk about this because I wanted people to understand that this is such a long tradition. It's been around for hundreds of years, and even as Dr. Gabriel Cousin says, thousands of years. We've had vegans in the world for thousands of years, and we've just named it differently now, and it's coming back from the West, right? Yeah. So people in India saying, "Oh, veganism is foreign," to me is like, what are you talking about? It's the origin is right there. So, because that's what the anti-vegans are telling people. I mean, people are saying, don't embrace veganism because it's a foreign concept. It's all of us coming together around this basic, simple idea: compassion for all life is infinitely sustainable. Yeah. Ken?
The foreign thing was the famines. That was the foreign thing. The foreign thing. The response to it was the indigenous, the native thing. Yeah. Right. Got it backwards.
Right.
Backwards. Yeah.
That's a good point, Ken. Thank you. I mean, eradicating it all over is our goal.
Mm-hmm. Correcting our own actions, huh?
Right. Madhuri? You're unmute. Okay, sorry.
Unmuted. Audible?
Yeah, audible.
Okay. Yeah, just hi. Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation, Shankar and Krishnan. Mr. Krishnan, I wanted to know, so were you in Malaysia your entire life, and where did you begin your vegan journey?
Okay, I'm a fourth generation in Malaysia.
Oh,
My grandmother from Sri Lanka, and my
wow.
grandfather from Tamil Nadu, Tiruchi, around Tiruchi area, and
Okay.
they came to Malaysia first generation. I'm now fourth generation in Malaysia. I'm already vegan. Comes to a vegan lifestyle already 15 years. 15 years, and
Okay.
I have opportunity or to get connected with Valalar spirituality almost 15 years.
Okay.
15 years. I learned so many things from Valalar and with his devotees. And the main point I took from him is love and compassion. Show love and compassion to entire species, not only for humans, the entire species, include bacteria and virus.
Wow. Okay.
Because all these are living things, you see? And that's the
Yeah.
thing. Any
Uh,
question?
Pleasure to connect with you. Thank you for
Okay,
sharing your
okay,
story.
sure. Have a nice day.
You too.
Wonderful. Yeah, you
Thank
make.
you. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Vegan Krishnan, and thank you, Shankar, for a very illuminating presentation and for doing all that research, Shankar. I know it took a lot of effort from you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. It's like it can save a life and everything. All this. Oh, pleasure.
Perfect. We have Renee and
We have
Jane. Okay, there. Jane. Renee.
Hi.
There you are, and Joya.
Joya, hi. Such a pleasure to meet you.
Yes. Hi, Jane.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Here we are. Grab this.
Thank you for allowing me to unmute. Hello, everybody.
So how does this go? Should we just, I'll play moderator, or do you want to be moderator, Dr. Rao?
You have the floor, Jane. I'll do whatever you want.
I want to say this is a fascinating conversation. We're going to talk about addiction and veganism. I wrote a book called Addict Nation, which makes the point that we live in an addictogenic culture, and there's no better way to make money than to get people hooked on something. So we can talk about all the things that we're hooked on that are consumption oriented. We're hooked on meat and dairy as a society, and it's killing us. Fast food, we're hooked on that. And then there are other addictions as well. And I'm a recovering alcoholic with 28 years of sobriety. Knock on wood, by April Fool's Day, I'll have 29 years, one day at a time. And I would love our two other fantastic panelists to introduce themselves, because addiction is a very personal thing, and I prefer that everybody describe it how they would like to describe what their background is in that regard. So Joya, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jane. I did not know about your book. I thought I knew a lot about you. I saw your earlier presentation, but that's fascinating. And because when I talk about food addiction, I've done a lot of study on it myself, and I think we're talking about two different things. We're talking about clinically diagnosable addiction like alcoholism or cocaine addiction that meets the DSM requirements for what qualifies as an addiction. And there are people who approach food in that addictive way, and I was a food addict in that way myself. I struggled with compulsive overeating for much of my life, and at one point weighed more than 300 pounds. And then, on the other hand, we're talking about the pleasure trap, which is highlighted in a book called The Pleasure Trap that really was life-changing for me. And it talks about how, as a society, like you were saying, we are addicted to meat, to dairy, to processed foods, including sugar and flour and oils especially, and how they're all linked together. And all of those substances are addictive. So to break the addiction, and this is what I teach to my coaching clients and what I wrote about in my book, The Easy Breezy Whole Foodie, to break the addiction, you have to abstain from all of that, from all fad foods, is the way I like to frame it, standard American diet foods. But Dr. Greger uses another term called crap, which is calorie rich and processed. So that covers the sugar, the flour, the oils, the fake cheese, the vegan meats, and the animal products are all very calorie rich. So that's why my approach differs from a whole food, real food approach. I read another book recently called Ultra Processed People, and he talks about how these ultra processed ingredients are addictive, like you said, and they're making money because they've gotten people hooked, and they get people hooked, starting with babies by putting sugar in baby formula, so that 99.8% of us in the population are hooked to these substances. Some of us start out as addictive personalities, addictive people who really have diagnoses. And I think I would estimate maybe 10, 15% of the population. And I would put myself in that part where I started developing obesity at age 11. And I talk about obesity as an affliction too, not as something that I was or that somebody is. It's something that has become, has jumped on you because you've been addicted to these substances, all this crap. So I'll stop there. But the cure for both the real addiction, like I had, and the pleasure trap addiction is abstinence. Abstinence from all crap. And people say you can't abstain from food, but you can absolutely abstain from all animal foods, all processed foods. And when you do that, you break the addiction. And that's what I did. And that's what I want to share with people. And I'm so grateful to be on this panel. So thank you. I will stop there for now.
Thank you so much for that wonderful explanation and backstory. And now Renee King Sonnen, of famed Rowdy Girl Sanctuary in Texas. We all probably know her story in terms of being the famous cattle rancher's wife who secretly wrote a diary and collected funds to turn her husband's calf cow operation into a vegan farmed animal sanctuary. But I'll let Renee take it away as far as the rest of her fascinating story.
Thank you, Jane. And it is a pleasure to be on a panel with you, Joya, and always an absolute pleasure to be in the same space with Salesh. So, I appreciate the opportunity. Wow, I was listening to you, Joya, and I have a long history of addiction. I'll be 66 next month, and January the 8th, I had 11 years sober from, alcohol and drugs. So, but I've been in the program for many years, over 30 years. It's taken me many relapses to finally surrender and get sober from, alcohol and drugs. But, what I've realized since I went vegan on October 31st, 2014, is that the addictions have crossed over into so many areas of our lives. So many people I've learned are addicts to food. I mean, to just like you explained, Joya, particularly the animal products are full of compounds that make you addicted. We're learning, and recently I read a book by Dr. Arnold Ehret, and it's really all about the mucusless diet, like absolutely getting the stuff out of your system that would create toxins and poisons in your body. I'm like 70% fruit now. I mean, I'm loving eating fruit. I mean, I just sit around and eat like fruit all day. And then I may have, some Ezekiel toast with some almond butter on it, like in some point in the day. But I've realized since doing that how addicted I was to sugar, to all the processed foods, and how much better I'm feeling in my body, in my brain, not eating a bunch of stuff just for taste, because I really believe that we addicts are really addicted to things that change the way that change the way we feel, right? So whether it's alcohol, drugs, food, sex, whatever that is, you know, I am convinced, especially now that I'm vegan, that the whole world is addicted in some way or the other, and they just don't even know it. So I'm grateful today that I found this way of life. It took what it took for me to get here, and I'm really grateful to be talking about it. Thank you.
Wow. Well, I have a bunch of thoughts. I mean, we're here today to try to save the planet, and that means converting society to a plant-based diet. And we can say what we'd like people to do, and then there's what people would actually do. And so to say that everybody's going to wake up tomorrow and not only go plant-based, but go whole food plant-based and be eating basically like a macrobiotic diet, it's likely not going to happen. I would love to be wrong, but there's a lot of transition foods. In other words, I think whoever frames the debate wins the debate. And now the meat industry, and I've been told, in fact, it was stated publicly at the Vegan Women's Summit in Brooklyn last year, that, you know, the meat industry has a war room the size of Fox News in Colorado. I have no independent confirmation of this, but this was what was said on a panel, that they just send out negative information about veganism, that it's processed and that it's plastic, you know, like plastic. Of course it's not plastic. Now, processed has become a dirty word. And of course, they never talk about processed meat as being processed. They only talk about processed vegan food as being processed. And virtually, obviously, all the processed meat is, well, it's actually cancer causing, which is not the case with processed vegan food. So I'm very concerned about us as a movement starting to repeat meat industry talking points. I would say, this is my suggestion in general, take it or leave it, anybody, I'm just talking about from my perspective, is that back when there was just literally like brown rice and, you know, tofu, people would be like, what do you eat? Grass? And, you know, I can't eat like this. And so we started making, companies started making alternatives that look like some of the comfort food that Americans desire. And now that there's a lot of those great comfort foods, there is a problem where vegans are eating a lot of that comfort food and getting overweight, you know. And the other problem, though, is that now the meat industry, and we'd call the establishment, has come back and said, all this food is processed, never acknowledging that the cheese that's made from dairy is processed, that the deli slices are processed, and that the hot dogs are processed. I mean, 99% of the way meat and dairy is consumed is processed. So my concern is, while it's great to tell everybody to eat healthy, and I totally try to do that, although I'm not 100%. My favorite quote is Irma Bombach, and she said, imagine those poor ladies who passed up the dessert the last night on the Titanic. You know, I've given up alcohol, I've given up smoking, I've given up a lot of things, and I don't want to, I personally, while I do struggle with my weight and try to stay in shape and try to eat right, I don't want to set such narrow rules for myself that I feel like I'm living a very rigid and a lifestyle that's just not what I choose to live. I feel like, while certainly food addicts cannot moderate, and I agree with you 100%, Joya, as your choice, as if, and correct me if I'm mischaracterizing what you're saying, I agree 100% that your choice as somebody who defines yourself as a food addict is to say complete abstinence. I applaud that. Frankly, I applaud it. But I think we're in tricky ground when we're trying to tell all vegans to just eat a whole food plant-based diet, or to knock these alternative products that are coming out that are under attack, under fierce attack from the meat industry already. And we know Beyond Meat stock has dropped. You know, there's a lot of struggle. I just spoke to somebody who analyzes a lot of vegan restaurants are going under because there's a campaign against veganism being waged by the establishment. So I'm just concerned about I just want to make sure I am not repeating any meat industry talking points. I would just like to get everybody's thoughts on that, including Dr. Rao.
Yeah, can I address that? I mean, you brought up some great points in all of you. And the way the system works is that they're using our natural instincts against us. It's our natural instinct to search out food that has sugar, search out food that has salt, because these are rare in nature, right? So if there is sugar, that means that it's the ripe fruit. You're supposed to eat it. So we have been programmed by nature to seek out these foods. And what they have done is they have extracted just the sugar, packaged it in a way that you keep coming back for what they're offering us, right? Or packaging just the fat and putting it together and making us come back for what they're offering us. Because for all these corporations, an addict is the best customer, because you'll keep coming back for more and more and more. When I want to just explain, my experience with addiction, I was severely addicted to cigarettes. I took my first drag from a cigarette and I was hooked. And I don't know how. Maybe my physiology is such that nicotine was so addictive to me, but I was hiding it from my mom. And when I finally told my mom, I came to this country and then told my mom. So I started smoking when I was a college student in India. But I wrote to her saying, I started smoking. I didn't tell you. I want to get it off my chest because I don't want to keep any secrets from you. And she wrote me a long letter saying, how could you do this? Because you were a sickly child. Apparently, I was a twin. She had never told me this. I was a twin, and my twin passed away at birth. And I was a very small child. She said I was preemie, small child, and I couldn't breathe. And she had to rub lotion on my chest to get me to breathe for the first 2 years of my life. And she said, I did so much to keep you alive, and you are doing this, please stop. And I tried stopping, okay, but I was so hooked that I couldn't stop. And every time she called me, she would ask me, have you quit? And I would keep telling her, I'm doing it. I'm trying, Mom. So I tried gum. I tried patches. I tried hypnosis. I tried everything under the sun. And I couldn't do it. Then my mother died in 1997. She was 60. And you know what? I quit instantly. I quit instantly because that was the only thing she ever asked me to do. And I was so filled with regret for not doing it when she was alive that there was nothing that could stop me from quitting at that point. Okay, so it's an inner force that drove me to quit. And I realized at that point that I could have quit any time. It was in my control. And I was sort of letting these small things pull me away from it. Stress at work or whatever it was, pull me away from it. And I tell this story now to say that we have a major addiction problem, and it's not our fault because our corporations have been trying to addict us because that's their business model. Okay, so this is the way it's been, but we have to collectively help each other quit our addictions before our Mother Earth dies. Because you don't want to wait until your mother dies and then try to quit, especially with Mother Earth. So I think this is what my mother left me as a lesson, so that I can pass it on to others, saying this is what happened to me, and the only regret I have in my life is that that I didn't do it, and I don't want us to have that regret while we are watching Mother Earth die.
Well, I want to say just personally, this may sound callous, but I'm just being honest. It's kind of reassuring that you have an addiction or a recovering addict, because you seem kind of perfect.
Oh, no.
When you don't have any coffee, and then I when I see you, would you like a cup of tea? I only drink water. I'm like, oh my God. So that's my perspective. Renee, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I was listening to both of you, and I totally agree that, we've got to be somewhat careful not to make people think that, gosh, you're going vegan and now you're going to, only eat whole food plant-based. Granted, I didn't start there. But I think my desire to recover and be the kind of person that is free from addictive thoughts, addictive mentality, I lean into that way of life. So it's been very freeing for me not to be worried about, what I'm going to be eating. I have whole food, I have pumpkin seeds. I have, I don't know. It's just been such a freedom to me to not be thinking so much about food. Eating a bunch of fruit is like easy, and I just feel so good. But anyway, my husband, for instance, a cattle rancher, he eats Beyond sausage every single morning. He eats his hash browns. He eats his his egg, his Just Egg. And I love a good Just Egg, every now and again. But it's like there's no way you could tell my husband, if you were going to be vegan, you'd have to be whole food plant-based. But having said that, if somebody gets to the edge of their health and they're dying and all, just like Celeste just said, he quit when his mother died. Does it take somebody dying for us to change our ways? Does it take ourselves on the deathbed to finally change? I just, at 60, almost 66 years old, if I'm going to be the kind of person I need to be for animals, I have a lot of work to do for animals on this planet. And I'm being asked more and more to show up in ways globally that I've never imagined I would be doing. If I'm going to continue to do that with the right mindset and the right body, I got to take care of it, and I want to be clear. Since I've been eating this way, I have not had any Advil. I don't wake up with headache. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. My stomach doesn't hurt. And I did it kind of by accident. I started following this young man. He's a Black man named Kev Ramon, and he's a 100% fruitarian. And I've always had this thing in my brain that God created us to live in a garden. I mean, I always had this thought in my head, we're really supposed to eat from the garden. And he nails it for me. And so I follow him. He's a little radical, but I don't know. I kind of lean into that a little bit because he's so pure in it. And he's changed so many other people's lives. So, I want to be the kind of person that can show up 100% for animals. I want to show up healthy. I want to be the best I can be. And, that's the way I'm feeling about it right now.
So Joya, what's your perspective?
Yes, I loved what you said about, I definitely don't want to be repeating any meat industry words or rhetoric. I feel like I'm in a science fiction movie almost, with big food and big ag being the evil dark side and whole food plant-based being the answer, the light for that. And like Dr. Rao was saying, these industries are using our biology against us. This is what the pleasure trap explains. We're evolved to seek out the most highly concentrated calories we can find in order to survive. And we were in an environment of scarcity. So that was really a good way to operate. But now we're in an environment that I like to call the sad food matrix, where everything is processed, including, so when we talk about cheese, cheese is both an animal product and a processed food, and processed meats, like you said, are carcinogenic. And when you're approaching people to become vegan out of compassion or for the animals, then I fully agree that transitional foods, vegan processed foods, are the way to go. But I feel like I came in the back door and I'm bringing other people in the back door. My specialization for coaching is people who are dealing with obesity and who want really what is a magic ticket out of it. And the complete abstinence is the 90 days that's recommended in the pleasure trap. And that's a lot of brain scientists say is the amount of time it takes to break an addiction. So after 90 days, my clients do what they want, but the ones who want to continue losing weight, they lose 50, 60 pounds during those 90 days often. And then the ones who want to continue have to continue abstaining from crap foods, sad foods, definitely animal foods, but also oils and unprocessed foods. But yeah, processed vegan foods are certainly preferable to animal foods. And I what happened with me, I was hearing one of the earlier speakers today talking about how people who go vegan for health tend to be less reliably, less consistently vegan, and they go out and they do things like ice cream. Cheese is a big one, but ice cream is another one that is so culturally connected to our societal addiction that it's for birthdays, we all scream for ice cream. So that's one of those really highly concentrated foods that is really dangerous, especially for people with addictive tendencies. But it's an addiction that's hard to break. And the vegan versions of that will keep people's taste buds attuned to that, and oils do the same thing. So I'm like running around kind of fighting big food and also avoiding all of the oils and ingredients that are slid into things that don't belong there and that keep you in the pleasure trap. So yeah, that's an interesting place for me to explore how to make sure my words don't echo any big food, big ag propaganda, because I definitely do not want to do that ever.
Oh, I wasn't directing at you. I actually have said this on many Zooms and talks.
Yeah. No, I didn't feel directed, but I just understood process. When you say process, people trigger things different ways for different people. Yeah.
Well, speaking of ice cream, I guess full disclosure, we just went live at Salt and Straw, which for Veganuary has 8 vegan flavors.
Okay.
When we went live there, yes, the 7 or 8 vegan flavors, and we sampled them all, were delicious. But I keep thinking, well, that's how many cows that didn't have their babies ripped away from their mothers, right?
Awesome.
I mean, that's like one of the hottest ice cream stores. It is a chain and it's on Abbott Kinney, and there's always a line around the block. And so when my vegan friend Karen said, Salt and Straw is doing like 8 different vegan flavors for Veganuary, I said, let's go promote it. Because if that store is successful with those items, they might start adding more on a permanent basis. But if nobody buys them, then they might say it's not selling. And that's another conundrum in the vegan world. It's like, you want to support certain products so that they survive and they become acceptable replacements for the similar meat items. I think this is a fascinating conversation, but I just want to make some thoughts and points. And it's not like I'm an expert, but I do have the dubious honor of being somewhat of an expert in addiction. Frankly, I wish I wasn't. I don't want to be an addict. alcoholism runs very strong on one side of my family, and I know it's a life or death thing for me. So I had a psychic shift, and after not being able to go a day without drinking for most of my adult life, I hit bottom making a fool of myself at a party in Hollywood, very appropriate. Everybody was there, my agent, my ex-husband, all these people. And the next day I sought out help, and I had a psychic shift. I went from somebody who could not go without drinking a day. And I was a disciplined kind of alcoholic in the sense of I was very much like my dad, who was an alcoholic. He never drank before work, but he always drank after work. And I was very similar in that manner. I was lucky to have never gotten a DUI, but any addict experiences incomprehensible demoralization, and I certainly did. And I had a psychic shift, and what happened was I suddenly realized in my mind, it's not that I won't drink, it's that I don't have to drink today. And that was like the shift that happened in my head. And, it's a miracle. I honestly consider it a miracle, because nothing was working, and then something did work, and I got help. I will say, I think everybody has something. And that's why I said, half joking, that I was so happy to hear that you had an addiction, Dr. Rao, because there's a lot of different kinds of addictions. And so I personally have not ever really run into somebody, they call people who aren't addicts normies, but most everybody has something. I mean, if it's not alcohol or cigarettes or drugs or food or gambling or sex or Debtors Anonymous. I had a friend who was addicted to going to recovery meetings, and she took me to a Workaholics Anonymous meeting. And I swear to God, the woman who opened the door said, "You're so lucky, because a lot of times nobody shows up because everybody's working." And then there was a woman furiously taking notes the entire meeting. And I went up to her afterwards and I said, "You're really sick." You can't make this stuff up. But all joking around aside, there's the invisible addiction, codependence. And that's when people are addicted to the drama of the addict. So they themselves aren't addicts, but they're very much addicted to the drama and the chaos and the woo of the addict that they're somehow connected to. And that's the addiction that masquerades as I'm a nice person. And often they can create a lot of problems by providing a safety net for the addict. I mean, the classic stereotype example, and Renee, you could probably talk about this too ad nauseum, but is the long-suffering wife who covers up for her husband who's the alcoholic, and she's always making excuses for him. That's sort of the stereotype. So I mean, I only say that because I think that pretty much everybody's got something. And if you want to be an effective activist, find out what your something is and get help for it. Because I was not an effective activist. I wasn't even a vegan till I got sober. I got sober, and then I came out as gay after I got sober, and then I became vegan. And, I would sit around the bar, I love animals, but I didn't really do anything. And it was only after I got sober that I started putting my activism to work. So I would say one thing, if everybody watching, there's 43 people watching, whatever you're hooked on, take care of it. Now, I don't have to worry about gambling addiction because I'm not a gambling addict. That's something I'm not particularly excited about. Although I do play the lottery, because I say, if I win the lottery, I'm going to open a big ass vegan restaurant, and we're going to have everybody we know performing. That's my fantasy. So I do play the lottery. I know it's silly, but I enjoy it. But I'm not a gambling addict. Okay, I don't have urges to gamble. So I don't need to not ever gamble because I'm not hooked on gambling. So we have to figure out what we're hooked on to achieve abstinence. We shouldn't necessarily achieve abstinence for something that we're not hooked on, but I could be wrong. What are your thoughts on that? Starting with eeny, meeny, miny, mo, Dr. Rao.
Yeah. What I've found is that when you have a purpose, a strong purpose, you're willing to pretty much do anything to fulfill that purpose. So for me, it was, the Vegan World 2026 promise, the pinky promise from my granddaughter. That's sort of drives me every day, right? So I remember, almost a couple of years ago now, I had gone to this Indian restaurant and I had a very oily dish. And I had been trying to go whole food plant-based, and I really didn't realize that, that would have such a huge impact on me. So I had this oily dish. It was channa bhatura. So, and for some reason, even the sauce had lots of oil in it. But I enjoyed it. I ate it. And then I passed out in the restaurant.
Wow.
Okay? I passed out, and when I came to, my son was dabbing my head with a wet towel, and Kimaya was bawling away. And she thought I had passed out, that I had passed away. Okay, she was bawling away, and they had already called the ambulance. And I wrote about it because they sent me to a cardiologist. I had a whole bunch of things happen as a result of that. And I wrote about it, and Dr. McDougall called me, and he said, "You're going to take my course, so this doesn't happen to you again." Okay? So I took his course, and then I realized that that cheating was not worth it. Because my body had adjusted to whole food plant-based, and it got this huge shock of oil, and it said, "What the heck is this?" It put me to sleep in order to fix it. Okay. And that's what caused me to pass out. And I said, it's not worth it. It's not worth it for my granddaughter to cry like that. And she drives me now, right? I'm trying to fulfill her promise. So I told her, look, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Don't worry about me dying. I'm not going anywhere because I have a pinky promise to fulfill. Okay? And so since then I have been relatively, I've been watching my food so that I don't eat oily food like that. So that was a wake-up call for me, saying, be serious.
More flaws. I'm loving this conversation. I'm feeling so much better about myself. Renee, where do we strike that balance? Again, this is a vegan conversation. So we're about promoting veganism. Sure, we don't want to promote unhealthy food, but by the same token, people are eating food that is exponentially more unhealthy when they're eating the meat and dairy variety of it. And there was a need to create these alternatives. I think addiction has been defined as something that if you can never, ever successfully negotiate with it, the only option you really have is to walk away. And that's what you were talking about, Joya. With food addiction, you want abstinence because you could not successfully negotiate with those foods. But if we want the general public to transition to plant-based, and whereas they're not going to all go whole food plant-based immediately, much less fruitarian, we have to offer those alternatives. And so we want to support those alternatives. So is there room for moderation, assuming you are not a certified food addict, which is something that, is quite rampant in today's society? But how do we navigate that? Renee?
Well, from addiction to healing, right? That's what we're talking about, from addiction to healing. So I think the way we navigate that is, number one, realizing that most people are addicts. They may not know it, but they are. So, once we convert to veganism, like I just got a request earlier on one of my Facebook feeds. I want to go vegan. Me and my family want to go vegan. Can you help me with food to eat? I need to know how to eat, eggs and meat and cheese and be vegan. Well, I'm not going to tell this person, be a fruitarian. I'm going to tell this person, thank God, there's Just Egg, there's Beyond Sausage, there's Impossible Hamburgers, there's Beyond Steak, which I do love a good Beyond steak every now and then. That is my little kind of crutch every now and again. But I'm new to this. I'm new to like refraining from oil. I think oil was a big trigger for me too. I found that it was like I was eating too much of it, and now I'm not eating any except in an avocado, or something, and it feels good. But how do you negotiate it? You got to meet people where they are. We got to meet people where they are, and we've got to educate, teach people. I think more and more we are learning that, like even like follow your heart mayonnaise, like that was one of my favorites. I used to eat it all the time. I haven't had any in a long time. But you know what? I just learned recently that whoever bought them out, I think it was like a dairy company or something. A lot of these companies are being bought out. These vegan companies are being bought out, and they are being bought out by the industry, the big meat or big dairy industries. How do we negotiate that? Because I really do believe meat, dairy, cheese, eggs, all that is addictive. And so if these companies, these big dairy, big meat companies are buying up our whole food, our vegan companies, what are they really doing behind the scenes?
I mean, I think it's still vegan products, and I think that goes two ways. Companies are not people necessarily. I mean, they're entities that change. I know every time I've ever gone back to an old newsroom where I used to work, nobody is there. Maybe one person that I used to know. I mean, people cycle through, and I think we have to give, this is my personal opinion, we have to give those companies an opportunity to evolve. And if they are making money on the vegan mayonnaise, then maybe they'll start producing more vegan mayonnaise and less dairy mayonnaise. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being naive. What do others think about that?
I think that's definitely true. And I would like to encourage companies to offer vegan products that are lookalike products and fake products, but I'm not going to do it with my money, with my food dollars. And when you talk about meeting people where they are, I am not personally a go vegan activist. I am not trying to get people to go vegan. My work and my lane is anti-obesity work. So for people to reverse obesity, they have to break the addiction, and you cannot moderate your way out of the addiction. But if you don't have weight to lose and you just want to change your life by respecting animals with your food choices, then the vegan products are right down your alley, in your lane. They're not for me. They're not for the people who want to reverse obesity like me, but they are for people who want to stop supporting the destruction of the planet on the level that is going on through animal agriculture. And that's a wonderful thing. But the thing that I would offer even to them is that to break their addiction to the animal products, a one fell swoop break to all crap, the calorie-rich processed products and the animal products at one time, the 90 days off of that puts you in a different mind space to then think about, okay, well, how often will I have vegan ice cream? Maybe on my birthday only, maybe once a year. And that you can think clearly and make those kinds of decisions rather than, no, I'm just in an addictive state and I have to eat this ice cream, and oh, there's no vegan ice cream. Well, then I have to eat regular ice cream because I'm still addicted. My body, my nervous system is still caught in this pleasure trap. So that's my what I would say about the power of abstinence. Abstinence is a way. When I saw in the chat that it's the way to stop cravings. So if you if you love ice cream and you take 90 days off of ice cream, you have a different relationship to ice cream, vegan or animal. And you can think clearly about whether, okay, is this really needs to be a part of my life, or am I just a slave to it? So that's what I'd say about that.
Well, talking about veganism and addiction, I think we can focus for the rest of this conversation on how we can help Americans in general kick an addiction to fast food, because that is probably the number one way that people are addictively consuming meat and dairy. You drive down a Miracle Mile and it's just one fast food joint after the other, and it seems to be increasing, not decreasing. So I would love to do a round robin on how we can tackle that, because I think that is the key issue. I think obviously I don't want to see anybody eating meat or dairy, period, end of story. But it's this bizarre, and it's certainly not tradition, because fast food just initiated in the late 50s, and even in the 70s it was still just taking off, and now it has become pretty much the dominant way people are consuming food, and that is probably the biggest single problem we face. I could be wrong, but this is just my observation. Let's do a round robin. Dr. Rao, how do we tackle that?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It is the way to get addictive food into people, and fast food. And I say that the best way to tackle that is to have healthy food freely available to every human being on the planet. If we could do that, and do that as a community project, if we could do that, let's say your community will have a community center where you're donating like $5 a month or whatever for that, so that everyone gets access to healthy food. If we can create something like that in our communities, then the demand for fast food will automatically drop, because people will have access to healthy food for free and they will eat it. And then they won't feel like they're having to go and eat that.
But I mean, being provocative for a second, isn't that like telling a heroin addict, here, I have a cookie with some hemp in it? I mean, when you're dealing with a very addictive product, which is packed with sugar, salt, and fat, which are three of the most addictive elements, it's very hard to tell somebody who's hooked on that, oh, you know what? There's some free brown rice and tofu down the block. I mean,
it has to be more interesting than that. Yeah, we can do like a nice unity stew or something like that, which is, people will try it. We are noticing that people will try it and they will say, hey, this actually tastes good, because they're seeing other people, and they first come and ask, why are you giving it away for free? And then we explain to them, we want healthy food to be free and not fast food to be subsidized. Yeah? Because unhealthy food is being subsidized in our system. We want healthy food to be subsidized. And so then they get it. They understand why we are doing it. And then they try it. We're not going to get all of them, but we need to peel away enough so that the fast food companies start feeling the pinch. Anyway, that's my take on it.
Oh, Joya?
Yeah, I love that, what you said, Dr. Rao. I would also say an approach that I think can be helpful is to raise people's consciousness and awareness around it. And one thing I'd like to do is recommend some books. Your book sounds like one, Jane, that would probably be helpful for people to read. But another one that comes immediately to my mind is Dr. Joel Fuhrman's Fast Food Genocide. So if people really understand this is what's happening, this fast food you're addicted to and you're eating every day, it is creating a genocide in your community. These exploding rates of obesity and diabetes and heart disease and hypertension and depression and anxiety, all these other symptoms of systemic inflammation that are a direct result of the food that is pushed in the communities, especially low-income communities. This is a genocide going on. So your choices, when you say, okay, let's go to Popeyes, fam, that's playing right into it. So again, like a science fiction movie, you're feeding the dark side, you're aiding and abetting the enemy in a really bad way. So I think the more consciousness people have, the better choices they'll be able to make. So that's my one piece of 2 cents I'm throwing into the pool in this round robin.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It is like a drug. Fast food is the big industry's way of pushing drugs that are legal through food. And what do? Get people sick, and then they have to have the pharmaceuticals. And then there you go. The film, they're trying to kill us, right? I mean, they really are. The thing is, we've got to get that. The powers that be really are trying to kill us. There is no profits for them to make if we're eating apples, grapes, oranges, whole food. They can't make any money off that, and we're not going to be going to the doctor either. So, God, there needs to be huge campaigns. I mean, maybe we put up, maybe fruit stands or something, or veggie stands next to these fast food joints. Just like fruit stands, veggie stands, unity stew. I mean, something. I mean, God, that's a great topic, and one that needs to be talked about a lot.
Well, my thought is, and this really dovetails with our next guest, Dotsie Bausch of Switch for Good, a vegan Olympian. And we were all together at a Starbucks protest recently. In fact, Unshade TV is going to put that video up in a day or two. Very fun protest, but basically saying, why are you charging more for plant-based milk that doesn't make us sick? And, my personal belief is that the meat and dairy industry is like a house of cards. And if we could take one key demographic or 2 key demographics out of the playbook, out of their customer base, I think the whole house of cards could collapse. And I personally feel like we need to make fast food a political issue. That's why I really have high hopes for that film, They're Trying to Kill Us, because it is clearly targeted at communities of color. And so how do we make that a political issue? I wish Dotsie could join us, but she's speaking in 10 minutes. I think she is here, but I think that is a key thing we need to do. I'll never forget, speaking of your former cigarette addiction, there was a commercial that pretty much made cigarettes hit the tipping point in terms of being culturally unacceptable in the United States. Of course, they immediately started expanding this bad habit to other countries. But it was a woman who had a tracheotomy, and she was, I think that's what they call it. She had a hole in her neck, and she's smoking a cigarette out of her neck, and the smoke's coming out. And the headline said, "Smoking is very glamorous," because that's what they were selling, was glamour, right? That's why I smoked when I was a teenager. I wanted to be cool. And, they always say you chase the highlight of the moment that your ideal moment of addiction. And I'll never forget, I was at underage in a bar, smoking Territons and drinking a Harvey Wallbanger. And I thought I had arrived and life was beautiful. And it was all downhill from there. But the point is, we need something like that. We need, fast food is very convenient. And then you see somebody on a gurney. Fast food is cheap. And then you see somebody getting surgery. We need an entire advertising campaign to make it political, and get these key demographics out of the customer base, because the people who own these companies are not eating it. They have their private chefs and they're eating healthy food. And I don't know if it's vegan or not, but they're eating,
Probably.
We've all heard about Mark Zuckerberg having his cows eating beer and some kind of nuts.
Macadamia nuts, yeah.
Macadamia nuts. So they're not eating, dollar cheeseburgers.
Right.
And so I think that would be a very effective campaign, and maybe we can get a team together to work on a campaign like that. And it doesn't have to even be video. This was a photograph of a woman. I remember it 50 years later. How is that possible? Because it was brilliant. And that's something I think we need to do. We need to have a collaborative of people who know about advertising. I know a couple of people, and get some provocative ads about fast food. Now, the problem, of course, is where are we going to place the ads? On Unchained TV.
Unchained TV, yes.
Because
yes.
they're not going to run them on the mainstream channels. They won't, because who pays the bills for all the major networks? Fast food and pharmaceuticals. I don't know about you, but I can't even eat dinner watching the news because these pharma commercials are so disgusting with their side effects. I'm always like, it's disgusting. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
There are 3 hands up in the audience, so let's get to them. Yeah. Dakota, and then Ray, and then Deborah.
Hi, thank you. Oh, it's such a great conversation, and thank you all for doing this panel. I had so many things I was jotting down all through that. I was just all excited about, connecting with you all on these topics, but you've pretty much covered everything I was going to say. But I like that, you brought out the point that we're all at a different point in our journey when it comes to, food choices, for one. And I think as a community, as vegans, of course, our main goal is just to help others align with their compassion, to stop eating, animals and their products and all that. So I think that's the most important thing. But like you said, we're all on the journey somewhere. So meeting people where they're at, and some people don't really care about their health because they feel fine, and they are fine with eating all processed food. So that's cool. But and then I was like, so it's important for us. I felt like, to cheer for the turtle in the race just as much as the hare. We're all like just kind of running our own race. We're on our own journey. We'll get there. Kind of like all paths lead to the same place when you're going up a mountain. It doesn't matter what point you're at or where you start. And then Jane, you were cracking me up about Dr. Rao feeling he's perfect too. I mean, I'm in love with Dr. Rao. I'm sometimes not married, but I'm just teasing. I can't wait to meet your wife one day. But I wanted to tell you the line, I used to, I think it was Augustine that said it, that every sinner has a future, but every saint has a past. So if you think someone's perfect, we've all got something. And then I'm about to shut up, but I really related to all the OA and AA stuff. I'm right there with you guys. And so just thanks for being here today.
Thanks, Dakota.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ray?
Great panel, guys. Very exciting. And I want to cheat and skip ahead to our next V-COP, which is going to be about stories and games. And I'm thinking that, a lot of us are addicted to stimulants and stimulation from media and games and things like that. And we know there's game addictions, and we know that we're going to be able to change the world through stories and games. That's what we're going to be talking about. But it's also, people are gathering here because we're interested in finding solutions. Where's everybody else? They're out entertaining themselves. They're out at restaurants because that's social, that's fun. A lot of the food that is addictive is entertainment food. It's not really nutrition. It's just something that entertains us. So are we entertaining ourselves to death? And as we come up with new stories, how do we stop being addicted to the wrong stories? Is that too big of a topic?
It's big. It'll take the whole conference. You have time to
very
prepare.
interesting.
Dr. Rao talked about the Miglets, the most important generation to have ever lived, to have ever, what was it?
Yeah, living on Earth today.
That's going to change the world. We're not it. It's the ones that come after us. We can pave the way. But, every once in a while, I think they're off playing video games. They're all about escapism, but they're going to snap out of it. and hopefully they're going to be a lot more awakened to our problems than we are.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Ray. Yeah, it's a great topic. I think we could do something like that for next V-COP, when you talk about stories and games, because that's really how we change society with stories and games.
How about a V-COP where we all just come up with ideas for that campaign?
Yeah.
What about where we, look, I have somewhat of a background in advertising. My father was an advertising executive with an agency on Madison Avenue, and I've known a lot of people in the advertising business. They don't just come up with something. I mean, they sit around and they have these brainstorming sessions that last hours and hours and hours. It's not just like in the movies where somebody comes up with whatever the slogan is. We know that there were 5 or 10 or 20 or 30 fabulous slogans that I can't think any of them right now, but that are advertising gems. Does anybody have one?
Milk does a body good.
There you go. Now we have to come up with the alternatives. Just do it. Thank you, Paige. Got milk. We've got to come up with those alternatives. Danny says she would love to do that. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that Danny Rukin? Yeah, she'd be great at this. And we brainstorm and we come up with these things, and then we create a campaign. And it's this imagery of what is fast food really doing to us compared to what they say they're doing. That's why the smoking is very glamorous was so successful. It wasn't don't smoke, it'll kill you. It was here's what they're telling you and here's the reality.
Right.
That's why. So it makes you feel like you're a sucker and a dumbass for basically, purchasing your own demise. And so I think we could come up with something like that.
Definitely. And put it on all of our social media, get it out there, put it on, get it out. Do ad campaigns on Facebook, Instagram, come up with something really compelling.
Everybody likes this. Everybody's like, I would love to join. I work at my local school district, and yes, let's all do it. And we'll make a game out of it. We'll make a game out of it.
Sounds good.
I'd love
it. Deborah? And
yes.
then
loving the panel, the conversation, and Ray, as you were talking about the greatest, whatever you said about the generation. I feel like we are the transition, just like the transition food to go from meat eating to veganism. We are the transition generation. But one of the things that, in terms of addiction, I agree, like everybody has some form of addiction, and it just feels like this is going on a feeling. It feels like, we go, when we are born, we leave the safety of the womb and the umbilical cord is cut. And if we're lucky, we're held and, and swaddled and put to the breast. But then there's no weaning. We go from breast to bottle to milk to the schools to dairy milk to chocolate dairy milk to, and the sugar and everything. It's like there's no formal weaning. There's no rite of passage that says now you are free from this part of your life. You're ready to move into this phase of your life and, develop into an adult human being and cut this cord, and it just feels like if we could get back to, I know in a lot of traditions, especially spiritual traditions, there are rites of passage and ceremonies and celebrations of times where, where we are weaned or where we move from one phase of life to another. And it just feels like that is something that is missing from our development, where we stay hooked. And we stay hooked on the dairy, hooked on the bottle. We hooked on that, we never let it go and stand up. And so
that's a great topic, Deborah, for next V-COP. Yeah, I really think it'll be a great topic for next V-COP because it's about the story of weaning, and I do claim that we have been suckled by a mother cow for 10,000 years, and we have to now wean ourselves.
Right.
Right, now to grow up as a species.
Yeah, it feels like that's part of the addiction cycle.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Deborah. We have BJ. Is it okay if we move on to .c? Is it quick? What you're asking?
It's kind of a whole nother topic. As a recovering food addict myself, I don't want us to romanticize the transition foods. The people that I care about and y'all care about, we want them to be healthy. And so that is part of this conversation, which I would love to continue, but thank you for letting me share that.
Thanks, Vijay. Thanks, Vijay. So thank you all. We have to move on to .c.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very fun.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Yes.
I'm excited for this advertising campaign. Can I throw in there, be free from the teat? And then we're just going to start this. Let's just start this right now.
I love it.
Oh my heavens. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well, so should I just go? Is this
Go for it, Dotsie. You are everybody knows you, so I don't have to introduce you. So
well, this is
you're
so
amazing.
cool. There's so many of you. This is just look at all these faces. And I actually love the way that you're doing this, Sailesh, where we can see all the faces, because so many webinars or, series like this, it just, you can't see anyone until the very end. And I don't know, now I feel like I'm part of a crew already. So that's, this is very cool. So I can't see anymore, y'all. This is just happening. And how fast is it going to progress? All right. So I guess I'll share the screen, right? Is that what you want me to do?
Sure.
So I can do, so, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Here we go. Not a lot of slides, but a few slides. Is that working?
Absolutely. You see it.
All right. So for special ed here, when I go forward on the slides, I could do my slides, right? I don't have to do, yes, and they'll move, right? Oh, look at that. Okay. Just checking. So what I'm going to do, y'all, is I've got 3 sections for you. I kind of split it up. The second section is what Sailesh asked me to do, but I have a first section for you because I feel like if I'm going to be here with y'all, and the focus of V-COP is we're motivated to save the planet. So we have to talk about food, which y'all have been doing and will continue to do probably all day tomorrow. But from just eating plants yourself that anyone can thrive on plants, athletes or not. You can, I can, the Olympians that are going to stand on the podium in Paris and everyone else in between. So if we are to end animal ag, the question for so many people is, what will I eat, and will I be strong and healthy eating only plants? It's still a question for maybe some of us on this webinar, right? Hopefully some people have snuck in that are not vegan and are just here to be inspired and learn. But I know that many of you are vegan already. So I want to use this first 10 minutes of my talk as fuel to share and discuss with your non-vegan friends, if that's okay. So I have something for you to consider. Think about this. It's not the strongest or the smartest who win, but those who can adapt. Dick Fosbury won a gold medal in 1968 with a very novel approach that probably some of you remember to high jumping called the Fosbury flop. He changed the game, and all the other athletes in his sport had to adapt. In my sport of cycling, Greg LeMond won the Tour de France by 8 seconds with never before seen aerodynamic handlebars, right? Like this. He changed the game and athletes had to adapt. And then when skin suits came out in the sport of cycling, they came out of the wind tunnel and showed us massive, massive gains in speed. They changed the game, and athletes, just like me, I remember this, had to adapt to being squeezed into them like an overstuffed burrito. I remember that adaptation, and I never complained about my tight jeans again. Revolutionary gains are exciting, but they're rare. I have a good friend, Jeff Olson, who is a plant-based Olympic skier, and he talks about how evolutionary or incremental innovations are more the norm. Evolutionary advantage are earned daily over time, and they are the most prevalent on the road to winning. They're a function of continuous improvements and compounding progression. And really, either way, whether it's revolution or evolution, when a clear athletic advantage becomes known, the best athletes, they adapt. The best athletes in the world are ruthlessly practical, and they will do what works in order to adapt in the least amount of time, right? We're always in a hurry. These athletes are moving to a mostly plant-based diet more and more because it physiologically works. The high-performance plant-based eating playbook, aptly titled, Let the Plant-Based Games Begin, which there's the cover. We created it with alongside the International Olympic Committee. It's called Let the Plant-Based Games Begin, and you're going to receive it for free just for being here. So we'll have Sailesh send this out. That's the link, but don't worry about it. I know he'll send it to all of y'all afterwards, just for attending V-COP16. But it's a deeper discovery into what works for athletes on plants. It's pretty geeky, and it's filled with just over 200 references. So if you want to sit back and enjoy this section of this webinar, instead of taking notes, the book you will receive afterwards will have everything that I'm going to cover here and more. So the challenge that we have to consider with this book is to encourage athletes to think bigger and execute better. That's what we do when we decide to make a shift as athletes, make a change in anything we're doing, whether it's a skin suit or aerodynamic handlebars or our diet. Why? Well, because athletes are people too, and they tend to follow social norms, and animal foods have been normalized in our Western society forever. Now, I eat only plants daily now for their taste and the performance they give my body. But when I went plant-based back in 2010, no one was doing it. But as I transitioned, I started noticing really positive changes in my body in recovery and in output. And I had never known these feelings before when I was stuffing my face with animals. And I remember I started to ask more questions immediately, like, why? Why is the mammalian secretion from very specific bovine species sold to us as the perfect food for humans? And as I looked deeper, I realized the dairy industry is the title sponsor of the U.S. Olympic Committee. I was right. Always follow the dollar. They were selling a product, and I wasn't going to be buying it anymore. And now, after decades of working with athletes, here's what I know. Food is an actual weapon of the good kind. And plant foods are the most powerful weapons in the nutritional arsenal. Nutrient-dense plant foods condition physiological performance throughout functional, fit, and peak states. Peak physiology equals more physical capacity to achieve greater athletic results. Just think of it this way. Training is simply, and it really can just break down to this: damage, repair, damage, repair, damage, repair. The more damage you can do, the more repair happens, and the stronger, fitter, and faster you become. So what we use for repair is critical. In other words, every single bite we take matters. And it's an exciting time for modern sports nutrition, with a new era of high-performance nutrition underway. When we sought out to create this book, Let the Plant-Based Games Begin, it was really born out of a need, because athletes from all over the world were contacting me and saying, I really want to try this plant-based thing. I'd like to adapt to eating plants, but their coaches were telling them, no, it's not safe. There isn't any evidence out there to prove that it works. That's just not true. There's loads and loads of evidence that plants will outperform eating animals every single time. So I'm going to pop into performance benefits of plants. And I'm just going to cover 4, and I'm going to cover them pretty briefly, because you all know a fair amount of this. But there's some juicy stuff in here that I want to remind you of. All right, so we've got antioxidants, right? It's just critical. Inflammation and reducing it, improving your energy, and a healthy gut microbiome. So first of all, antioxidants. Many people are aware of free radicals, right? Molecules that damage our bodies on a cellular level and contribute to many chronic diseases. Fortunately, antioxidants can eliminate these free radicals and bring about health benefits through this and also other pathways. But the antioxidant content of foods varies by several thousand-fold, which I didn't ever really realize. But a comprehensive study of over 3,100 foods, beverages, spices, herbs, and supplements used worldwide found that on average, plant foods contain 64 times the antioxidant content of animal foods. That's mind-blowing. This offers some insight into why plant-based diets protect us against so many chronic diseases and, as athletes, help us to recover so much faster than eating animals. All right, inflammation. Now, I got to tell you, when I was training really hard in a really gnarly, tough training block, I would wake up in the morning and I had a joke with my teammates because they felt the same way, that we really couldn't go train till 10 because it took us from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. to start to feel like normal again, like we could move. I was so groggy when I woke up in the morning. I was like rickety and stiff. I felt like I was 100 years old. I was bloated. And well, my husband might tell you I was a little cranky. It was literally an athlete hangover, right? It was so much damage that I was feeling this way and I hadn't recovered yet. And an athlete hangover, well, it feels much like an alcohol hangover. Now let's think of it this way. Acute inflammation we know is normal. It's an important defense system, right? That our bodies use to keep us safe in the for infection or tissue damage, kind of like when you sprain your ankle. Normally it subsides though once the damaged tissue is cleared, but problems arise, and this is what was happening to me in the morning when I woke up, when inflammation becomes chronic, right? It doesn't have time to clear. Now, mounting evidence tethers chronic inflammation to an array of health conditions that range from diabetes, heart disease, and cancer to rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, and even asthma. Now, importantly, though, there's some hope. Dietary patterns strongly impact our inflammatory processes in our body, and multiple lines of evidence. And I have all the references for this if you guys want it after. Multiple lines of evidence indicate that plant foods like fruits, veggies, and whole grains are linked to and exert actually anti-inflammatory and immunity regulating effects. Researchers agree that an anti-inflammatory eating plan therefore focuses on eating whole plant-based foods that are rich in healthy fats and phytonutrients. Since such an approach is recommended by all international nutrition authorities, they may say some things about meat and dairy too, but they all recommend this style of diet, if you will, a wide spectrum of bioactive compounds and health promoting concentrations. All right, we're going to move on to energy because I'd say pretty much all of us want more of it. And what gives us energy? What is it that we put in our mouth on a daily basis that gives us energy? Carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are king in the energy category. They are literally our body's source of energy, not protein. Muscles use carbohydrates as fuel, right? They are literally an athlete's secret weapon. Plants are the only sources of carbohydrates and come with a hefty dose of antioxidants, yay for that, and also fiber. And carbohydrates found in plants are necessary right after exercise to get into the muscles and replenish energy before you start to load with protein for repair. Always, you want to get glycogen direct to the muscles, carbohydrates, right? Glycogen is carbohydrate, 45 minutes within a 45-minute window. And then after that window, you can start with some protein for repair. A plant-based diet also promotes better circulation, which helps oxygen to get to working muscles in need. And the nitrates naturally occurring in plants like beets, yes, nitric oxide, please, lead to better oxygen efficiency, allowing athletes to do more work with less oxygen, which translates to all of us, whether we're just, walking 2 or 3 miles in the morning or we're going to the Olympics. We can do more work with less oxygen when we eat these foods. really, it's an endurance athlete's dream. All right. And lastly, a healthy gut microbiome. There's over 3 trillion, but then a doctor told me the other day on our podcast, it's over 30 trillion. So somewhere in between of these little bugs that live in our gut. And a healthy gut microbiome controls gut health by communicating with the intestinal cells, digesting certain foods, and preventing disease-causing bacteria from sticking to the intestinal walls. It's also, as many of us have heard, it's our second brain. And the research coming out in the last few years proves just how critical our microbiome is to peak performance in life, just regular life, like I'm living now, but also in sport for athletes. Plants promote a healthy microbiome through their fiber and polyphenol content. A healthy microbiome has been associated with leanness, cognitive benefits, improved circulation, enhanced nutrient absorption, and overall just feeling lighter with much better digestion. Many animal foods like dairy products can lead to gut distress, we know, inevitably hampering performance, of course. And if I have learned anything from the multitude of doctors we've had on the Switch for Good podcast, it's that a healthy gut is critical to overall health and wellness, all the way from our mind down to our gut. All right. So we're going to move on to section 2. And it's titled, Why Dairy Will Be the First Animal Food to Fold and How Switch for Good is Winning. Now, this is the subject matter that Sailesh asked me to cover when he invited me here to speak. And I said, Sailesh, we're winning? He said, yes, you are. So I had to come up with all the reasons why to share with you fine people. So to go back a bit, the launch of Switch for Good almost 6 years ago was actually never intended to become an organization. What happened was that in 2018, a group of very passionate Olympians from 4 different countries, myself included, we banded together to film a 30-second commercial that would air on NBC on the closing ceremonies of the 2018 Winter Olympic Games. Much like you guys were talking about earlier, something, just hot and saucy that's going to gain attention and surprise people. We wanted to set the record straight, basically, and tell the world that cow's milk is not what fuels Olympic medals, as the dairy industry had been selling us athletes that lie for a very, very long time. And we'd had enough. So we gathered the evening the commercial was set to air. We gathered on Twitter, back when Twitter was fun and awesome and cool. It was in February of 2018, Winter Olympics in Pyeongchang, and we're waiting for it to appear. We had paid for it to air in 6 cities across the country. And I was in Los Angeles to watch this groundbreaking moment at 7:35 p.m. We knew exactly when it was supposed to come on. And it never came on. The minutes ticked by, no commercial. I was totally devastated. We all were. And the next morning we called NBC. Without saying it in so many words, they let us know that the dairy industry called and got our ad kicked off. Follow the dollar, right? It had actually aired once in Washington, D.C., and then the power of Big Dairy ruined us getting to expose their nasty truth. And I think if I've ever been grateful to any animal food industry, well, this was the moment I look back on, and I'm thankful that the dairy industry did this, because that day is when I became a lifelong activist. I promised myself nothing like this was ever going to happen again. I would not be muzzled and unable to tell the truth. And we were going to fight all the way to the bitter end to put a stop to this horrid industry's chaos and wreckage of our planet, our health, and the precious beings who are enslaved and killed. Switch for Good was born that day. Really, the title, we were putting the commercial out and we had like 48 more hours to get it to NBC. And we're like, crap, we need an end card. We have to tell people what to do. And we're telling them what not to do. And somebody said in the marketing, Switch for Good. And that's what was the end card of the commercial that never showed. So Switch for Good as an organization was really born that day, though. And we have spent every day since fighting for justice. Our work is quite expansive. We're here to end the consumption of dairy worldwide. And Sailesh says we're winning, and he's the smartest person we all know. Right? So here we go. But we know that this means corporations will need to modify their policy. We know that this means human dietary shifts will have to happen and governmental change must occur, and it is. So let me take you through some of the reasons we are winning. Number one, dairy is the animal food group that makes the most people sick, uncomfortable, and in many cases, unable to breathe. 70% of the world is intolerant to even digesting lactose after infancy, which is a completely normal situation. Humans are born with an enzyme, lactase, which helps us to digest lactose, but in most humans, that enzyme is designed to turn off post-breastfeeding years. The symptoms people experience when drinking and eating dairy products span from upset stomach to bloating to gas, diarrhea, runny nose, congestion, difficulty breathing, and even skin rashes like eczema and psoriasis. Sounds like a pharmaceutical ad. Beware. In fact, my good friend, and some know her, gastroenterologist, Dr. Angie Sadeghi, she says that people come to her all the time with these symptoms and they beg for a solution. She says, all right, quit dairy for 14 days and come back to see me. And she says more than 75% of these folks come back and tell her she has changed their life. It was just the dairy makes people feel like crap. This is why we believe dairy is the best entry point for folks who want to start removing animal foods, because people feel so much better in such a short period of time when they ditch dairy. It almost becomes like this addiction to feeling better. They want more. They want to know what the next steps are. In the first few months of Switch for Good, we created this online lactose intolerance test. There wasn't anything like it that was existed on the internet. We thought, gosh, people have to at least have a way to know if they have it and that it's the dairy. Over 10,000 people a week were taking it in the beginning because nothing else was out there. People were just desperate, right? They didn't know where to go and they wanted to find out why they felt so crappy after consuming dairy. And when we take people on a dairy-free journey, they become, it's like they just light up. They become so excited about the possibilities of how good they can feel. So try it with your friends. You will be amazed at the reaction. All right, here's another reason. The plant-based milk market is nearing 19% of the total milk market. People love plant milk. We all know this. It's delicious, it's nutritious, and people can see and feel the difference, well, immediately. According to Hoard's Dairyman and National Dairy Farm Magazine, the fluid milk movement is at an all-time low in the US. Kind of after pinging around in the 30% level from 2005 to 2017, fluid milk's usage of all federal order milk fell to 28% in 2018, reports the publication. And then it rebounded momentarily during the pandemic in 2020 and 2021 to go over 30%. Then that metric plummeted again to 26% last year, a 75-year low. And in June 2022, the USDA commented that the decline in fluid milk consumption was likely due to a change in dietary habits, as individuals are drinking less milk. And according to dairyherd.com, dairy farms are also frequently closing up shop. Earlier this year, it was revealed that in Wisconsin, where dairy is obviously a major industry, around 10,000 dairy farms have been lost in the last 2 decades. And in the last year alone, the state lost 455 dairy farms across the US as a whole. And currently now in the United States, there are less than 30,000 dairy farms in business. And here is where I think the truth is really shocking, but hopeful. 73% of the dairy industry's income in the United States comes from our federal government. The public is not keeping the dairy industry in business. Sadly, our tax dollars are. This is both frustrating yet filled with hope, because when the government finally wakes up to the extraordinary amount of waste they are supporting in our school system alone, the tide will continue to shift. In 2019, USDA report showed that 29% of the milk cartons placed on children's trays in schools are thrown away into the garbage unopened. They're not even opening it. This equates to 300 million of yours and my tax dollars being lit on fire every single year. It's about $1 billion, the school lunch program a year. So 30%. It's 300 million bucks, and it will equal $5 million of your money over the next 10 years if they keep it up. We are literally teetering on the edge of winning. And with our federal bill known as the Add Soy Act, which some of you have been so incredible in supporting, and also our work on the dietary guidelines, we are closer to the finish line, I think, than we ever were. Our Add Soy Act is a bipartisan bill and has been introduced in both House and Senate. It's very simple bill, actually. It will require public schools to offer soy milk to kids in the National School Lunch Program. Crucially, the bill also directs the USDA to fully reimburse schools, right? Because that's the main problem. They're not reimbursed for the cost of the plant milk provided at the same rate as dairy milk. And this alleviates the financial burden, right? School districts are already facing as they struggle to provide healthy, nutritious meals for all students. Okay, so I think I would be remiss if I didn't touch on dairy's contribution to killing our precious planet, given the focus, obviously, of V-COP and why we're here. So I chose some kind of easy to remember, somewhat shocking statistics that will entice your friends and family to maybe make a change. This one's kind of my favorite line because it's just packed so much punch. By ditching dairy and choosing a planet-friendly plant milk instead, you will reduce your carbon emissions by 45%, your land use by 55%, and your water use by 107 whopping percent. A dairy farm with just 2,500 cows produces 110 million pounds of waste per year, equivalent to the waste from a city of 411,000 people, which is about the size of Sacramento, California. And butter. Butter ranks third on the National Resource Defense Council's chart of 10 common climate damaging foods. It requires 21 gallons of milk to make just one pound of butter. And 1,000 gallons of water is what is required to produce just one gallon of cow's milk. So, do we have any hope? We do. We're winning, says Sailesh. Is there hope? There is. There definitely is. I often say that this fight to end the consumption of dairy and other animal foods is my second Olympics, but this is the one that really matters. My first Olympics were quite self-serving. Yes, it was a magical moment in time, and I have great memories because, like childbirth, I've forgotten most of the bad memories. There are plenty. But this Olympics, this one where I fight till the end, is the one that will hopefully leave this world for the better. When COP28 was underway and the meat and dairy industries were out, they were out in full force, right, to lobby policymakers, I was receiving a lot of emails. I'm sure you all were too, some of which were for interviews on how I felt about this fact that meat and dairy are at this conference. And I just had a different view of it than most. I said, my first reaction, remember the first phone call, I said, it's about time they show up to fight. This is literally what we have been asking for. I see the fight by big ag, big meat and dairy, big egg as positive in the sense that they see the need to fight us, because for as long as we can remember, they have totally ignored us for a very long time. Then they certainly spent time laughing at us, but now they are clearly threatened by our momentum and afraid of losing their grip. This generation, like we were talking about earlier, they won't put up with their lies, right? This generation asks hard questions, and they don't just believe in marketing just because somebody says, yeah, milk does a body good or got milk. This generation says, no, prove it to me. And while on the surface, it feels like our movement is being attacked. So I understood the questions, right? That's what it felt like. Underneath it all, I see hope, because the fact that meat and dairy are shaking in their boots, worried that their stronghold will loosen or they would not have shown up, is exactly what we have all been hoping for a very long time. And they're not going to go down without a fight. There's way too much at stake, right? Way too much at stake. The fight is what we have been asking for. So let's not act so surprised and worried that the fight's upon us, because now is the time that we get to rise to the occasion and, I guess, continue to fight like our lives depend on it, because in a way they do. I have a short story for you to end on. So if all of you all will do me a favor and just kind of relax in your chair and close your eyes for a moment and allow me to tell it to you. I'd like to ask you to think back to a time when you were fighting for something even though all the odds were stacked against you. A time when people told you, yeah, you can't, no way, it can't be done. It's just not realistic. Maybe that time is now. Maybe it's your fight to save the planet. Maybe it's your fight to save the animals. Maybe it's something else. But let me ask you this. What is it that keeps you in your fight? Think about that. This question takes me back to 2001, which feels like eons ago, doesn't it? My cycling career was just taking off and I was starting to get noticed. And in just 3 years of cycling, at the ripe old age of 28, I had just placed 4th at the US Nationals in the road race. And that got me noticed by the national team, which got me invited to a training camp at the Olympic Training Center where there was lots of milk in Chula Vista, California. I arrive at camp with this kind of like go rogue or go home attitude. I had nothing to lose. I was going to give it all I had. And our first morning, we were all called to the lab for physical testing. It's here where they strap a mask to my face that measures oxygen consumption, known as a VO2 max. I had to leave my fingers, they were dangling below the handlebars that I had a complete death grip on because they would prick them for blood every 30 seconds to measure my lactate threshold. And I was on a stationary bike, looked a little bit more like a torture chamber as it had weights stacked behind it, tethered to a rope using a pulley system. And I had to pedal as hard as I could to hold those weights in suspension for as long as I could until the weights literally came crashing to the ground because I could no longer pedal. It's a lot. So once I'm all geared up, the mask on and tubes running in and out of my body, it's go time. And the sports scientists enter the room for testing and I take off. And I'm just going for it. I am pumping at top speed despite the bulky mask that I can't breathe through. The constant prick of tiny needles doesn't even prevent me from taking hold. And I'm just powering through with everything I have. And I keep going, making sure that when this suffering ends, I can say I had nothing left to give. And adrenaline and a total lack of oxygen make my heart race faster than my legs can pedal. And every muscle starts to scream, stop. But I keep pushing. I keep fighting all the way to the end. And then it ends. The weights come crashing to the ground. And the men say, stop. I don't know why they were all men, but they were. It's 2001. There are 3 men, each juggling coffee and a clipboard, deciding women's fate with their 30-minute assessments. One of the men reminded me of Kermit the Frog. Now, not to put down Kermit, but he did have a eerily similar voice. And with his uncapped silver pen, he motions for the other men to look at the printout from my test he's holding. And his big Kermit eyes, they kind of start darting around the room. It was almost as if I was already forgotten. He was looking at the other women who were also being tested, that some of them already Olympians and world champions. He taps the pen on his clipboard and he says, "Nice effort, Dotsie." And with that, he shows me the reading from his magic test. And I see potential rankings on a graph, right? They kind of have it this way. It's like amateur, professional, national caliber, world class, and I think Olympic potential at the top. And in the middle of it is a tiny black circle that represents the diagnosis of my natural talent and ability. And he reinforces where my little dot lies by tapping it with his pen. Average. That's what I had achieved. A status of mediocrity. According to this graph, I was slightly better than average level, but I showed no hope for world-class competition and certainly not the Olympics. I try to look into Kermit's eyes, right, to thank him for his time, but he just kept darting. So I just say, got it. And I walk out of the lab. And as I drive home on the 405, I wonder if there was some sense of power or pleasure in telling young women that their Olympic dreams stop here. I chuckle to myself and smile because honestly, I'd never dreamed of the Olympics. I've just fallen in love with the sport and with the discovery of what my body can achieve. I physically shake my head as I drive. Less than 5 years ago, as a 98-pound anorexic with a ferocious cocaine addiction. This body was once so sick that I saw no way out but death, because I couldn't figure out any other way to make the suffering stop. And before recovery, every hour that I was awake, I was suffering. And now the same body's strong enough to race against lifelong athletes. So Kermit, I think to myself, it's all good. I'm going to stay in love with cycling. I'm so curious to see what's possible, and that fuels me. I love discovering what the human body and mind are capable of. And no matter how much it hurts, I can trust that this is temporary. Because you can find better talent than mine. You can find stronger, more experienced, and much younger women than me, but I know this. No one can outsuffer me. And I wonder how many women and girls before me have left that lab and decided to quit. Average. I think about quitting. Oh yeah, I do. But I can't. And I know it seems crazy, and I know it seems impossible. And I know too, I have to keep fighting because I just can't not fight. How many of us have imagined quitting? Whether it's our activism, when we feel defeated, or something specific in our own lives that's going on. We are up against a giant, the animal agriculture industry, with billions and billions of dollars, and a mighty force of humans, right, who are very committed, who went to COP28, to going to the final round with us. Now, we at Switch for Good exist to eliminate dairy consumption on this planet. When we let our analytical brain dissect that mission, right? My God, it feels impossible, it feels silly. But when the odds feel that overwhelming, when the goal seems impossible, or when the work feels tedious and endless like it does, it's my hope that you will remember the power that you have within every single one of you, and the reasons you care so deeply, and you won't ever stop fighting. Because we know that the alternative is to live forever with the taste of quitting on our tongue, case of quitting on our planet, quitting on those animals. We know that we just can't live with that. But as it turns out, you know who can live with that? Kermit. Remember when I walked out of the lab and be damned that diagnosis of average? Well, I later learned that Kermit too was once diagnosed as average. It was in that very lab in Chula Vista some 15 years before where he gave up. He let the odds determine his fate, and his conquests are now in the hands of warriors like us. And so it's not coincidental that when I stepped down from the podium at the Olympics, there was Kermit. Yep, he went all 20 years with me. Kermit was one of the first people there to congratulate me, and he reached out to hug me, and as he did, he says into my ear, whispers, "I don't know who's more proud, you or me." I stepped back, determined to look into those always darting eyes, and I said, me. That's right. There are those who listen only to logic and give streak to their fear, thereby putting their fate in the hands of other people like us, because that's who we are. That's who you are, looking at every one of your faces right now. We are the people who simply can't not fight. We are the warriors. We are the ones who are on the right side of history, and we won't ever give up. It's an honor to be with y'all tonight. Hopefully, I gave you a little more fire to step in the ring tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. So thank you. And thank you, Sailesh, for putting this together. It's extraordinary.
You certainly did. That was awesome, Dotsie. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. And there you are at our Starbucks protest. Oh, goodness. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, always, anytime.
Good. Well, I'm so here to continue the chat or answer any questions, or you could just slide on to the next person if you want, whatever you choose.
Oh, no, we have about 13 minutes for questions. So let me stop the sharing. We have watch first.
Oh, I can take these off now. I don't have to read words anymore.
Watch, go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Oh, thanks, Dotsie. Thanks, Dr. Rao. Dotsie, great presentation, very inspiring. My question is around $20 billion of our tax money goes to subsidizing the dairy industry, and that's what keeping it propped up. So, yes.
Right. That's the school lunch program, 10 billion over the next 20 years, and about 300 million just in the dairy alone that's thrown away every year because it's about $1 billion a year.
Right. And we were talking earlier that the habits form in our early childhood development, and people who are addicted to dairy, including myself, it takes a while to wean us off, and in spite of all the asthma, allergy, acne, and the ill effects on the respiratory system. So my question is, the system is designed for us, is stacked up against us. We have 60 people on this call. I'm grateful for that. But the government, the system is stacked up, and also the dairy industry is buying up all these plant-based meat analogs and plant-based dairy analogs. So it's like, if I'm buying plant-based milk, I'm also supporting the dairy industry. I'm also supporting the capitalism, and there's so few of us and so many of them. So how do we operationalize our strategy to make sure that we are on the path to victory and not a path to burnout?
Oh, it's almost like two questions in one. I think about it all the time, why there's still so many people consuming our friends. And it really just comes down to, there are a lot more people on this planet that want to do what's normal. Instead of what's different. I mean, that's what we are here, right? We're on the fringe, we're different, we're punching through barriers, we're wanting to make change. But the general public, they want to feel, I guess, safe. They want to feel like they're doing what others are doing. They want to it's almost like it's vanilla to me, but that's me being judgmental. They just want to be the exact same. They want to get in the row, they want to get in line, and they want to do, it's like just robotic almost. And so how we change that system and a belief system that it's good and better to be just like normal, like everyone else and like your neighbors. People don't want to stand out. I get asked that a question all the time, and I know you guys do constantly. I just feel so weird at a restaurant ordering the food. That was happening a lot, like about a year after Game Changers came out, when everybody shifted, and then the conversation started shifting, and it was, oh yeah, the Game Changers. I saw that, it was great. Oh, cool. Did you change your diet? Oh, totally. And I lost like 50 pounds. I felt amazing. Oh, how's it going now? I went back. What happened? Number one answer. There's some different answers. Number one answer I got, it was just so weird socially. Like, I just got tired of being that person in the restaurant that was asking for the weird food or whatever. And I thought, oh my God, there's the difference. Because how do all of us feel? We're like, hey, Mr. Waiter, what's up? Like, I'm going to have this, and this on the menu. And can you ask the chef to make? And I'm like really loud about it. And I act really happy about it. I don't whisper, and thank you so much. And then I want people to see, I've never had a waiter be a jerk. They're always like, either let me check with the chef, or, hey, no, I think we can do that for you. You got it. I don't know what to do about the 96% of the people that just seem to really want to follow the crowd. And I think that could also be a subject matter in our brainstorming session on the ads, because some of it's going to come down to advertising, right? Like, that's how tobacco it became unpopular. You can't watch a movie from the 40s or 50s or 60s where everybody in the scene isn't smoking. But now, not so cool.
Right. Thanks.
That wasn't an answer because I don't have the answer, but I do think that we're all inching there. And I think if we, collectively, we're going to have to make this more normal. I mean, period, end of story. How we do that, that's a big question.
Yeah. I mean, I think your Ad Soy Act is part of that normalization that you're trying to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. And so is the Starbucks dropping the plant milk upcharge. You know, I mean, that
Right.
can look kind of like just, you know, from the outset, like, oh, what's the big deal? It's all about the normalization of plant foods. So it's not this weird upcharge, this 80 cents for these weird milks that nobody knows. No, if it's just there and it's an option, becomes normal. It becomes normal to to take a plant milk at school, just like it used to be normal to take a cow's milk.
Right. Yeah.
Well said.
Jane?
Datsy, I love your presentation. And have you ever thought of running for political office? And I don't mean this in any really political way, but you're in Orange County. It's a Republican area. They supposedly want to cut wasteful spending. And you make a very good argument as opposed to coming at it from an animal rights perspective, just come at it as a waste perspective. White Coat Waste has been very successful collaborating with Republicans on the fact that a lot of these laboratory experiments are just obscene waste. Have you thought about it? I think you'd be an incredible candidate, maybe even running as a Republican.
That's not going to happen, Jane. It's interesting that you mention it because I've been bugged by some folks because it's, you know, how well everything is about timing, but so is a political race. And I'm in Katie Porter's district, and she's abandoning the seat and running for Senate. So this is the time, but the primary is in like 6 weeks. So I this really, anyway, no, yes and no. Yes, I have, and I think it could be in the future, but in my district right now, I've kind of missed the window, missed the race. So we'll have to hope that whoever gets in there is wildly unpopular and does a terrible job, and then I can run maybe.
Yeah.
That's nice of you.
I think you would be great. I think you have all the characteristics that would make you a great candidate.
Thanks, Jane. That means a lot.
Absolutely. I agree. Liz, did you have a question?
Hey, my two favorite ladies here, Jane Velez Mitchell and Dotsie Bosch, you two bring me so much joy being able to see your work. And I have to tell you, the USDA work that you're doing is going to be the only way to really open the door, because that's the pushback I always get working in our schools. It's part of the USDA regulations. So therefore, we don't have to do anything about it. It's okay for us to continue doing what we're doing. And it's a real shame. I've shared my story about the garden project in my school where I tried to get plant-based milks or plant-based. The curriculum contains dairy, and we're not allowed to talk about it. You can talk about how fruits and veggies are grown all day long, but if you say one negative thing about that tub of Greek yogurt on the table, or even want to mention the production, the environmental impacts, anything about it, it's absolutely forbidden, and it makes them uncomfortable. I made them uncomfortable by questioning dairy. And do you know what? People were uncomfortable when we wanted to overcome slavery. People were uncomfortable when we wanted to fight for women's rights. People were uncomfortable when we fought for civil rights. And here we are again. People are uncomfortable. And I just salute you. And Jane, I'm going to contact you about your TikTok program too. I want to help you ladies as much as I can. And we all need to. We need to sign the petitions. We need to support you and have our voices heard. So please tell your family and friends to support these initiatives when we see them, because that's the key to success. The USDA dietary guidelines need to change. And you won't believe this. My mother and her family were a USDA Family of the Year in the 1940s. On their magazine, there's a picture of my mom and my grandmother carrying their groceries, and they came in to film the family. This was the all-American family. They lived outside of Washington, D.C. If they only knew my mother was going to have a vegan daughter someday, right?
Oh my
USDA
God.
Family of the Year.
That's
So
insane.
here we are, and
Oh,
I know,
Liz.
yeah, it's gonna happen. It's happening. Thank you,
Yeah.
Dotsie. It's
Matt,
happening.
it is. We're in the midst of it. I try to remind myself of this fact every day because it to all of us, it seems like it's taking forever. But the National School Lunch Program was formed in 1946, right? It's 2024. It's been 78 years where the children have had one choice for a beverage. So it's going to take a hot minute to unwind and unravel and be able to figure out. The USDA asked me on a conference call a year ago, well, how much is the soy milk going to cost? Like, I'm making the soy milk. I'm like, that's it. That's literally your job. And you should know. And well, I'm pretty sure last time I checked, soy milk is soybeans and water, and you just squeeze the soybean. And then I went through how the cows eat the soybeans and then come out with cow's milk. But they don't know what to do because nobody's ever asked any questions that dairy milk's not okay, right? 78 years of it. We've even had some plant, not like in our movement, but some plant forward organizations say no, they can't support the bill because in reality, they'll say it's going to be too complicated to implement. Yeah, it's going to be complicated. We've done one thing for 78 years, but we're going to have to figure this out.
Yeah.
Right? So it's tough when something is
let
so
me tell
long
you,
standing.
I asked my grandson's school, why isn't the soy milk available? I really didn't believe that they actually had any in stock. I said, please show it to me because I really don't believe you even have it. But the school food service director, they did. They opened the refrigerator and in there was some little boxes of soy milk. And one of the kids said, hey, I want to see that soy milk. And guess what the gal at the lunch counter said? No, you can't see it. You're not lactose intolerant. I asked the school food service director, how come it's not available? She said, well, Hollandia Dairy delivers the milk to us and they charge 4 times as much for the oat milk than they do the cow's milk. See, the dairy industry is distributing the soy milk and jacking up the price 4 times to these schools. So they keep it hidden. They really don't want you to know because it just costs too much. So thank you. We are going to win at this. Let's use critical thinking. Come on, grow the soy, feed the cows, make the milk. How about grow the soy, feed the people, make it organic. We can do this. We're going to do this. I'm there to support you. And you too, Jane. Much love to you ladies. Thank you.
Liz needs to run for office too. Just going to say that.
No way.
Come on now. Looks like loads of fun, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dotsy. That was an amazing presentation, a perfect ending for the first day.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you hit it out of the park for me.
And everybody's all revved up now from the first day, right? Like nobody wants to go to bed.
Absolutely.
You should just go all night. Just keep it all night.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
And Dakota is going to end the closing ceremony. Where are you? There you are, Dakota. Please take us home.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I just want to say thanks so much for coming, and it's been great to spend time with you. I love you all, and I just have a short kind of meditation thing planned to close us out. It's 3 steps. I'll explain them, and then when we start, I will be no more directions, so you can just feel. And so first, we're just going to cleanse our energy a little bit and kind of let go of all the things from the day. We might have had all kinds of feelings come up, joy, and as well as maybe some anxieties and things like that. And then after we do that, I'm going to do like a little mantra for just 3 minutes. And you're welcome to join in if you want to sing it too. It'll just repeat about 33 times for 3 minutes. And then I'll close us out with a prayer. But I want during the chant, if you could think about your own higher power, connecting with that, but think about it as a great white light around you, and refill yourself and have that white light connect to your sacred inner heart as like a golden sun inside, and feel that energy. And then when that's done, when I say a little prayer, if you want to envision that loving energy going out to the universe and to all life, to our animal brothers and sisters and each other and our work as a blessing. And that's all. Okay, so the first part, to kind of cleanse our energy from the day and release everything. It's just a little Qigong thing I like to do, and you rub your hands together and feel the energy be warm. Hopefully feel warm in a second. Now after you get your Qi on here, and then just massage your face. Whatever feels good to you. And you can do a little bit, massage your head. And a nice deep breath. There we go. Okay, I'm going to do a little Tibetan bowl ding to clear the energy, and then I'll start the chant. I'm so sorry, I forgot to mention that this chant is a Om Namah Shivaya, which harmonizes the elements, earth, air, fire, water, and ether that's within all of us, all of creation, as we fill ourselves and then connect together. Okay. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Om Shivaya. Om Om Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Shivaya. Om Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Shivaya. Om Namah 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 Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya. Our Mother, Father, God, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I am thy kingdom come. I am thy will being done on earth as it is in heaven. I am giving this day daily bread to all. I am forgiving all life this day, even as I am also all life forgiving me. I am leading all humanity away from temptation. I am delivering all humanity from every evil condition. For I am the kingdom, I am the power, and I am the glory of God in eternal and mortal manifestation. All this I am. Amen. Namaste, my friends.
Thank you all. See you tomorrow, bright and early. We have an exciting day tomorrow too.
Thanks, Dr. Rao, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, there we go. Thanks
Thank
for such a great
you.
day.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Carol.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Much. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Love you all. Great team. Great job. Great job, team.
Thank you, Paige.
We'll see
Thank
y'all
you so much,
tomorrow.
Dr. Rao.
Bye.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful.
Hi, BJ. See you tomorrow. Love you, everybody.
Are we going to meet briefly afterwards or after tomorrow? The team.
I think we're all set for tomorrow.
Okay.
Is there anything that needs to be discussed for tomorrow?
I just want to apologize that I didn't always check the chat.
Oh, that's fine. I think it worked out fine.
It did
Yeah.
work out, didn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a
I'll try to check it more often tomorrow.
I have a question for Sarah, but that can be done at another time before tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, then. See you
Great
tomorrow.
day. See you tomorrow.
Everybody vegan.
Great
Get some
day.
good
Great
rest.
day.
It really was great. It was wonderful.
It felt very wonderful.
Dotsie was so inspiring.
Huge.
Powerhouse.
Yeah. I only wish that I could get the link for that lactose intolerance test that she was talking about online, because I'd love to be able to share that.
I looked for, I did a search for that and I couldn't find anything like that.
Might be a link in the book.
Oh yeah, she did promise a book, Dr. Rao.
Right, yeah.
So
There's a link for it. Mhm.
Dr. Rao still on?
no, he's not on, but we're going to
No.
all get a copy of it.
Okay. All right then. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Gabrielle.
Oh, anybody that's interested? Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, hello. I would love to have the, sorry. Yeah, hello. I would love to have the online link for lactose intolerance test because that will be a game changer with my family, I'm sure.
You registered for the Convergence, right?
Yeah, I have. I mean, I'm from India.
Wonderful.
I'll
Then
just
you
check
will
and see if
also
your
receive.
name is on our list.
Yeah, you will receive a copy also. Everybody who registered will get a copy of Dottie's book.
Oh, that will be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yes.
That will be lovely.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Did you register just last night or this morning?
I joined this morning actually. I mean, I'm in India right now, and I joined early morning today at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. I don't see you on our registration list, but if you registered this morning, then
No, I registered yesterday. My email ID is gazeatthesun@gmail.com. Gaze at the sun.
Well, I think you'll get it.
My
If
name is
you-
Manjushri Abhinav.
Yeah, if you registered, then he'll send it to the registration list. Don't you think, Allison?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye
Thank
for
you so much.
now.
Bye for now.
Bye, Amit. Bye, Lane. Bye, Manashar. Bye, Samdura. All right. Bye-bye. Bye, Samudra. Bye, Manisha. I need to have a conversation with Sarah and Marco. All right. Now, I had hoped that Allison could stay on and Dr. Rao could stay on, but then also I didn't want to move that beautiful mood. I mean, it was so beautiful. But Marco, are you there? And Sarah, are you there? Maybe, yeah. Are you still there, Sarah? Marco, are you there? Sarah, hello. Marco, bye-bye. Okay, quick. Sarah. Sarah. Oh, I love the way Dakota said shake off what I was feeling, because I needed to shake off some. Sarah, can you hear me yet? Is your volume down? Are you in the other room? Okay, Marco, bye-bye.